racing are left in the 2025 24-hour Series Esports Championship, and the penultimate round heads us to the Temple of Speed, to Monza, for the next level racing. 6 hours to see who will find themselves in championship contention at the start of 2026 in the 12 hours of Sebring. Hi folks, Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Peter Mackay, and we'll dive into plenty of the storylines in a few moments' time. But let's quickly run you down through the starting formation as we get underway with the slightly shortened formation lap. It's going to be the BMW of BS Plus competition and Ruben Bonga that leads us to the green. They'll have the Falcon Sim Racing Ford Mustang alongside, with a pair of Grid and Go machines that are in championship contention on row 2. Then Additus Racing by WSR and the sister car in the white and black share row 3. And then the rest of the GT3 machines that will run at the front of the field are on your screen. A handful more in the 23 strong class. At 992s, it's Grid and Go 1 and 2. Domination from them so far this season. They'll look to once again roam from the front with the Delta Sports Sim Shop machine inside of Carlisle on row 2, and then Williams Sim Racing Academy and Impulse behind them. And last but not least, let's talk about GT4s and how they'll line up on the front 3 rows, where it's going to be Impulse Racing in their Ford Mustang GT4. Haven't seen much of that since it joined the series and a couple of races ago. They'll be alongside of the McLaren Fiercely Forward, with Kai DL for Williams Sim Racing Academy 3rd, and then Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. Our championship contenders stacked up in 4th. Rest of that GT4 class on your screen as we get ready to go racing. We do get actually a chance to breathe, Peter. So let's bring you in for the first time this season. It's been great to listen to your voice in the Real Creventic series in 2025. Glad to have you back in the esports world as well.
It's a pleasure to be here and be a part of this 24-hour series esports competition. In fact, I'll be out to Malaysia next week for the 12 Hours of Sepang part of the 24-hour series. So if you enjoy this, do be sure to tune into that next week. But we can basically replicate everything about the 24-hour series: the competition, the quality of the machinery, the quality of the circuits. I remember coming to Monza a couple of years ago. We had a wonderful weekend there. Only thing we can't replicate, though, Arjuna, is the absolutely world-class catering that you get at a Creventic event.
Oh, no, now we're going to start talking about all the puddings that we could be enjoying. Let's quickly talk schedule, though, because slight change does see us extend into 2026 for the final round of the season, the 12 Hours of Sebring, and boy, that will be a treat. But already 4 incredible 6-hour races in the books, and we finish off this triple header of Italian festivities. Misano, Mugello, and now Monza, and what a fascinating swing it has been. Let's talk championship picture though, Peter, because 2 rounds left to go, 18 hours of racing, and in GT3s, Grid and Go sit at the top, although it's the number 2 with a slightly bigger gap to the pole-sitting BS Plus competition number 89.
Yeah, in GT3, it's really been the story of the Ford Mustangs. The top 5, 4 of them are teams using the Ford Mustang. So it's one of the newer cars to the GT3 platform on iRacing. It sounds fantastic. So clearly that's obviously a part that we're going to enjoy. But only one sole BMW in the top 5. It's been all about the Fords in GT3.
There's no manufacturers to talk about in 992, so let's quickly touch on the Spec Porsche Cup class, where I mentioned domination, but it's 2 points effectively between the 901 and 900 Grid and Go machines. The 900 with a slight driver shift last time around. We'll see if that continues to pay dividends in this penultimate stage of the championship. Impulse Racing, they've got some work to do. 6th on the grid, 3rd in points, but then a big gulf to the rest of the field, who have struggled to put together any sort of consistent season. Quick touch on GT4 as well, because they're often the class that gets bullied the most through the traffic. Effectively 6 points between the front 3, and with the Ford Mustangs looking strong in qualifying for the very first time, Peter, since they were introduced a couple of races ago, Williams Sim Racing Academy, former championship leaders, have got some wind in their sails as they look to try and put themselves back up front.
Yeah, they need a good result today, that's for sure. Sitting down in 4th, 20 points off the championship lead. That's in the 992, excuse me. Yeah, 6 points behind in GT4. Williams Sim Racing, plenty of programs out there, but it's a Porsche 1-2 at the moment between Grid and Go and Team 75 Bernard, but really tight. In fact, the tightest category in GT4.
And it's been an interesting one, given that mixture of manufacturers have shown their speed. The Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC crew have consistently, though, being towards the front of the field. It's a rather gloomy day, to be fair, as we finished off this trio of Italian festivities. Next up, a trip into the Sunshine State, where things can be anything but sunshiny. The prospect of rain could very much throw everything up in the air, but 12 hours of Sebring will crown our champions. This is how we'll set the stage. Set the pace car off and away down on pit lane, and 6 hours are thrown onto the clock. It's BS Plus competition, second in the championship a couple of years ago, and looking to try and go one step better. Here, Next Level Racing 6 hours of Monza is in control of Ruben Bonga, who punches the throttle, and we get underway from the Temple of Speed. It's a great jump from the Grid and Go Ford Mustang that's going to instantly look to the inside of the Falcon Sim Racing machine. Onto the brakes hard. First time of asking. Always expect some chaos, but as 2x2 they tiptoe their way behind the leader. It's decisive from Dino Lombardi, who slices his way in front of Luca Vunch, and now sweep up towards Curva Grande. They'll go. The Signified Ford Mustangs now on the outside, feeds back to the inside of the Roger. Behind, the 992s get underway. The Grid and Go teammates have got to be careful here, knowing that Delta Sport and Carlar are looking feisty behind them. Top two able to squeak through safely, but then behind, the chaos just about stays out of the gravel. And still one more class yet to get underway, Peter. Here comes the GT4s.
Great start from the Impulse Racing Ford off the getaway there, out of the GD4s, heading down towards turn 1 and 2. Big braking zone there. Easy to make up positions, but easy to get it all wrong and trigger a big pile-up. But you have to say the quality of the racing. Oh, it's one of the Mercedes having to take it over the start-finish line, over the bumps there. But oh dear, we've got a spinner at the back there at turn 1 and 2 as well.
That's Dennis Grabowski in the Altitude Free M411 Mercedes. I did also see a couple of cars slip off the track, and a whole swath of in-sim penalties that I think Race Control will be looking their way through as flick through that second chicane, launch over the curbs, and with a gap now building in front of the Esports machine. Ben Langford holds on just in front of Matthias Penteler. First time this season we've seen Kai DL in that Williams Sim Racing Academy machine. He'll be paired up, I would assume, with, looking in sim, Marco Romero. So two new drivers joining the roster, as back up front Ruben Bonga gets a bit of a push up towards that first braking zone. Dino Lombardi doesn't poke the nose, and so fuel saving likely the game that's being played. And BOP wise, Peter, that's something that's unique for this season. The GT3 cars, capped at around 75% capacity, will only see them go about 45 minutes.
That's going to open the strategy right up, having such a much shortened fuel tank range. So fuel saving definitely is going to play a factor, and Monza is one of the heaviest fuel running tracks, because you've got big acceleration zones, long straights, and then big braking zones. So it's difficult to actually carry any momentum through the corners, so you're going to be using a lot of fuel. So therefore, if you can be a little bit more frugal and save, there's time to be gained at the pit stops.
Track limits could also be a talking point. Now, is that a slowdown as Dino Lombardi pulls two drivers right, and Luca Vunch plugs that gap and slides up to second spot? Could also be the game of teammates trying to work together, although very slow on the climb up to Ascari, and David Bosca doesn't pressure his teammate too much. So as now that swap does happen on the exit of the corner, that is a slowdown that is taking a long time to clear, and Dino Lombardi continues to bleed time. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. He's still shoved up the inside on the run up to the Curva Alboreto, will fend off the challenge of James Balmy, but oh wow, from second to fifth, and seemingly with very innocent consequences.
Just a small error can make the difference, but early stages, as long as you're still in that leading bunch and there isn't too much of a breakaway from the leading cars, it should be able to kind of sit in there and make up for lost time by, not by necessarily gaining positions on track, but kind of if you're in the middle of that pack, makes fuel saving that little bit easier. Actually, you can get a lot more lifting and coasting done, and when we get our on-board shots, we'll hear a lot of drivers really breathing out of the throttle early and actually braking a little bit later than their usual mark because they've been off the throttle early. In the 992s, we're already seeing a bit of bit of a breakaway in class there with these two blue and yellow machines, 901 and 900. Grid and Go, your two championship leading cars, don't forget.
And Tasdellen, the staple in this 992 class for Grid and Go, but it was Paddy Noah Mamasi who debuted last time out and showed some speed, although long run maybe wore the tires a bit more than his teammates did, and so the car did drop back. We'll see if that's a tendency that shifted on what is a cool day with plenty of grip to give. Ooh, Havu shoved off wide through what would seem to be the second Lesmo and kissed the outside barrier with the left front as well, although relatively minimally, so hopefully they'll get away with that, and our team of Live Race Control will begin to pick their way through all the different bits of contact. And Peter, one thing I did want to point out is that we're watching this 992 Cup car. iRacing, in its most recent developer update, has announced that on December, I guess it's the 10th, the brand new generation of Cup car will debut with ABS and traction control enabled, and so it's going to be a very different machine that potentially these drivers are competing in on January the 10th. I say potentially because I don't actually know if we're switching over to the new Porsche Cup car for our season finale.
Interesting, yeah, it's very interesting. So that will mean, of course, that the new 911 Cup will be debuting on iRacing before it debuts in competition in the real world, which should be at Sebring in March for the start of Porsche Carrera Cup North America. So, but this car has served very, very well in both the real world and the sim. But right now it's Grid and Go who are just, I mean, they're just clearing off at the moment with this little freight train that they've formed at the front with Gunoso Tasdellen at the front and Paddy Noah Mamasi right in behind him. I mean, following very, very closely indeed, but real trust and, well, faith in one another's ability there.
One more replay as Wu mounts the inside curb, and then maybe a tap from behind as well for Tom Euler in the GT Unit.DE492. Back out onto track in the old McLaren 570S, of course, in the real world now campaigning a Artura, which has seen some success in the Michelin Pilot Challenge that these GT4s are now a bit more based on. And there's been a change at the front as Kai DL has gone from third to first in the Williams Sim Racing Academy machine, and this is where those championship standings start to need some reflection, given how close it is. Remember, 6 points covering the top three, and Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, the second in points, third in line. Our championship leaders are down in pit lane, actually, and so I'm not quite sure what's happened here to the 400 Porsche Cayman, but clearly something not quite right. And I hate breaking out the phrase championship implications, but as we first grab a look at Denis Grabowski through the opening corner, losing the rear end by himself and then getting piled into by Tom Euler, my mind instantly starts to question, Peter, what exactly has happened to Alessandro Quintai. 2 laps complete, and that is it.
I wonder, for our championship leading car, the Grid and Go machine number 400 in GT4, Gabriel Streitmacher in that team, it looked like that spin from Denis Grabowski triggered a much greater incident, which then the 400 Grid and Go Porsche was on the receiving end of. So yeah, interesting there that may have been where they picked up some damage and they've had to go to the pit lane to get it repaired, and already in that deep GT4 class kind of struggled to score big points now. So that opens GT4 wide up and actually puts Sim RC and Team 75 Bernard with their Porsche in the driving seat.
I can answer my own question because looking in Sim, it was a internet disconnection for Quintai, and they are already 2 laps down on the field, and so that is going to put the field that much closer. I think as it stands right now, Timo Hayden sitting between Kai DL and Corentin Gunes would mean that Williams Sim Racing Academy might be tied for the championship lead with that Team 75 Porsche, but never trust the commentators' math. By the way, Grid and Go have returned out on track, albeit those just 1 lap down actually, and have filtered into the pack, and that's crucial. They'll be able to do some fuel saving, won't lose any time relative to the others, although traffic's going to be something fun they'll have to deal with probably this next lap, if not the next time by.
Yeah, it won't be long before the GT3s come through and make a nuisance of themselves, and in 6 hours a lot can happen. So I guess for Grid and Go, they've just got to try and limit the damage now as best as they possibly can. And that little Porsche is usually a frugal machine as well, so you can, and it's got a fantastic chassis balance, so there's I would say it's easier to drive over a longer stint, over a longer time period. So let's see how they get on in that Porsche Cayman 718. But right now at the front of that GT4 class, Williams Sim Racing Academy looking good, but two cars right in behind, able to do the same lap time, but with a little bit of extra fuel saving done.
We are in the traffic, by the way. Ruben Bonga has got about 1.5 seconds back to the Falcon Sim Racing 44 chasing him down, with then the Grid and Go number 1, David Bosga, at the wheel of that machine, which is not the championship contending car, at least for the time being. Nestled into that third and final podium spot. We're on board with the BMW, the Bonga drums, as we head out through Ascari. That track usage on the outside, just to the right-hand side of the white line, somewhere Paul Smith is having a rant at a cloud somewhere about track limits, as officially 10 minutes are complete here in the next level racing 6 hours of Monza. See, big loser is 07 Racing. Matteo Blotto's gone down 12 spots from where they started. A couple of losers in GT4 as well, but no one's really been able to make some big moves at the start, which is probably a good thing, Peter. It's been a relatively tidy opening 10 minutes.
More or less, yeah. A couple of little spins here and there, but nothing, no overly aggressive driving, which is good to see. Ruben Bonga pulling away in that BS competition machine. Over a second and a half now to the 44 Falcon Ford Mustang. The question is, though, when the graphic starts to get thicker, does that then bring the BS competition car of Ruben Bonga back into the clutches of the Falcon Ford, or will we see Bonga much stronger through that traffic and pull away further?
Ruben Bonga in today's race paired up with Lucas Herrmann. Seen race in the DNLS a couple of times to great success as well. Bonga for a second thought about going to the outside, but then had to jink back down low. Patient on power behind the Mercedes, and then pulls all the way clear. Wants to make sure there's no risk, but the gap's come down behind, that's for sure. Gap behind third is also shrunk, and the train goes effectively from third all the way to 17th right now, still fighting their way through this GT4 pack. Love these onboard shots. You get the sense for just how congested the traffic really is the first time by, but very smooth. Not losing too much time was the BMW, and look at the field trickling down to that final corner.
It's going to be tricky for the GT3s though when they get to the Porsche 992s. Those cars have very, very good top-end speed and make it more difficult to get by. The braking distances are a lot different though with the GT3 and the Porsche Cup car, so that's where you have to get the moves done, is on the brakes. But GT4 is a little bit easier to get past. I mean, in terms of lap time, looking at around a 155 for the GT4s, 148 for the Porsche Cup, and then 145 for the GT3s. So when they get to the Porsche Cups, that's when it's going to get tricky. Tino Lombardi deep on the brakes there, nearly running into the back of one of the GT4 Mercedes.
And this is where actually these cars are pretty evenly matched on the brakes, both with ABS, both with the ability to slow down pretty effectively, and so that was a very big commitment from the championship leading car, which is trying to pick its way back up through the pieces. Already back in front of the McLaren of Lucas Linkfist in the Anitis Racing by WSR, grey and highlighted yellow. They're sat on board with James Baume in the Altitude Free M number 12, who nice and patiently waits behind a Porsche, who then goes out wide and gifts the door. Be very, very careful through these Lesmos to not push the issue by any means, and I think they may have been 3 wide, slightly further behind, and so talk about pushing the issue. The black and gold of TC Esports, they're involved. Tim Matska, the big green machine for Maniti, wheel to wheel and heading up that hill in towards Ascari with some traffic in front of them that won't play its part. And this is where you've got to realize you're not even 15 minutes into a 6-hour race, and they all single file themselves back out as they slingshot their way back to that last corner.
Now really starting to get into the thick of the traffic. Very, very busy out there. Fantastic insight from this onboard shot of how to get through and how busy it is. Showing a nose GT4 traffic doing their best to run their race and try to minimise the time loss when they go on this rush hour traffic here. GT3s and GT4s everywhere, everyone's shuffling. And this is where you've really got to be good at calculating the risk. You know, how much risk do you want to take? Because if you take a lot of risk, you can really gain a lot of time in this scenario, much more than on a clean lap. But if you take too much, of course, you can get into a race-ending incident.
Well, one of the BMWs decided too much risk as Ross McFarlane went deep on the brakes, getting in front of Lorenzo Castellani. I think that might have been the Delta V Racing BMW M4 GT4 with Remy Fortin. Yes, indeed. Looks like some trouble for Mia Rose and the Samantha Tan World of Racing Mercedes GT4 as well. Peter made a very good point earlier too about 992s being a rocket ship in a straight line, to the point, Peter, where they were actually looking at if they needed to slow down the 992s to make things easier for the GT3s. Fortunately, no changes to those 992 cars for this round.
Well, and that is one of the considerations when the new car comes in, which I understand was going to have a little bit more power, and if it's got ABS as well, then of course the lap time between a full-blown GT3 car and the Cup car is going to be even tighter. So that's going to make it even more tricky. It's great, but look there as the GT3s, how much later they can brake. That's all down to the aerodynamics. A GT4 car just has much closer to the base road car aerodynamics. A lot of the stuff in a GT4 car is closer to the base road car, but the GT3 is just so much more aero on there, which just gives the downforce to increase that braking performance.
Oh, close as TC shove up the inside of Timo Hayden, who opens up the steering, sees it coming, and fortunately for him, Corentin Guna is not close enough to take advantage. Through all of this, the Vulcan Fasteners by GlassTech 421. William Humphrey at the wheel of the Mercedes has had a great start to this race. He's 5 positions up. Arete Esports and their Porsche, they're 10 spots gain in the GT4 class, where there has been plenty of chopping and changing in these early stages. Not even complete, by the way, of this first cycle through of traffic for the monstrous 23 GT3 cars in the slightly smaller 18 GT4 field, which so far had that one internet blip, but Grid and Go are back out on track, and our championship leaders trying to salvage some sort of result from this race. The lead up front is still 1.2 seconds. The gap between the 992 leaders is still a bumper, if that, as they now sit 5 seconds clear, and as the headlights flash, Impulse not happy as they get split either side by a pair of GT3 cars. Or the Porsche for Team 75 Bernard thought about a move up the inside into Lesmo 1.
And in this melee of traffic, the GT4s, whoa, is Impulse GT4 in second place will make this gap even wider, because in that sequence of traffic, the Williams Sim Racing Academy GT car of Kai DL has moved the gap up to nearly 4 seconds. So that is, the traffic is definitely being kinder to the class leader Kai DL. Corentin Guinness has just nipped up into second there, past also has the Vulcan Fasteners by GlassTech car of William Humphrey, and Impulse now back to 4th after that mistake from Timo Hayden.
And so I think it's now advantage to Team 75 in the championship picture, headed into the 12 hours if things were to finish as they are, but we've got a long way left to go. So I am not promising that we are done with drama by any means. We've got majority of the traffic, I think, now done. GT4s and GT3s have cleared their overlap. Might just be a little bit of chopping and changing between some of the GT3s just finishing up that traffic cycle. So why don't we take this opportunity to welcome in our title sponsors of today's event. It is the Next Level Racing 6 Hours of Monza, and we've got Charles from the Next Level Racing team here to have a quick chat with us. Charles, first of all, do you have a copy with us? Charles, can you hear us? We are hoping that we can have that chat with Charles. We'll see if we can get his microphone sorted. But there was a giveaway that Next Level Racing, in partnership with the 24-Hour Series Esports Championship, had put together on social media. A couple of bits of hardware to give away, and so that's part of the reason why Charles is here. We're also hoping that we'll have the opportunity to talk a little bit about Next Level Racing and their involvement in the championship as the fight for what is third in the 992 class starts to heat up. Delta Sport have dropped down slightly, and it's now Team Checkmate Wallack Group, who've had a decent championship so far, who find themselves in that third spot. On the outside, Impulse Racing are going to take advantage of Carlar falling out of the groove, and Jan Winter now in 6th position. Let's check back in with Charles. Do you have a copy with us, Charles? We'll see if we can catch up with Charles slightly later on, perhaps. But Peter, as we continue to watch this 992 battle, it's Team Checkmate Wallack Group that taken advantage.
And the 992s, looking at the track map now, are going to be getting very close to the thick of the GT4 field. So this is going to be more. This is going to be interesting now with the 992s. They, of course, do not have ABS. Quite long braking zone for them and very high top speed. So we'll see how they mix up with the GT4s, which are all fairly tightly bunched together, despite that that first flow of GT3 traffic coming through. But this is what it's going to be like now for the next 5 hours and 39 minutes, just one constant conveyor belt of traffic. And the two leading cars, Grid and Go 901 and 900, still glued together as they approach the GT4 traffic for the first time in the race.
And no downforce really in these cars. That's what gives them that great top-end speed. It's not going to help them in this part of the lap, though, necessarily. You're not going to make a move, I would assume, out through Lesmo 1 and 2. It will require some patience until the run-up towards Ascari, potentially. A couple of close, slow cars out on track. Tom Euler once again in that GT unit by DE McLaren. I saw Thomas Rostek in that Wizards Esports 992 machine, which had plenty of drama last time out in what was a very interesting debut race at Mugello for the series, coming off the back of a debut race at Misano. It's probably good that we're back on familiar soil, Peter, at a track where these drivers have done probably thousands, if not more, laps around in their lives.
Yeah, Monza is a circuit that's so familiar to many sim racers, not just on the iRacing platform. I mean, I remember driving Monza on F1 1997 many years ago, when it was a contemporary game. So yeah, plenty of laps under the belt in many different simulators for all of our drivers. But I'm just taken aback by how big a gap the Grid and Go team have pulled away. And just as they reached that GT4 traffic, the gap had made it up to 8 seconds back to the third place car of Impulse Racing of Franciszek Liszka, who has a huge train behind him. So Impulse, of course, trying to break down Grid and Go in at the championship fight. But today, they certainly in these early stages, they don't have the pace to match those two Grid and Go cars.
No, they are definitely looking like they understand the task. Don't fight too much early doors and then get let loose later on. There's going to be a shape up the inside. Is it going to see a swap of position? Yes. A great look from Hugo Allen in that Delta Sport Sim Shop 950. Back now up into 6th position after dropping down a couple of spots in the last 5 or 10 minutes time. It is a rather gloomy day, though, and I think I keep bringing that up because it's going to mean fast lap times, high fuel usage, and we're not far away potentially from our first cycle of pit stops. There's a change at the front of 992s as the Grid and Go teammates have elected no longer to follow each other in line, and Hadi Noah Mamasi has hit the point, and potentially this is calculated fuel games going on between the teammates.
Well, there's two ways to play it strategy-wise. I mean, you can use those two cars together and try to run in a pair like they have. We've seen it done in special events on iRacing many times, and try to use that fuel-saving benefit as much as they can of the car in front. Or you can kind of go another way where you can have one car goes on a big fuel save and the other goes flat out from the start. You know, there's many different trains of thought you can use, but at the moment they seem to be deciding to go on that paired strategy where they basically run in flying formation for as long as they possibly can.
Rule number 1 of racing is don't hit your teammate, of course. So They will hopefully avoid that sort of drama, continuing to pick their way through the traffic. A gap in front of them to the fiercely forward McLaren, which started all the way up in, what was that, second position, now down in ninth. It's the difficult start for them. The best of the McLarens for the time being is Zenith Esports, nestled in fifth. It's Ford Mustang GT4 from Porsche Cayman from Ford Mustang. The first strong outing that we've seen again from the Mustangs this season. I was talking to Olivier Piatek, part of the Williams Sim Racing Academy lineup, when they switched to the Ford, and instantly, to paraphrase, the phrasing was, well, we feel like we're fighting with one hand tied behind our back. Seemingly no longer, although Corentin Gunes has brought the gap down to about 3 seconds once again. 992 gap through all of this traffic, Peter. It's down to 6.5 seconds, so Impulse Racing chipping away at the margin to the Grid and Go leaders.
Well, I think that might be an unrealistic gap at the moment, because I think once the Impulse car comes into the real thick of the traffic, they will have the same delay that the Grid and Go cars are experiencing right now. They're right in the thick of the GT4 battle right now, whereas the Impulse car, number 915, is just about to reach the thick of the traffic. So I think that gap will stretch back out again.
We'll keep an eye on it. Traffic gear. Next Level Racing, 6 hours of Monza, live on RaceSpotTV. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Peter Mackay. We apologize for the technical issues, but sometimes the internet overlords just don't want to play nice. We have officially crossed beyond the 30-minute mark, though, in this 6-hour event. It is a 2.5-second gap at the front of the field for the BS Plus competition BMW M4 GT3 Evo, while Grid and Go still have a dominant gap at the front of the class in 992. We've just seen a switch around of positions coming out Ascari on the run up towards the Curva Alboreto, and in fact make that 2 switches of positions as David Bosger, terrible exit, drops behind the McLaren of Additus Racing by WSR as well.
Well, as the traffic starts to thicken up even more for the majority of our runners, this is where we might actually start to get a little bit of 3 classes all in one, with the 992s and the GT4s all mixed together at this moment in time. But the Grid and Go 992s maintaining their advantage that they had before the first flow of traffic, but the big winner in GT4 through the traffic was Kai DL, is now 3.2 seconds ahead in GT4. And at the very front of the field, Ruben Bonka, 2.5 seconds to the good over Luca Wunsch for the Falcon Sim Racing team. As we ride with Lucas Lindqvist in the McLaren 720S.
Oh, got close to the back there. I do agree with this call, by the way, to head down to pit lane, because the second pass through of traffic, well, what they've just done is got themselves out of a little bit of the helter-skelter nature of it, and so save yourself some time. I do note, of course, that the 77 is going to have the penalty that should be added on, unless they want to serve that next time by. One of the unique rules in the 24-hour series Esports Championship is the penalty box, which is where you proceed to serve your time penalty, much like many Real World Series, as opposed to the addition onto your iRacing pit stop time, as many other series would do. A very, very different sort of scenario that allows you a lot more flexibility, Peter, in serving your penalties, and that's the most important thing. Not only flexibility in serving penalties, gives race control a lot more discretion in the penalties they get to hand down.
That's right, yeah. And at the moment, we've seen 3 time penalties in the mix. We've got the number 977 Williams Porsche 992, which was handed a 5-second time penalty for forcing the 979 Havu car off track. Then also the number 77 Williams a GT3 car getting a 5-second penalty for contact. Also the number 88 machine in GT3 getting a 5-second penalty. That's the Absolute Motorsport team. So the penalties coming thick and fast already. Race control being kept pretty busy.
As they ever are. Track limits at some point may end up being something that they're going to be putting through some notes about as well. Those are separately tracked by the race control team on top of the normal iRacing incident system that you may all be familiar with. They have their own tracker for those points. It's a flash of the lights from Team 75. Not thrilled as they've lost a bit of ground then. Just losing some momentum on the run to Ascari as they chase down the class leaders. Let's see if we can have that chat now with Charles at Next Level Racing. Charles, do you have a copy?
Hi, Archie. How are you?
Doing good. First, welcome to the broadcast. We're delighted to have Next Level Racing join us, not just for the series, but here for the Next Level Racing 6 hours of Monza. What does it mean to Next Level Racing to be part of an endurance championship as big as this?
Firstly, good afternoon, boys. How are we doing? No, it's such a great privilege to support this level of championship. Obviously, the 24-hour series in real life is one of the highest acclaimed endurance racing series in the world, and for them to expand into esports and to fully embrace it, I think it's an amazing thing for the sport. But for us, you know, it's all about community and building this community of drivers all around the world. And as part of this collaboration, we were really happy to offer 2 prizes for giveaway to our community in the US, in Canada, and in the European Union. So I've actually picked the winners. So we're giving away a GT Racer 2.0 cockpit and a wheel stand light to 2 lucky winners. So I've done the selection, and we will be contacting the winners. The winner of the GT Racer is Finley Jones from the UK, I believe, and the winner of the wheel stand light is Thomas Mraz, I believe, from the Czech Republic. So we'll be following up with them and giving away those prizes. But back to the racing. I think it's what a great series.
Absolutely, and Charles, we're so glad that you've not just included the drivers in that support, but the community as well. So a big thank you and a congratulations to our 2 winners who should be looking for, is it an email, social media message? Where will they be hearing you from?
Yeah, well, our social media team will contact them on Instagram, and we'll arrange the prizes from there. So
awesome.
Tell them to keep a lookout, and we'll also do an announcement on social media too. So if they are watching, if you can just keep an eye on our social media, great.
Look out for those message requests on Instagram. Charles, thanks again for joining us, and looking forward to the rest of this 6-hour race.
No, it's going to be a great one. The racing's been pretty clean and pretty tight so far, so good luck to the drivers.
And pit stops underway a little bit earlier than maybe I expected, but Peter had pointed out this is a high fuel burn track, and so it is 23 laps, and that is it, Peter, and the field is in unison.
Yes, they are. Yeah, so taking that pit stop, where are we? 40 minutes into the race, so just shy of, well, we thought they'd maybe get to 45, but that gives you an idea how big the fuel burn is. 40 minutes showing you that, yeah, it's pretty heavy on fuel usage here. And so that's going to be an interesting thing to keep an eye on. About 31 seconds. Is there going to be anyone else that goes shorter? 28 for Lombardi as he tries to close the gap up, and he is indeed within breathing distance of Ruben Bonga as they run off to turn number 1. We're looking at the Falcon Sim Racing car in 3rd, but there are your leaders. Bonga with some pressure now. And this is where the first couple of laps will be all about just sitting in the tracks and saving some fuel potentially for Lombardi before he's able to push forward. And the championship leaders with a big gap coming into this one, Peter, looking to set themselves up in a perfect spot heading to Sebring. interesting there. Dino Lombardi, 3 seconds to the good in terms of pit stop time for Ruben Bonga. So Bonga maybe just having to use that little bit more fuel. He's led from the front all the way, and therefore has had no slipstream benefit of the car ahead of him, and therefore has had to spend longer at the pumps, both staying on the same tyres at this stage. So after 40 minutes, not so much of a surprise, but BS Competition and Grid and Go, the 2 top teams in the championship as well, of course. First, they are the top 2 in this race at the moment.
Not sure if we mentioned it, by the way, but there's been a couple of meatballs in the 992 class, most significantly of whom is for Gnoso Tasdelen. The Grid and Go 901 sits in pit lane, and that is potentially championship done and dusted. If the 900 holds on to the win here, it could just be start and finish the race at the 12 Hours of Sebring, and it could go the way of our current race leader. GT4 pit stop cycling through as well. Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. They're now in for Corentin Gunes. No driver changes as expected. And the 992s should probably be into pit lane in the next 10 laps, or 10 minutes rather, or so I would assume. Bounce over the curbs. Lombardi right up on the gearboxes. Attrition's played its part already. 53 starters, Peter. We're down to 50 cars, not even 45 minutes complete.
Yeah, a little bit of attrition so far. Dino Lombardi willing to put Ruben Bonga under pressure here, really deep on the brakes, and as you said, nearly into the back of Ruben Bonga, going down into the opening corner. 2 front-engined machines, straight 6 turbo for the BMW, and the honking big V8, the Coyote V8 in the front of the Mustang. And if you've never had the pleasure of hearing one of those V8 Mustangs in real life, get to your nearest track where one is running, because it sounds absolutely so far. I can highly recommend the echoing high banks of Daytona. That's one of the best places to listen to it.
And I've got to give a shout out to our friend Ryan Marine, who very kindly gave me his ride in a Ford Mustang GTD around Road Atlanta, so I could experience not just the sound but the sensation, much like what these drivers will be going through with this Mustang. By the way, 992 cars, I said pit stops underway. Those are the repairs on the right hand side of your screen, so ignore the fact that Jesse Hilario and Diana Perez are going to sit in pit lane for at least another 10 minutes, I would expect. It is not going just on strategy. Could this be a look for the lead, though? Because, I mean, Dino Lombardi tucked up right behind, showing plenty of pace, but giving a bit of breathing room down into the brake zone of turn 1, allowing Ruben Bonga to continue setting the pace. They've got plenty of clear air in front of them as well, Peter. The next car in line is just exiting the second chicane, so they won't encounter any traffic for at least another lap.
Arjuna, I'm afraid I'm going to have to pull the handbrake here, because you definitely glossed over the fact that our Lexus sedan was quicker than you and Sam in the Mustang. I'm sure of it. There's no way that anyone was going faster than my driver in the Lexus.
Oh, and Ryan got in an Aston Martin DBX, didn't he?
He did, yeah, and he said that you guys were holding them up.
Yeah, no, but Jensen Altzman was clearly not pushing my Ford Mustang hard enough. To be fair, he's a bit more familiar with this GT4 Mustang that we're watching on screen right now. Interesting that Williams Sim Racing Academy have gone for such a different strategy, Peter, compared to these two at the front of the field. Or is this just the way strategy is played out, and have we missed something for Kai DL that's dropped him back considerably from the race leaders?
It's very interesting. Looking at the pit stop times for them,
it's about the same.
Yeah, then definitely it's got to be an on-track issue then, surely. Well, what are we, 1 minute, 1 minute 22. Oh, it's a pit lane penalty.
Oh, was it? Did we miss something?
I don't believe it. Yes, because so the time in the box is near enough the same as the rest of the leaders, but Kai DL was in the pits for 25 seconds longer. So
and I've just found the note from Race Control. This was all the way back in qualifying, so this is going back a couple of hours now, impeding into the Parabolica.
So they had a time penalty to serve.
So 20 seconds. Now I look at the time in pit lane. Yeah, about 20 seconds. They didn't lose too much time there.
That does it then. Yeah, so that was always hanging over them. So they've got to fight back. So keeping clean for the minute you roll out the truck is important, not just in the race. And there was quite a few penalties that were served up in qualifying. I mean, even heavy contact between some drivers in qualifying, which is a big no-no.
They're all in GT4, Peter. If you look at the list, I mean, we're talking about 3 qualifying infringements for drivers cutting the white line, as 992 pit stops well and truly underway now for proper strategy. Yeah, 3 infringements start at the back of your class. There's 4 time penalties, 1 for contact, like you mentioned, and then 3 for impeding. It's almost like they were trying to replicate a Formula 1 qualifying session here.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Yeah, or a Moto 3 session.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting there from that GT4 qualifying session. A little bit scrappy, but at the front of the field, I mean, a never-ending force in GT4 competition. Corentin Guinness and Kieran Harrison in the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC Porsche. Nearly getting into a tangle in pit lane with the 992s.
Got to be careful as Karlar and Simrace Sweden, Jan Winter and Hendrik Lindhoff try and blend. You can make contact in the fast lane. We also saw, by the way, that Stricken, and at this point looking like an official DNF for the Grid and Go 901 992 Cup car. Watching the rest of the machines exit pit lane and on cold tires bounce over the curb, and now that will slow down the momentum all the way through Curva Grande on the run up towards the Roger. Now the problem is Hendrik Lindhoff not close enough to take advantage because the WSR McLaren placed itself between them at the first chicane. Look at the legs on the Porsche though. McLaren in a straight line still struggling to pull in front, and it's the Karlar machine that has to actively make some effort to give up some speed and let the GT3 slip through.
Ross McFarlane finally gets through, but a good example of how tricky it is to get by the Porsche 992s in a straight line, because they have pretty much the same straight line speed as the GT3. It's the cornering and particularly the braking where it makes a difference. The 992, you've got quite long braking zones, and that is where you can get a little bit of tangling going on. So Ross McFarlane, multiple World GT champion, just taking a little bit of time to get through there in that McLaren, but now starting to break away.
Up through Ascari once again they will go on the 26th lap of the race for the 992 cars. They've only dropped 1 lap to the GT3s in the opening 50 minutes of the race. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Peter Mackay will have Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes in the middle couple of hours of the race before the two of us jump back on for the sprint to the end, and indeed hoping it is well and truly a sprint to the checkered flag. 992, by the way, there's no mixture of strategy. Looks like everyone's gone for the same call there, about 35 seconds stationary. The only class that does fuel and tires separately. Straight into the braking zone goes the grey and silver McLaren, and just about winding it up in time was Lucas Lindqvist. James Bowmy not close enough to take advantage, but in the draft is that big profile of the Ford Mustang. Going to see some Evo updates in 2025, and as flames come off the back of the McLaren, it sits in the middle of the road and covers off the move for the time being.
The McLaren 720S, it's an older package now, but in the real world, but actually reasonably recent, the last couple of years on the iRacing platform. But Mustang, I can't believe we're already at the Evo of the Mustang. It's been out there for 2 years, but they've got some little improvements they want to make to it. It's an amazing machine, and what I'm really curious to see is the potential of it on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I had a great chance to have a chat with Frank Stippler, who's driving the car on the Nordschleife, and asked him, how's it going? And he said, yeah, we're getting there. He said that this was in the summer this year. And he said, yeah, we're getting there. We've still got work to do. But he said, we had that with the Audi. He said the Audi R8, because it did take us a while to really develop it and get it dialed in for the Nordschleife, but we got there. And he said towards the end they actually had to BOP the car very heavily because they extracted so much performance from it on the Nordschleife. No doubt they'll do the same thing with that Ford.
Of course, the Nordschleife requires a unique approach to the track, something that the new Porsche Cup car that we mentioned about an hour ago is going to have. The Nordschleife rule set is going to be part of that initial release as confirmed in the development update. That development update also talks about a whole range of new tracks and whatnot. Miami Autodrome going to be joining us for the December build, which Peter, you got to commentate on when Porsche Carrera Cup North America were there. I think that's going to be an interesting addition to the sim. One that's maybe not so pertinent for the cars that we're watching right now, but is a fan favorite of mine, especially knowing what action's been out there in the real world this weekend. The Adelaide Street Circuit's going to be joining iRacing at the December build in just a few weeks' time.
That's big. That's really big. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun to drive that with the supercars and indeed other machines. And actually, I have to say, I was blown away how well the Miami Grand Prix circuit raced for Porsche Carrera Cup. You think street circuit might be a little bit tricky, but actually raced really, really well.
And I think it's going to be one that, even an F4 car there, imagine the fun you could have down that back straightaway on iRacing with all the draft. That's going to be wild. On board with Carlar Esports, who have been a dark horse contender in this 2025 season. They're back in 5th spot right now, with Wizards Esports just in front of them. Team Checkmate Wallach Group all made their way in front of Hadi Noah Mamasi, who in that 900 machine was another one of the teams that I believe must have had a penalty. And indeed, yes, this was another one of the qualifying notes, a 20-second time penalty for the Grid and Go 900. As front of the field, it's a change. Dino Lombardi in the Ford Mustang gets in front of BS Plus competition. And so now, remember, with a slight short fill in the first stint of the race that got them some track position, got them into the draft, it's a deep commitment under the brakes into that first chicane. No real defense offered up, and now let's see if Lombardi can break clear at the front.
Well, in 992, when it all looked so good for Grid and Go, well, not so much now. I mean, both those two cars leading away. The 901 has retired. We believe it had a crash, and 900 down several spots as well, having stopped as well. Again, penalty in the pit stop. So they've got a real fight back on their hands. And for Impulse Racing, third in the championship, but only 6 points off the lead. They're now into the lead of the race.
And therefore lead of the championship too, if we were to freeze things as they were and drop the checkered flag now. But so 5 hours to fight back, and never can you count out a team that had built up such a big gap in the early stages, and they are only, if I'm doing the mental math in my head correctly, maybe 12 seconds, if that, off the lead of the class. So they are by no means out of this race. There is still a long way to go as the day continues to roll through, and coming up to the top of the first hour, the first pit stop sequence is complete. So let's give you another quick update of how we run down through the next level racing. 6 hours of Monza, where Dino Lombardi leads, has just taken over the points from BS Plus competition, while in third it's Falcon Sim Racing and Luca Wunsch. Then behind them, the Adidas Racing by WSR Silver and Highlighter Yellow McLaren is fourth. The Altitude Free M Esports Ford Mustang is fifth, with the WSR Esports white and black McLaren then in sixth. Simufy's Ford seventh, Scherer Esports in the Acura eighth, with 07 Racing and the Big Green Machine for Maniti Racing. Rounding out the top 10, Peter, run us down through the 992s.
So in 992 at the moment, it's the 915 Impulse Racing car of Franciszek Liszka who leads the way, but only by 0.3 of a second from Hugo Allen in the Delta Sports Sim Shop number 950 car. Then it's Team Checkmate Wallach Group with Marcin Rybachuk in third. Carlar Esports are in fourth with Jan Winter. Tomasz Rosztek for Wizards Esports is fifth. Then it's the recovering number 900 Grid and Go machine of Hadi Noah Mamasi, and we know how quick Hadi Noah has been in the early stages of this race. Watching that comeback is going to be one of the stories to follow. Byte, 999 are in 7th, and Havu round out the top 8 after they're now having to recover after that incident early on.
And the fairly numerous GT4s led by Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, the Impulse for Ford Mustang, the only car really putting the pressure onto them. A bit more of a gap back to the Esports Porsche Cayman, who are up 14 positions after a pretty wretched run through qualifying. I think they may have also been one of those cars that got a start at the back of class, potentially. Then Vonkud Fasteners by GlassTech Racing 4th, Zenith Esports in 5th, while Instinct Mechanic, Thomas Eng Sim Racing, RD Simsport, Delta V Racing, and then Altitude 3M Esports, all in front of former race leaders, Williams Sim Racing Academy, who, if they want to fight for the championship on January the 10th, the final round of this 2025 campaign, the 12 Hours of Sebring, well, they need to fight their way forward. Hugo Allen thought about a jink to the inside, but with traffic behind, that might have been both defensive and a little bit offensive as well. But the fight really on here. It's the question of who is going to be able to keep the tires underneath them for the longest time possible. These Porsche Cup car do fuel and tires separately, and based on 33-second stationary, my assumption is fuel only. And so the Ford Mustang splits the two leaders for the time being and then dips the wheels into the gravel. Hugo Allen loses a bit more of that momentum.
That he does, that he does. Track temperature at the moment, 23 degrees Celsius, 73 Fahrenheit, so pretty good track temperature in terms of keeping that tyre in its window. It's actually, I would say, pretty cool track temperature. Ideal conditions really to make those tyres last across as long as possible. And like you say, Arjuna, when you're having to put the tyres on separate of the fuel, of course, then you're giving away a lot of time when you're putting those tyres on, so they have to give a benefit bigger than that when you get back out on track.
That's why Ewan loves the fact that the Porsche Cup cars do it separately, hates any class of competition where those two are done together. Lead up front, already 3.7 seconds, Peter. That's a big margin Dino Lombardi has pulled.
Ewan is known for his controversial opinions, though.
Yes, Ewan O'Pavey.
Yes, what was he? He wanted to repave Sebring.
He claims he claims that we are misquoting him, but I'm going to say that yes, that is factually true.
So what is his defense then? What did he say that he was actually saying?
He claims that he was arguing that if you did repave Sebring and remove the bumps, it would become a very boring racetrack. That's what he claims he was saying.
Well, that would be correct, wouldn't it? So don't repave it.
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. We're all in agreement. Good.
We can bring this up with him in about an hour's time when he joins the booth. We'll drag him in a few minutes early and have the conversation. Especially pertinent, Peter, because it is the site of our season finale, and it's a great racetrack as well. I had the privilege to go there for the first time early this year on a cold January day as well. I'll be completely honest about that. But the impression that I got from the track when I drove around it in my rental car was just how narrow it really felt.
It's the bumps. I mean, it's just, you watch a top-level prototype going through turn 1, and you just cannot believe how the aero stability still works. And you see a prototype tipping into turn 1 really, really fast, and the rear of the car is going all over the place, and yet it still seems to go around the corner. It's because, you know, aerodynamicists, they talk a lot about aero stability and how the maintaining the ride height is so important to get the aero to work, and yet it still does, and it shows you what a modern damper can do. But if you ever go to Sebring, go to check out that first corner, standing on the outside of the track, watching that is amazing, absolutely incredible. And it's just a place that's absolutely, and I use this word deliberately, drunk on the love for motorsport.
How do I? Yes, no, drunk, and then by the time they get to the end of the 12-hour race every March, so happy. Yeah, so drunk that they burn couches is the rumor that I've heard. Of course, the Creventic series have been to Sebring on a number of occasions, most recently just a handful of weeks ago for the very first Apex 1 race in series history. Creventic part of that endeavor, so it'll be cool for us on January the 10th to close out our season with the first 12-hour race of the campaign, and the first time that the series wraps up at Sebring as well. GT4 battles continue to rage on, not just at the front of the field between Gunez and Hayden. 75 Bernard by SimRC and Impulse Racing continuing to lead the way. Also then, those chasing them down, shot down at the back of the shot shows Ascari's exit, and Ben Langford for Arret Esports still running in third with all those cars behind him running in that line. And the traffic a bit more constant at this point, Peter. Yes, there's some gaps and some clean air, but it's a lot more frequent that you're dealing with the other classes.
And they're mixed up. It's not just one class over another. Now you're often finding all three in at the same piece of racetrack, which complicates matters even further. But this stint has been very, very kind to Critical Esports at the front of the field. Dino Lombardi, who was behind Ruben Bonga, managed to get through, and not only has he got through, he's pulled out a gap to 5 seconds as well. So Ruben Bonga, he'd lost 3 seconds in the pit stop at the first pit stop because he used a little bit more fuel, or maybe he's fueled longer. Maybe Dino Lombardi took a little short fuel to get into that leading conversation, and then we'll have to give that back at the next stop. Let's see.
I think it's going to be 1 lap less that he's able to do, but if it's 1 lap and it's given him the track position, you know, that's, I think, a worthy trade-off potentially. Ultimately, the team strategists know a lot more than we do. They have a lot more insight at their fingertips. I don't use that word lightly. Access to all that data from previous races, understanding what their driver is doing, and some of these teams even have custom software that helps them behind the scenes. And software can be used loosely. Software I can also define sometimes as a very custom-built Excel spreadsheet, which has taken them a lot of time to put together. Ford Mustangs lost a bit of ground for the time being as Timo Hayden, Corentin Gunez, some clean air around them for the time being. Two very interesting profiles of the cars, though, when you look at them. Slightly lower and smaller, of course, is the Porsche Cayman, and then slightly taller, a little bit more boxy, is that Ford Mustang. Both capable of bringing speed in their own ways, and as much as we hate talking about balance of performance, Peter, that's exactly what it does, and that's what the team at TFR LAB partners up with the series to help produce.
That's it, yeah. If you take the base road car, which, as you mentioned, in GT4 is a big part of what you begin with. You know, it's the GT3 car, yes, it resembles the road car, but there's nowhere near as many crossovers. But, you know, you take a Porsche Cayman 718 GT4, that's it's about €100,000 car, thereabouts, whereas you compare it to a McLaren Artura or a McLaren 570S, you're talking double that amount. You're talking you know, okay, both are mid-engine, but then you throw into the mix a Mustang Dark Horse, which is less expensive and a different character of car you're starting with. Mercedes-AMG GTR, another one that is of a very, very different profile. They throw the Aston Martin Vantage in there, yeah, and you can go on. There's so many different types of GT4 car you can go for, and yet they can all race together on track, and that's frankly impossible to do without balance of performance.
Necessary evil that we now live with.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it.
It's the reality of modern motorsports now, right? It's not that you want to encourage manufacturers to make uncompetitive cars, but it's that you want to incentivize manufacturers not to go crazy with the money they were spending. Even go back to the LMP1 days with the equivalence of technology. The 992 leaders very, very much through traffic being a bit more aggressive than I would have thought, and maybe that's because Hugo Allen wants to finally have a look, but he's going to back out, maybe set up on the run out of the curve at Alboreto, and it's a long run as well. Brave place to make a move in these 992 Cup cars, though, down into turn number 1. See what's going to happen here. Quick comment, by the way, in our YouTube chat from Grid and Go. Number 2, the race leader's got a good plan on strategy, as we'd assume. The 400 has had some internet issues and is officially retired from the race, so that's a championship-defining moment in the GT4 class. That leaves just Team 75 Bernard and really Williams Sim Racing, you'd think, at play. And then the 901 contact at Ascari with a spinning GT3 car, unrepairable damage, surely gives the 900 Grid and Go machine the championship advantage. So highs and lows of motorsport just within one team.
Yeah, like we say, just one team where you're getting that amount of drama going on. Well, hopefully for them, they'll be able to come away with some silverware for the day with the number 900 car, which proved to be a really, really fast machine. I mean, the 2 Grid and Go cars in 992 were just pulling away by such a margin. So, yeah, very unfortunate for them. The car, the 950 car, the Delta Sport Sim Shop car of Hugo Allen, did appear to have a tiny little bit of cosmetic damage at the front of the car. How much of an effect that's having on performance, it doesn't appear to be causing too much of an issue, because it's keeping pace with the race leader Impulse Racing, just 2/10 behind, right on the case at the moment. Now, while we're on the subject of balance of performance, just before we did that update from Grid and Go, of course, one of the things that is the worry with balance of performance is that teams or manufacturers will hide performance and will then bring out the performance on game day, and it's referred to as sandbagging. And dear viewers, I'm actually sharing the booth with a sandbagger. I mean, one of the biggest examples of sandbagging I've ever seen. Arjuna and I went to play golf after Petit Le Mans this year, and I said, Arjuna, what's your handicap? Oh, it's 12, but actually, really, I'm a 15. So what he was doing in motor racing terms was, what lap time can this car do? 123, but really, 125, 125. So I said, oh, okay then. Well, I guess I'll have to give you 8 shots then. And Arjuna proceeded to absolutely take me to pieces. So, Arjuna, you are a sandbagger, and you're getting popped for the next round.
For the record, it came down to the penultimate hole. It was close. Yes. Yes. No. 12. I think you would have thoroughly taken me to the cleaners. 15 may have been a bit too much, but I will agree. That was a slight sandbagging effort from myself here.
Well, actually, your normal handicap would have meant it would have gone down the last hole.
Oh, would it? Did you do the math?
Yeah. Yeah, I've clearly let it go. Yeah, I've clearly got over it.
Well, the real problem is now, Peter, that I've gone and spent all this money as the inaugural Hugo Luis Salva Cup winner to get fitted for a brand new set of golf clubs. So next time we play, I've got no excuses. No excuses.
Well, that's just meant that you got bopped, and this is what teams talk about. You know, the thing, we could develop a whole new aero package, we could get 50 horsepower more from the engine, but we're just going to get bopped, so they don't spend the money, and that's why balance of performance works. So basically, we're explaining balance of performance using an easy-to-understand context that you are a sandbagger.
This is where someone clip this and send this to Lewis McLeod, because he reveling in my humiliation. And yes, Peter and I. How many rounds of golf are we going to play in March, Peter?
3.
All around Sebring. That's our hope.
2. No, 3.
3.
3. Yes.
Okay.
3.
We have the sim racing version of the Ryder Cup at some point that we'll need to put together, because there is not even just sim racing, motorsports. You know, I'm sure we can find enough people to go off and do that.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's enough golfers in the paddock. I mean, if you're a factory driver, what else do you do all day when you're not racing?
Things that I could say would all get me in trouble on this broadcast. So let's swiftly move on with 4 hours and 50 minutes left to go in the Next Level Racing 6 hours of Monza. It's a dark and gloomy day, but amidst a couple of struggles for some teams, well, others rising to the occasion, and only a handful of laps away from pit stops for the GT3s. We're watching the fight for the final step on the podium. It's Luca Wunsch still in front of the Additus Racing by World Sim Racing McLaren, that silver and highlighter yellow machine that's trying to work for the time being behind. But we saw about 23 laps on the opening run of the race. They're 17 laps into the stint right now, so expecting them in sooner rather than later as front of the 992s. Deja vu, they've been as close as you'd like for the last 30 minutes.
So tight in 992 with the battle between Impulse Racing and Delta Sport. Delta Sport, right, I think this might even be the closest we've seen. Are we going to see Hugo Allen go for a move here? No, I think he's, in fact, have we got a bit of bump drafting going on there?
I think so.
Can't have been far off it anyway.
They're doing what the teammates were doing at the start of the race, I think, is my gut feeling for the time being. And, you know, with Hadinoa Mamasi only 6 seconds back, I understand why they're doing this. The problem is, last lap alone, 3/10 gained. Cue the Jaws music. The championship leader is on his way.
This has been the fight back, hasn't it? Yeah, the gap is coming down. It's been consistently quicker as Hadinoa Mamasi on board with Hugo Allen, using all the room on the exit of the first Lesmo and then carrying that little bit more speed through the second one. Are they identical? I don't know. I don't think so.
The Lesmos?
Yeah, they're not identical.
No.
No, they're just ever so subtly different.
The difference as well is the curbing, right, on exit, I feel. And on entry as well, the inside curbing is slightly different on each of those Lesmos. That's my gut feeling.
Oh yeah, the curbing's different, but like the profile of the corner seems to be, like they're similar, but there's a little nuanced difference between them.
Yes. I will say, though, as much as I don't go and drive around Monza regularly by myself, it's a track which is more, in my mind, built for racing than for hot lapping. It's a technical challenge when you've got all of these high-speed braking zones and often low downforce, right, as well, so you've not got the optimal braking performance at your disposal. That ability to dial in that braking point to the meter perfection, and knowing that even 2 meters late is going to be an issue. There is something about Monza which I really do relish as a racing driver, going around regularly and getting the most out of.
Yeah, it's got this, yeah, nuance, I would say, is one word to describe Monza, and you can't really get more nuance than getting the best out of a Porsche 992 Cup car. That is where the detail and the time on track is so important. As leader in the pit lane, Dino Lombardi, they said, well, Grid and Go, they said that they're in a good spot on strategy. They're into the pits, and indeed Ruben Bonga has gone on a lap longer, so they did slightly short fuel, you would think.
So I thought it would be a 21 or 22 lap stint, but this is 1 lap shorter than even I was expecting. We're on board with Luca Wunsch. We've still got Lucas Lindqvist on the hunt. The gravel kicked up in front of them as they exit out of that first chicane. So blinking first. Now, do we see a driver change? Doesn't look like it. Dino Lombardi stays in the car, sharing the number 2 with Sven Haase. Off and away after another 27.8 second pit stop. So they clearly have found something in the numbers where shave 2-3 seconds each time, and you may spend less time total in pit lane, and overall seems to be the strategy they think that will gain you the most amount of time. Interesting that the... Sorry, go ahead.
That's what we like to see. There's a little bit of a nuance, a little bit of a mix-up in the strategies at the front of the field. I mean, Ruben Bonga at the start of the race, he looked like he had strong pace, and then it seems that Grid and Go have found a little bit more in the second stint, or showing a little bit more in the second stint. How is it going to be as the race progresses as we go on? I mean, the track temperature is perfect, 22 degrees Celsius. Ideal if you want to make the tyres last that little bit longer.
What I was going to say is that I'm just looking through the rest of the pit stops, and no one else has really seen that same strategy, which is always interesting. The fact that no one else has seen what they have is always a unique proposition, as it looked as though that number 1 grid and go GT3 car was serving a penalty in the penalty box. That's right on pit entry. And why is that significant? Well, you can make contact with cars entering pit lane if they too aggressively shuffle to the inside, and that is something that we have seen in previous editions of this championship. And so I will always just flag it. 2 laps better on fuel, by the way, for the rest of the field. I do think we'll see the rest of the field go a full 23 laps if they can do so.
Yeah, that's obviously where the rest of the teams feel, is just to fill the car up as full as it can go, and keep going. Yeah, try and just extend the stint on track as much as possible. Now starting to see some pit stops coming in from the rest of the GT3 field, with the 77 machine, Williams Sim Racing Academy coming in, Sim RC also, with their number 76 car, Sebastian Leaf.
Yep. A couple more takers. Probably not far then from GT4 pit stops as well, just as a reminder. Probably a bit longer before the 992 cars descend onto pit lane as well. Not many driver changes, it would appear, though. A handful.
Still early.
Yeah, well, it's a double stint technically. I guess a triple stint is the regular double stint length. 3 hours, or rather, triple stint gets you 2 hours with this 75% cap that we have.
I think that works pretty well. I mean, these drivers are used to being in the car for 2 hours at a go. And yeah, then it opens up a little bit of flexibility, how they work it with the driver pairings, how long each driver takes. You know, if you've got a slightly stronger driver, you might want to run them a little bit longer, maybe an extra stint or 2 over the weaker driver. But at this level, generally the drivers are fairly close, but sometimes you can just get a day or a weekend where one driver is just really clicking with the machine, or indeed the opposite. So we'll see which teams decide to maybe forward weight one driver more than the other.
And the issue is, I guess, if you do have one driver who's a 10th down, in a field as competitive as this, a 10th really does make a huge difference. And so, like you say, managing drive time as well, likely to have some significance. Reminder,
over a stint, that would be what, a 10th? What would that be? Maybe 3 seconds or so? Roughly.
Which again doesn't sound like a lot, but for these drivers, well,
right now that would put in the former leader, Grid and Go number 900. They're only 5 seconds off the lead. So yeah, that's the only they're on the hunt right now. And I'll tell you what, long before they're on to the back of the leading pair of Impulse 915 and Delta Sport 950.
Out of pit lane for Williams Sim Racing Academy. They'll blend to the inside of Curva Grande as the leaders sweep past. Remember, Williams Sim Racing Academy in the championship picture, as are Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. So Williams Sim Racing Academy back out on track in 13th spot. No penalty, fortunately, being served this time around, Peter.
Yeah, there's just a few penalties still hanging over. The 88 machine in GT3, which is out, so that doesn't matter. The 77 car in GT3, which is Williams Sim Racing Academy GT, they still have their 10-second penalty hanging over them. And the 22 also is Mercedes going very slow here on track. The Diego Fernandez. What's going on here?
That does not look normal. This appears to be a replay, and well, I can tell you, if there's anyone behind him, fortunately into the grass and avoiding all of that. Now, has he been effectively dead stick for a vast majority of the lap? Because I don't think that can be fuel. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it's close enough to be fuel related, so it's likely got to be something else in my mind.
Very unusual, very, very unusual. It's now very, very close behind the Impulse car is the Delta Sport machine of Hugo Allen, but still deciding not to make a move quite. Oh, but a little bit of contact there, a little bit of contact as they just check up a little coming through the first two corners, and that just allowed a couple of tenths to Franziska Lischka.
I think I know what happened to TC Esports. I think they had a technical issue, and so it was Carlos Fenelosa at the wheel, and he could no longer shift gears, and so they've had to pull him in and put Diego Fernandez in, and now officially a lap down. So frustration in what's been a difficult inaugural season for the team, but they have really been strong in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, so plenty to look forward to into 2026. GT3 cars, 23 laps indeed complete, and running down pit lane.
So up on the jacks then for Vulcan sim racing team, Luca Wunsch brings that car in. So after an hour and 20 minutes of racing, going for new boots, likewise BS Competition going for new boots as well. So that's your kind of stint length now, it would appear. Excuse me, after an hour and 22 minutes, excuse me, that's where it's time to put new tyres on and get back out there.
Off and away, big gap this time for Lucas Herman, although the margin up to Dino Lombardi, who's been on track for 4 laps and is really pushing the tempo, grown to 7.5 seconds. Here comes the Johan Royer driven #1 grid and go machine, which has to get on the binders and avoid running into the tail end of Luca Wunsch rejoining. Remember, Johan Royer is down a lap. Great exit, great drive from the Coyote V8 engine. Luca Wunsch pulls to the outside. Long way around through Curva Grande though, and that's going to compromise him and cost him. Nathan Power is trying to get himself up to speed as driver change for the McLaren. The second Ford Mustang thought about slipping up the inside as well, thought better of it eventually, but clambers over the curb through that second chicane. He's alongside of that silver and highlighted yellow McLaren, and demotes Paris down in track position and helps out Luca Wunsch.
So that means after the pit stop cycle, grid and go, 8.7 seconds to the good. 4 seconds of that they gained in the pit stops, but of course are a little bit short fueled. This is a look back at the contact between Hugo Allen in the number 950 Sim Shop car and into the back of the Impulse machine. So a little bit of rear damage and more front damage to Hugo Allen's car.
I mean, that's what happens when you run it that close, when you're risking it over and over again. Eventually, you will just accumulate the damage, and you've got to just hope it's not significant enough. And if you're unlucky, it leads to required repairs. Still unlucky if you get optional repairs as well, although in the Porsche Cup car, those can be worked on as they chip away at the fuel and tire separately as well. So not the worst situation in the world. Team 75 Bernard, by the way, driver change, Corentin Gunes out, and they've got another world-class driver to jump in. Kieran Harrison takes over in the Porsche Cayman, and now with a 7-second advantage over Impulse Racing, a big gap that's opened up all through the pit stop sequence as the Impulse Racing team loses some time in the lane itself. And now the Porsche with a big gap at the front. We keep our eyes on the fight slightly further behind as they head down the main straight. Flick back over to the 992s as Impulse Racing just in front of Delta Sport.
It's been like this for several laps now as well. Hugo Allen happy to sit behind, but as we've just seen, getting a little bit too close at points. So interesting to know if that's affected the performance as the Ferrari GT3 slips in between them, so that might give him number 915 of Franziska Lischka an opportunity to try and build a gap and try and get away from Hugo Allen. It's not giving him tow all the way around, but then this might come back again as the Ferrari dive bombs into the second Lesmo, and that's going to compromise the exit there of Franziska Lischka, which will bring Hugo Allen back into play now. Yeah, and that's exactly how it is. So as you say, traffic gives, traffic takes away. One's already been ticked off the bingo card, but if you still had it, tick it off.
Now they will come down to pit lane in the next handful of laps, so they have not made their second trip down to the box just yet. What's happened to the Thomas Eng Sim Racing crew? Yellow front-ended Porsche, just a lazy spin around to the tail end, and well, that doesn't look like that should be end of day by any means. They are still out on track. Lucas Dirksen at the wheel, down in 11th spot right now.
Thomas Enga, what a driver he was. Oh, what a driver. Amazing in GT1 cars, well, many other things as well. He's a very good rally driver as well as Thomas Enga.
Is he?
Yes, very good, yeah.
That was not one that I had on my bingo card.
There you go. Life is full of surprises.
Oh, apparently Siri found our conversation so interesting, it's trying to join the conversation now. Stop it, Siri. Stop trying to talk about...
There is a fan of Thomas Enga. I mean, who is?
Yeah, I know. It only likes to start talking during racing. On board with Hugo Allen. I gotta say, I've always loved the Porsche Cup cars. Getting the chance to talk to some of the drivers about their experiences in them is always so interesting as well. Good friend of RaceSpots, Tyler Maxson, had his first season in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Peter had the chance to commentate on that. And Peter, I was there at Road America when he won his first race, and I just remember him getting out of the car all sweaty, all drenched, and then talking to him a little bit about that race win. And I mean, these are just such raw cars to drive. But the reason why they are adding in the driver aids for the next generation is a reflection on where modern sports car racing has gone. The new generation of GT3 drivers, well, they need to be able to handle ABS and traction control. That's why the new Cup car in the real world is going to have ABS enabled across of Carrera Cup and Porsche Super Cup action.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. It's, you know, when the previous iteration was released, we were still in the era of the GTE car, which was in the GTLM side of things in IMSA. So that was a non-ABS car. So I think, yeah, if you're going down that GT route, it's definitely the way to go. I mean, if you want to go down the prototype route, of course, there's many opportunities with the huge number of factory prototype teams there are. You would then maybe go to an LMP2 car, which doesn't have ABS, and of course it's a prototype as well. So I think it's the right call from Porsche. And you also have to remember is that, yes, there's the elite level, but also there's a huge market at the semi-professional and non-professional level, which are to be very blunt, people who buy the cars. So they a little bit of driver friendliness there goes a long way.
Absolutely. Now, like you say, the number of the Cup cars that have been sold, I mean, the numbers are ludicrous at this point, right? So it's just 3,000 or something of...
Oh, no, well over 5,000.
5,000. Sorry, yes, that's what I meant.
Well
5,
over 5,000. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if nearly 6,000 by the time the next generation hits the market. And they've been used for so many different things as well. It's not just Carrera Cup racing. They do all sorts of endurance racing, and many of them have been made into rally cars as well. The 996 and 997 generation, loads of those. In fact, they really dominated national rallying. And about 10 years ago, you could build a 997 GT3 Cup machine, and if you were competing on tarmac, that was the car to have.
I love watching the 911 rallies and jumping into a rally sim as well when they have them. Ryan Walker points out something as well in our YouTube chat about ABS and traction control. It's a good thing for the amateur drivers as well as they grow. A lot of them do Carrera Cups as part of their programs. I look at someone like Moisey Oretsky, who balanced Carrera Cup with his Pilot Challenge endeavors. As, by the way, change for 992 lead. We're on board in the GT4 battle, but Delta Sport Sim Shop, I've always conflated those two and mixed and mashed them together. But Delta Sport hit the front, and Hugo Allen officially leads in front of Impulse Racing now.
So that was... You wondered if that was on the cards for a little while at the front of the field. It seemed that Hugo Allen had pace to spare. Now the question is is he going to pull away at the front of the field? Well, he's already put 1.2 seconds into Franciszek Liska.
We do, by the way, already have a couple of those 992 pit stops a lap or two earlier than I was expecting. So We'll see if that was also part of it. If Hugo Allen thought, right, I'm about to do an in-lap, I need to be in front of my competition. The Esports Porsches had a driver change. Max Cuthbert's taken over from Ben Langford in front of Zenith's McLaren, then the Instinct Mechanic Mercedes, which has Claudio Max still at the wheel there. 4 hours and 30 minutes to go. Time is starting to tick by in this rather dark and gloomy day at the Temple of Speed for the Next Level Racing 6 hours of Monza. We continue to see plenty of action, but plenty of retirements picking up speed as well. 2 GT3 cars, 3 992 cars, and 1 GT4. There's a look at your weather conditions. Delta Sport, right on cue, Peter. Hit the pit lane.
In they go. So yeah, go to the front and then straight in to the pits. So the number 900 Grid and Go team go up to second place as Delta hit the pit lane. And you know, my money's still on Grid and Go 900 for the race win, despite that penalty they had to serve early on.
They are showing so much speed, resilience as well. I think the second half of the race is when we'll really find out a lot more. Haven't talked much about race control recently as well, which is good to see. There is just a couple of handful outstanding penalties to be served. Nothing that influences anyone inside of a top 10 right now. So as off and away, a 40-second pit stop, it would seem. Colby Warren jumps in. Again, that's not a full service, I'm pretty sure. Unless something's changed. That might be a 2-tire pit stop, potentially. I'm going to have to go and do my research again.
Well, it's tyre strategy in 992 could really open things up and see who comes out on top of that battle, because there's so many, so many in that fight for the lead between Impulse, Grid and Go, also the as well, the names escape me now, Delta Sport, sorry, excuse me, Delta Sport, who are still in the mix there as well. So yeah, getting that tyre strategy right is going to be hugely important, you would imagine. At the front of the field, I mean, Grid and Go, they are just pulling away, 12 seconds to the good over BS competition. So they're running an alternative strategy though, but that gap has increased a lot over this stint. So whatever it is that they're doing is working.
And as I view it, they're effectively distributing out the pit stop time across their pit stops a bit more evenly, rather than leaving a splash and dash at the end of the race. Into the pit lane comes that number 900 Grid and Go machine. Jan Winter also in for Carlar Esports. Just a handful of the 992 cars yet to descend on the lane for their second trip. As that fight through the field from Ben Langford, 14 spots gained, has put Max Cuthbert in this position to continue to defend. Offering the draft up to Michael Romero. Claudio Mack behind in that Mercedes 2, but it's that Zenith Esports McLaren that's the most hungry looking of this pack. It's just not close enough. Early stab of the brakes as you see the lights illuminate. And behind, the Mercedes stacks up as well. Saw some traffic starting to close behind them. That could prove to be an opportunity, but for the most part, these drivers now 14 seconds behind second spot, a full 21 seconds off the class leaders. No surprise to see Corentin Gunes, Kieran Harrison teaming up to such great effect once again.
They're such a solid pairing, aren't they? They know each other so well, so many hours racing together, and in a car that they know inside and out as well. You think how many laps in that car they've done just here at Monza. And in racing conditions, of course, the Porsche 718 GT4 is the oldest GT4 in competition here, and you know that can play. It can play in two ways. One, you know, sometimes older cars, they eventually get phased out and they don't get the balance of performance maybe they should. But the other way you can look at it is, you know, they probably don't have to do a great deal of time building on the setup, because they'll have a setup absolutely honed to the last minute detail.
Yes. I think you've done some rallycross commentary on RaceSpotTV recently with our own Paul Smith.
I did. Yes.
The Racecraft Rallycross series, one of my favorite on RaceSpot. But yeah, that's a series where for the most part those drivers have got setups that they've just loaded for years, going back to the World Championship days. Often tease the drivers about their practice for that, but you are right. Once you've dialed in and you've got the knowledge of the car, even when things do change, it becomes that much easier for you to adapt and use your knowledge of the previous balance of the car to dial in the new balance. And the GT4 class in particular is one that got a real big rework in a recent iRacing update to be a lot more in line with IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, where the GT4 cars are maybe a bit slower in a straight line, but then have plenty of speed through the corners with their Michelin tires underneath them, maybe a bit heavier as well. All changes now reflected on the platform, and a whole new set of handling characteristics to get to grips with as a result of the rework to the tires as well. But that's the joys of being here in the sim world. You're not getting to grips with a new car necessarily after a couple of years like some of the teams do. Instead, there's new physics and whatnot to get to grips with. Then obviously in the sim world, lots more practice time, Peter. That's the one benefit you have.
That's it. And the thing is, at this level, if you're not practicing, you know that your rivals are. So it's a little bit like in the rally world where they have the onboard videos now, which the drivers have to watch for hours and hours and hours, so either both pre-event and at the event, and it can be a real grind. And the thing is though, is if you're not watching them, you know that your rivals are and are gaining an advantage. So that ultimate, basically infinite potential for practice in the sim world is why we see such finer gaps in time at the top level than what we would in the real world.
Just two more pit stop takers for 992 Check. Team Checkmate Wallach group off the list. Just Wizards Esports left to go. As we sit on board with the Instinct Mechanic 405. Front of the field, it's 13.3 seconds, and expect a pit stop from Dino Lombardi inside of the next 6 laps or so. Michael Romero has been very patient. That patience starting to wear thin though, as that TC Esports Mercedes GT3 car maybe for a moment thought about a pop to the inside. You can start to feel the tension starting to build there in that McLaren as it continues to get frustrated behind. And this is where, when you can't make a move, you just don't have the speed, talk to the strategist, figure something out, because pit stops could be your chance to get it done.
Well, that's probably the best shout right now for the Zenith McLaren team is to just stick there. Don't appear to have a blinding amount more pace right now, so can try and just get those fuel saves done as best as you possibly can. Just that little breathe out the throttle, that little bit of just more gentle on the power, using the slipstream of the car in front as much as possible to gain back that lap time that you effectively lose by doing the fuel saving. So, you know, for example, here coming into the Ascari chicane, you're off the power that little bit earlier, maybe sometimes a lot earlier, and then actually braking ever so slightly later than what you normally would on a flat out lap, and just carrying the speed through the corner, and again using the car in front to pull you up the straight. And then again, same thing coming up towards the Parabolica, just again breathe out the throttle that little bit earlier, and all the while you're using less fuel than the car in front.
Now that we have officially cycled through the pit stops, looks like only Impulse Racing and Havu have done full service in the 992 class. Add to the list the 903, which exits pit lane after 55 seconds. Now, yes, they are 6 laps down on the field. Make that 3 of the competitors that have done a full service. One more team is on pit lane. That's the Wizards Esports 986. You can see the full GT3 field on the left-hand side of your screen. Not really many moves and battles brewing right now, and gap up front's a full 15 seconds. The first real battle between any cars right now is 12th and 13th position, which I think tells us a lot, Peter. The way that this race has played out, 2 retirements, a field now split by around 70 seconds with not even an hour and 45 minutes complete. dominance. There's not many other words that I think I can use to describe what we're seeing from Grid and Go this season.
Yeah, I think that is the word to use. They are showing, although they're taking a little bit of a calculated risk here in GT3, because they, as a championship leader and as the car that seems to have the top pace today, I mean, on ultimate pace it's got 2/10 in hand over BS Competition and Falcon, which is a lot. They're lapping around that hottest pace at the moment, so they really are pulling the gap. But the risk that they've taken is to go on a different strategy to seemingly to everybody else. Everybody else is taking the full fill of fuel at the stop, whereas Grid and Go, they're actually short fueling ever so slightly to the tune of about 3 seconds at every stop. Now, that is going to build up over the course of the race. In fact, it's nearly going to make a whole stop. So are they feeling like, well, it's very interesting to see what the play is. Clearly it's a different play. Is it going to be effective or not?
Let's see what the gap's going to be for Hadi Noah Mamasi the next time the 992 leader comes into pit lane. Now back up front, your GT4 leader, who had to start from the tail end of the last race, fought their way all the way to the front. A very different story this time around. Oh, big launch over the curb there. Still 7 seconds clear of the Impulse Ford Mustang. Judah Kankipati alongside of Peter Mackay. We've got Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes waiting in the wings. In about 10-15 minutes time, they'll jump into the booth and guide you through to the 2-hour mark to go. That is a great shot. 2 wheels with no contact patch to the ground whatsoever.
Yeah, you really got to get the car reacting well over the curbs here at Monza. And again, that's part of the setup work, is getting that compromise into how well the damper works and how well the suspension works to absorb that contact, but also to make the car feel controlled as well, and so that you can maximize the speed over the curb without it just speeding off the road. That's the tricky part, is to get it to handle the curb, but then not feel too kind of wallowy as well. Getting that balance right is really, really important to setting a car up here at Monza.
Let's go back to one of the few GT3 battles where Impulse Racing and Rupe Kirkapa just in front of the Nathan Kadeen piloted Mag Performance Aston Martin. I think it shows you how far down the field we have to go to find the battle, also to show that traffic has played its part in splitting up the field quite significantly. Having said that, fight for 6th is starting to compress as well, as Shera Esports, they have got Simufy, the 33 Ford Mustang, closing in the rearview mirror. The fight for 3rd is still very much not really doing much, although now there's a couple more contenders starting to enter the mix. Altitude 3M, Dennis Grabowski's there. More significantly though, Kai DL in that Williams Sim Racing Academy, the 477 that ran up front in the early stages before a penalty dropped it back. Well, Peter, they're now back up into a potential chance of grabbing a podium and ensuring they're within as close a margin of the Team 75 Bernard Porsche going into the final round of the championship.
Yeah, and going into a Sebring 12-hour, that is really the definition of anything can happen. 12 hours around that place often shakes the weakest out. So if you can go to Sebring with a mathematical chance of the championship, you're in the hunt. It's usually a high attrition race. Very, very easy to make mistakes around there, and actually multi-clash traffic can be really, really awkward at points around the Sebring racetrack. So that's yeah, they're doing what they can right now. Kai DL has done exactly what they should do to try and fight back from that penalty that's been hanging over since qualifying.
Easier said than done to fight back sometimes, but it's the mark of a champion, right? Is the ability to not let the heads sink too much and to instantly bounce back and push yourself even harder. Lights flash, the universal sign of heads up, I'm diving up here inside. The 07 Racing Ferrari got 1 and then had to go around the outside of one of the others. and in some ways an interesting proposition for a lot of these GT3 drivers who, when they race in you know, some of the iRacing special events, the likes of the Daytona 24, the Watkins Glen 6 Hours, or any of those IMSA replicating events, well, the GT cars are the slowest of the cars, Peter, and so they're usually the ones watching in the rearview mirrors more, whereas this is a case where the GT3 drivers are the ones looking forward more, the ones putting the pressure onto the slower classes, and so they've got to do a bit more of the give and take than they're maybe used to.
Yeah, it's a big difference, isn't it, to the approach, but the gap between, say, a GT3 and a Porsche 992 Cup car is quite small, which in some ways makes the traffic more difficult, because if you get stuck behind a very well-driven Porsche 992 Cup, it can cost you a lot of time until you can finally get by. Even the gap between a GT3 and a GT4, there is a gap, of course, but it's not enormous, whereas the gap between a GTP car prototype and GT3 is huge.
15 seconds at the front of the field. That is a huge gap as well. It's 4 seconds now for the 992. I think at some point that gap could be equally large. And then similarly with the GT4 gap, if Team 75 are allowed to run uninterrupted, it could look very good for them. Bike 500 slipped past the fiercely forward McLaren, and then rear end steps around, right front noses into the barrier, but that's about as light a contact as you can get away with. And Peter, I think they'll get away with that scot-free.
Yeah, just the time loss from the incident, that is very, very fortunate indeed, because normally that kind of contact, oh yes, they're lucky, very lucky. That could have easily bent the steering, and it just seemed to have got the front. As I wonder where the saying scot-free came from. It's probably because Scots like free things.
I mean, doesn't everybody though, to be fair?
True, exactly, yeah.
I found some golf balls for free when I was playing this week. That was nice.
Ah, that's always a nice bonus. Yes.
Yeah, well, the problem was, Peter, I found them because I had to go looking for the balls that I'd lost initially, so equals out.
Yeah, as long as you find better ones than you lost.
Yeah, unfortunately not the case. On board with Carl Esports, who've, again, shown some great potential this season, not always put it together. They're in 5th, and this fight could prove influential, because with a smaller 992 field than what was running at the start, 12 starters down to 8 left on the lead lap, well, a top 5 is very much up for play, if not even more than that, and so track position could be important as well. Impulse Racing looking to try and close the gap up to the race leaders with 4 fresh tires, let's not forget as well. That grip not proving to be that much beneficial, as Carlar, long way around through Ascari, always difficult through the traffic. Meanwhile, leader, grid and go, down to pit lane. Again, another 19-lap stint, and it's going to be a time for driver change. As Dino Lombardi gets out, Sven Haase gets in.
Great opening stint from Dino Lombardi, an hour and 50 minutes of perfection, really, and they're sticking to this strategy, as Sven Haase will get aboard, whereas, and what's curious is that they are the only car of the leading, really the top 10 that are running the strategy. So that's what I'm saying, it's a calculated risk. Is it, you know, is that going to be genius, or are they going to really make themselves look silly by going against the pack? Clearly they've got pace to win, clearly they have a really fast race car, but by risking this strategy, is it going to play out really well or not?
There is the BS Plus competition machine that will re-inherit the lead, albeit for another 8 laps or so. This is where we love the strategy. This is where we always find it intriguing, and as much as we sometimes bemoan the lack of safety cars in iRacing, the reality is, without the lack of safety cars, these sort of strategies become a lot less intriguing, a lot less enthralling to be played out over hours, instead played out over much shorter periods of time, and then unfortunately rudely interrupted with the somewhat frequent introduction of the safety cars, as sometimes does happen. Falcon Sim Racing 7.5 seconds behind BS Plus competition, but crucially here, this third stint of the race effectively for the GT3s, Peter. The Aditus Racing by WSR McLaren, and Nathan Paris hasn't quite been on the pace of Lucas Lindqvist, and so they've dropped back slightly in the running order behind Altitude Free M Esports, and now sits 7 seconds back from Luca Wunsch.
It's starting to just spread out a little bit, isn't it, at the in the GT3s at the front of the field. Luca Wunsch for Falcon there in second. James Boumé having a great stint for Altitude Free M Esports, car number 12. Up on the podium positions at this moment in time. Of course, that's a little bit out of sync with the Grid and Go team. They are, Sven Haas is in 11th there, so he's already taken his pit stop. So there's a little bit of a trade-off, but BS competition, they're kind of the leader of. Well, they're not on the alt strategy, they're on the kind of regular strategy. It's actually Grid and Go that are the only car on the alt strategy, but on the fill it up to the brim and keep going, BS competition are the top at the moment.
Yeah, there's only 2 strategies really. There's no extra couple of oddballs to keep an eye on as well. Haas is in some clean air, so see how quickly he can get up to speed as well. Relatively longer pit stop though this time by, predicated on the driver change taking a minimum of 30 seconds, and so what was previously 28-second pit stops, 31.6 seconds for Sven Haas. I expect the pit stops where they do the driver changes to be a little bit longer each time, and equalizing them slightly to the rest of the field. That was big damage on the back of the Havu Porsche Cup car, and remember, we've seen plenty of little nudges from Delta Sport, whose front bumper shows the lasting scars of all of that. They've got Team Checkmate Wallach Group behind them now. Marcin Rybachuk, who was a much shorter time in pit lane, and therefore my assumption is a lot lighter fuel load as well on what might be the final stint before a full service and a swap of those Michelin tires. Not getting a great drive off the corner though, and so Colby Warren continuing to hold on as the gap to Hadi Noah Mamasi now up to 8 seconds.
Yeah, the pace has been absolutely exceptional from Hadi Noah Mamasi to fight back and get the car, but number 900 car back up on to the top spot. And they appear to be in another world really to the rest of the field. We saw 2 of the Grid and Go cars, one of them unfortunately 901 being taken out by a spinning GT3 car, but clearly the other car it equally has the same pace, and that's the luxury that you have as a team. If you got 2 bullets in the gun that both have race-winning pace, well, that really protects you a lot against the cruel things that can happen during an endurance race.
See the windshield wipers working hard once again, but that is not because there is any rain. We've had one very rain-affected race. The rest of the season has been pretty dry, and to the driver's benefits, you'd argue as well. Peter, been an interesting start to this race. You and I will be back in a couple of hours' time. My sneaking gut feeling is that the leaders that we've had, and that includes this Grid and Go car once it cycles back to the lead of the class, will be in dominant positions when we return with about 2 hours left to go.
Look that way. Yeah, it looks that way. Grid and Go are proving to be the front-running team today. But also, I mean, you've got to look at GT4. It's pretty open as well. But again, Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC, such a constant presence. Corin Guinness and Kieran Harrison letting other people make the mistakes, whether that being qualifying or in the race, and they are just clicking off laps on that 718 Cayman GT4. I mean, if that car was a real-life car and that was the same race car they'd used, it would have hundreds of thousands of hours on the engine and gearbox, because they've just driven it for so long.
Can you imagine the bills to keep some of these cars running with the practice they do as well? Kai DL has brought the Williams Sim Racing Academy machine back up to 4th too. So you talk about GT4. I think they almost 30 seconds off the lead now. So I don't think they're going to close on Kieran Harrison unless there's a bit of contact or a penalty for the race leader. But it's going to come down to those two heading into the final round of the season, the 12 hours of Sebring, if things stay as they are. But with 4 hours and 5 minutes left to go, it's time for us to do a change up here in the broadcast booth. Arjuna Kankipati, Peter Mackay will be back here with 2 hours left to run on the clock. But for the time being, I'll leave you in the capable voices of Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes.
Thanks very much, Arjuna. We're, going to take you through the middle hours of this race this afternoon. The Next Level Racing, 6 hours of Monza in the penultimate round of the 2025 24H Series Esports Championship. Still a very, very open race for us this afternoon in the northern part of Italy. Just under 8 seconds, the current gap for PS competition, but a lot to work through, including an entire pit stop phase that has only really been kicked off by Sven Haase, now down outside the top 10. Good afternoon, David. Good to have you alongside me as well. How have you been reading this race so far? I've enjoyed this season with the limited fuel tanks that we have compared to what you normally get from a GT3, a GT4 and a Porsche Cup car. I think it's really opened up this season, and this has been yet another example of that.
Hey, best friend Ewan, great to see you again. Great to be racing. And yeah, I mean, strategically, it's very open, lots of pit stops. Got to think about, double stinting, triple stinting drivers, how you're going to go around that. Strategy's always been interesting for 992 with the way that they do their tyres, but now it's even a little bit more interesting. I think you're more incentivized than ever to look at taking 2 tyres and double stinting them there, and you've got a whole heap of GT4s running into the pit lane right now. I see at least 4 or 5 of them.
As mainly those at the back of the field, I sense, coming into the pit lane, or maybe they are only at the back now because they've been in for a little while in the case of Williams Sim Racing Academy and Zenith Esports as well. Sergio Ignacio, I think, newly getting into that car. At least hasn't been driving the whole time yet in these first 2 hours. This meantime is in 992, where they're also not too far away from pit stops. Not too far away in terms of they've only just made them about 10 laps or so ago. Probably Warren just in front of the last Team Wallach Group car behind Delta Sport Sim Shop, and just trying to keep across all 3 championships here because of the drop weeks being applied now. Just, get a better sense of where these teams are in their respective championships. We've definitely got a 3-horse race in 992. 2 pretty goes as expected, but Impulse Racing put in a good fight as well. Of course, on the final round, so you've got to do well at Sebring, which will be the final round of our season in January. Looking forward to that on RaceSpotTV again as well. But it's number 900 who are leading the way currently in 992, and telling, I think, that Impulse Racing down in 5th position. Also, that 901 is out of the race, so their score going into the final round is effectively confirmed already, but Impulse Racing have got some work to do if they want to keep the 900 close going into that last round.
Yeah, and so there's an interesting sort of quirk to be had with the point scoring, that it's the same across, all of the championships, 20 points for the win and then, descending, but there's different numbers of cars across the 3 different championships. 992 is the category with the fewest cars on track right now. So even a sort of tail of the field finish still nets you a couple of points, whereas in GT3, quite a few cars are going to walk away from today at Monza and from the other rounds with no points. Whereas, I think if you've got a championship lead, it's probably tougher to lose it in 992 than it is in GT3 or GT4. There's fewer cars that can outscore you and place between you and your rivals.
Do in this series have to achieve a certain amount of race distance to score those points, but you're right, if you do that, you are more likely to score points in 992 than any other class. Only in this race, we've only got 8 remaining, although, to be fair, the field has been rather decimated. A third of the field has been involved in something in the first third of this race, which we're about to officially cross, by the way. 2 hours about to be complete. In the next level racing, 6 hours of Monza. So I will go through a rundown, but GT3 are halfway through a pit cycle, or about to start a pit cycle, so I might just hold off on that. But in 992 at least, they are running as they should be. Obviously strategies to unwind, but at the moment number 900 Grid and Go are leading the race by just over 11 seconds it is now. So that battle we've been following a little bit in the last couple of moments between Team Checkmate Wallach Group and Dope Sports Sim Shop. Probably one has just been overtaken by Marcin Brajicek though for second. Henrik Augustin for Carla is fourth, with then Impulse Racing in fifth position. The last stop was 55 seconds though, which suggests they've taken 4 tyres, and we'll soon be seeing the benefits of that. In fact, they are catching up to Carla at the moment. Then you've got Wizard Esports in 6th. Bikes number 999 are in 28th overall. That's 7th in class, and Harvu round out the 992 field. Fast Japan Motorsport are still in the race, but they're 6 laps down on the class leaders. And out of the race for Simrace Sweden Esports, who've not had a good season, unfortunately. Williams Sim Racing Academy and Grid and Go Esports 901. They are also out of the race, and their worst score is now going to be counted towards the current 56 points that they've got, and that will send them into the final round with some work to do, I would imagine, behind Impulse and their teammates. As I say, in GT3 we are halfway through a pit cycle. This is the battle for 4th position between Luca Appert and Nathan Paris in 4th and 5th position, but I think the notable thing for me here over the course of 2 hours is just how short this field spread is in GT3. These guys are on the top 5 now, just inside the top 5, and they're nearly 18 seconds off the lead. It's not a very big gap after 2 hours.
No, GT3 is always like that, isn't it? Everyone can get pretty close to the maximum of the performance of the cars, but then to get those last little bits is tough. Some teams do it, and they often sit up top, but not by gigantic margins. Everyone coming in here, yeah, the top 3 in front as well, but did Altitude Freedom Esport get a speeding on entry penalty from 3rd? I think the number 12 has a black flag from their pit entry.
I can't see. Yeah, they do, yeah, you're right. James Beaumay, it has to be speeding, you'd think, on the way down into pit lane. So James Beaumay will have to stop there for some time, I'm afraid, and will certainly drop from 3rd position as he was running on the road at the time. See them going up and down on the Jackson. Out again goes Lucas Herman in the 89. Sven Haase gets out in front, and that's going to be a nearly 10-second gap now over the rest. Nicholas Hyder 32 seconds as well, but they're from the areas in the distance. James Beaumay, who will be stopped for some time here. In fact, they're going to change driver. Axel Sipovic is going to actually be the one who has to sit there. And so that pit stop is going to go for over a minute. And just on the point of the field spread, it's, you cannot afford those kind of black flag penalties. You cannot afford speeding in the pit lane. There they are. It's even worse for them. They can actually see everybody overtaking them rather than just having to sit there. They're actually seeing the positions they lose, and it's going to cost them so badly in this race.
I got fined for speeding once. It cost me a little bit more than 40 seconds, but 40 seconds feels like a big expense here. That's about what I think it's going to add when you compare it to everyone else. Yeah, about 40 seconds extra held in their pit box around their service for that number 12. So, yeah, tightly packed field. 40 seconds sends you, 5-10 spots more.
That's going to be that as far as their chances of a podium go, I would argue. Of course, we've also got penalties, by the way, for them to serve this time round. We'll see whether they do. I believe we've just crossed a deadline for 999, unless they have served no, they didn't serve it in time. So Triple Nine earlier in this race, which is one of the Porsche Cup cars. They bite in that Triple Nine for a qualifying infringement. Quite deep into this race, got awarded a penalty of 20 seconds for impeding the Impulse Racing car in towards turn 1. That deadline ran out about 20 minutes ago. They served their penalty. Well, they didn't serve enough of their penalty, sorry. So I think they think they served it, but according to race control, they only served 15 seconds of their 20-second penalty before the deadline elapsed. So now they've got another penalty of 10 seconds to clean that up. So it's been a bit of a nightmare for them so far. Number 88 has got a 60-second penalty for spinning and not holding the brakes during a major collision earlier on in this race. They've still got half an hour to serve that, and some penalties have only just come in as well, only one more. The 5-second rule has been crossed by car 438. That is a bit further down in the GT4 field. The Samantha Tan Racing World of Racing GT4 car, currently running in 15th position. They will have to serve a penalty there. So yeah, just a little bit of admin, if you like. Silly mistakes made even at this end of the season. I mean, especially not serving enough seconds of your initial penalty. That is a pretty easy error to not make, but unfortunately that's going to cost Triple Nine even more seconds down on the pit lane.
I know what the 5-second rule is. It's about, transitioning from the fast lane to the pit box, vice versa. But every time you say 5-second rule, do you know what I think of?
Food?
Yeah, I think you drop some food off the counter. How long can it sit on the kitchen tiles before the germs get to it? If it's on the kitchen tiles for less than 5 seconds, it's still good to eat in my mind. But that is not what the 5-second rule is in 24-hour series esports. It's about driving down the pit lane, not driving through too many pit boxes or the working lane. GT4 pretty congested in this group here. They spend so much time at full throttle down the long straights of Monza, such a powerful slipstream that when they do get together, they're going to stay packed together. You might get more field spread between different packs and as the traffic comes through, but this is like, I'm in the slipstream, I'm just attached to that tow hook and just gently pulling. That's Cuthbert in behind the big Mustang GT4, which is not as big as the big Mustang GT3.
No, although still rather large. Towards turn number 1. Now to hold on to 5th position here, and to your point, just up ahead there is Zenith Esports and Sergio Ignacio, and just in behind them is Eike Wimberg, who is in the Instinct Mechanic Racing 405. So when you get stuck together, you do rather stay together in this series. But I guess one of the big stories from the first 2 hours is the demise of Grid and Go, sadly, in this race. They are and have been out of the race since pretty much the very beginning. Number 400, Gabriel Streitmatter, and so they're going to hope that their drop score is going to give them a chance at the championship, maybe, but they're already, they are championship leaders, I suppose, which will help them, but they're going to have a big job on their hands at the 12 Hours of Sebring because of that. They always talk about the penultimate round being so important, and unfortunately, 400 is not doing quite a job that their teammates are doing. Sven Haase leading overall, and number 900 leading in 992. GT4, things not going nearly as well for them, and they're staring the prospect of a difficult championship finale now.
I love how much we're using the nationality flags on RaceSpot now. Sven Haase has become Swedish. He's also become slowdown penalty from cutting too much of the curb there at that chicane. So that might actually frustrate the 992 that he's just passed that sits in behind him for the moment.
Yeah, it is good to have. I like seeing the nationalities of everybody. Although, yeah, it does say that he's German on the 24/8 Series Esports website, which I'm pretty sure is true. But it's not the first flag that I've seen be slightly inaccurate. Yeah, it's generally in the right geographical location, but not necessarily quite the right country.
Best flag currently on track is Julian Fernandez for Fiercely Forward Pink 412, who's got the flag of, I think that's part of Brunei.
I'm not sure I would have been able to spot that. To be honest. Again,
I had to mouse over to get the text to tell me that was Brunei Darussalam.
Okay, I thought you just knew that.
Now this one I know.
There's Master Brabicic over the curves. We've been having some slow-mos of these cars over the curves all afternoon because it is just such a feature of Monza these days. Lots of good curbs through these chicanes, making these cars bounce over the curbs. And Brabicic doing that in his attempts to stay away from Colby Warren just in behind. And look at that, one of the Mustangs coming down the inside here, finding it difficult. These two categories of car are not that dissimilar around Monza. 992s at best able to do 48.6. Last time round there were some GT3s in the 47s. There's really not very much difference between our top two classes here at this location.
992 famously good with its straight line performance, all the Porsche Cup cars are, but they got a break 50 metres earlier than a GT3. So I think some of them are getting to the end of the straight there, just having to lift the throttle a little bit, sit behind a GT3 until they blow you away in the braking zone and then in the traction zone, and then you don't really need to worry about them. But if they just pass you through a corner and then you got to follow in straight, like, come on, get on with it. I've also got a bit of horsepower.
It's very busy out there, I must say, even though we've lost about sort of 1/9 of the field or so. It's still rather busy out there on the racetrack, and it's creating a lot of traffic for those GT3s. As I mentioned, not least those 992s who are difficult to pass, but a lot more GT4s. In fact, there's more than double GT4s, or about double the GT4 numbers of what there is in 992 at the moment. There's a look again from Colby Warren. These guys just about 20 laps into their stint in 992, so you just wonder how motivated Warren is actually going to be to make this overtake, and how much he will just be waiting around. And as much as sprint racing at Monza, I think, is excellent entertainment, pretty much always, sometimes endurance racing can be a little bit more difficult because of that. That's one of the McLarens proving your point about the strengths, the big strength of a GT3 car compared to these 992s.
Yeah, so they were always looking for that gap, weren't they? They were to the left-hand side of Warren here and thinking, and I can jump to the inside of the next car. Really good run off Alberto Ascari corner. Michele Alboreto.
Still call it Ascari. Oh, not Ascari. Parabolica. Wow.
I've managed to confuse both of us. Well done, men.
Is Parabolica the second name of somebody? I'm not aware.
No, it's a term in.
Term in Italian?
No. 10 minutes. I'll remember what I was trying to say.
Yeah. We'll get back to that. But yeah, the Parabolica corner, which I'm still calling it, to be honest. Obviously, Michele Alboreto, the racing
Not
driver
geography
from,
or geology, but
40 years ago,
geometry. Parabolica is a term in geometry.
Ah, there we go. I guess maybe if it was translated into English, I wouldn't quite like the corner name so much, because it would just be like hairpin or whatever that is in Italian. So I see the point.
Do you know what a parabola is, Ewan?
I have heard of it, but no, not really. It's going to take some explaining, Adam.
Very rare that I get to feel like the smarter person in the room.
Well, that's what I'm here for. 3 hours 46 still to go. This gap to the lead still in 992 is rocketing up. We were just on board with Colby Warren. Under grip. Now we'll have to try and get Brabicic as well. Obviously not going to out-drag a 992 on traction either, but So much fuel saving happening in the Colby Warren Delta Sport Porsche, and very soon we'll be able to see the fruits of that in a pit stop. But I'll just clean up the rest of a rundown, because on the hour everybody was having a pit stop. So in GT3, Grid and Go are leading the way by 15 seconds now. Sven Haase in front of Lucas Ehrmann. Then it is Nicholas Heider for Vulcan Sim Racing Team in third place. Cherry Esports a fourth for Luca Alpert. And it's Elitist Racing by WSR. Nathan Paris, they were together actually before the latest stops, but Alpert's on a bit of a march there. Gabby Montoro sixth, ahead of Ethan Critchley, with Ryan van der Grip then from Maniti Racing. We've just seen him, he's 8th place, ahead of 07 Racing and Racing Lab Esports. Jacob Behrens probably, just inside a minute of the race leader, who is on your screen there, in the Mustang, very strong Mustang we've seen so far this season. In GT4, Team 75 Bernard by Simonsy are currently checking the championship lead with a race lead at the moment. They have about 10 seconds over Sven Groot in the Impulse Racing 457, needing a big result for them tonight as well if they're going to still be involved by Sebring in the championship. Janis Grabowski then is next in third. Sergio Ignacio for Zenith has not got rid of everybody in that group, but he's only brought Marco Alejandro Romero with him now in the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. R8 Esports and Instant Mechanic Racing, who we saw with them earlier, are no longer. They're about a second and a half behind. Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstec Racing are 8th, ahead of Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Delta V Racing, who round out the top 10. It's actually a battle for 9th place a little bit further down. It's another one of the flags, by the way. I'm quite nice to see Marco Alejandro Romero in 477. Again, I'm taking some of these with a pinch of salt, because I'm not entirely sure they're all correct, but this is the battle for 4th place. And I must say, I've not seen Romero before, I don't think, but picked up by the Williams Sim Racing Academy, so must be a decent level of driver already, chasing Zenith Esports for 4th position here, and as I mentioned, has gotten away from those other two who were in that group before.
Juegos Bolivarianos is on at the moment, if you're a big fan of Venezuelan sport. Just a fun fact for you, Ewan, as we keep up with the Mustang GT4 of Williams Sim Racing Academy in behind the Zenith Esports McLaren. Yeah, I think a little bit of traffic got between 5th and 6th place, and then Hereta Esports and Instinct Mechanic haven't quite been able to go with since, but then something else could happen that closes that gap up. You get that gigantic slipstream down the front straight through Curva Grande, a little bit here, definitely underneath the old banking down towards Ascari, and then from the exit of Ascari all the way to the Parabolica, the Michele Alboreto Parabolica.
Quite good. I prefer that, actually. That's quite good. Combine the history with the modern name. And towards that corner in this battle for 4th place now between Zenith and Williams Sim Racing Academy. There goes the race leader. Flash of the lights and passing down the inside, so puts them another lap down, 6 laps down now, the GT4s. Just over 2 hours, they've been passed 6 times, should be 16 or 17 times round before the end of the race. Now, that has opened up a chance here. Ignacio forced wide, and Marco Alejandro Romero has got the chance to either pass or wait in behind, and I think we've got our answer very early. The Mustang will power through on the inside, and the McLaren has always been a decent car in a straight line in GT4, but not decent enough to keep that booming Mustang behind. And to be fair, they did start with one hand tied behind their back anyway, but even so, completely outdragged there, or maybe willfully, because Ignacio now gets the chance to crouch behind that large Mustang in front of him.
Yeah, it's always interesting gears for a bunch of the McLaren GT cars. The old fire-breathing GT3 and this GT4, where some of their shorter gears don't feel particularly useful. It feels like there's a lot of space between the gears, but at least the engine's turbocharged, very flat power curve. work well enough in a straight line. I think the GT4 might have 7 gears, and you just never use 7th. Not keeping an exact eye on what gears Sergio Ignacio wants. Hey, that's well wide out of the second Lesmo. Max Cuthbert back there as well. Got to be careful. Spewing gravel everywhere. You see so much dust in the air. You see this grass, gravel, dirt coming back onto the racing line in places. Heaps of cars, occasionally just pushing the limits a little bit. A few places it's key.
There's the start of a 992 pit stop cycle for Roger Fredstad Christensen. Turning sharp left out of his pit box to not infringe the 5-second rule. Now out of the pit lane. So 47 seconds in the box. And always a mystery what they've done in terms of tyres unless we watched them, which obviously takes a long time, so we're not going to do that obviously, but he might have taken at least 2 tyres there, and he comes out right in front of his teammates actually, the race leaders. Sven Hassen will be on his way very soon. Or he's going to help them round the Curva Grande. No, he will boom past them on the way to the second chicane.
Ewan, do you know why the wheel nuts on the Porsche Cup car are red on the left and blue on the right?
You've definitely told me this before. I've forgotten.
I like that you half listen to me to be like, he's told me this before, I can't remember what he said. It's definitely something that he said before. It's from the road cars, because you can get your road going GT3 or GT3 RS with the single center lock wheel nuts, but because of the way that they work as a single wheel nut, on one side of the car they're reverse threaded to normal, and I'm pretty sure it's the red side. That means, hey, I'm reverse to normal thread, I'm left to tighten, right to loosen.
That does ring a bell now that you mention it. It's not that I'm not listening to you, by the way, it's just that I can't remember it very well, which is a common problem for me. This is a replay, meantime, of an incident out on the racetrack. Adam Tompkins pushed the right way again, which is rather nice, but there might be a bit of damage down there for altitude. Not their leading car, but instead the one running down in 14th position. They're just over 2 seconds behind RD Simsport now in the lower part of GT4. Just a little bit of trouble down in towards the first chicane. Interesting discussion, by the way, brought up in YouTube chat about the new Porsche Cup car, which I frankly had forgotten was coming, but it is. Just wondering and speculating really on how that's going to change really in terms of the reaction and the interaction, between GT3 and 992, because since this generation of 992 Cup cars, I think the GT3s have found it much more difficult to overtake them. I mean, in a 6-hour race, for example, on the Nordschleife, let's say, you'd only really be lapped once, if that. I think in the 24 hours of Nürburgring this year, the Porsche Cup car winning teams finished maybe 3 laps down on the overall leaders, which I personally think is too close. I think they're a little bit too quick almost, but I do wonder how the 992 car is going to change, because it's hard to imagine for me that it's actually going to get slower. At the very least, it's going to stay the same, I would imagine.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to work out, and that you've picked up on. It's like, are the adjustments going to make the car much quicker, or are they going to make what's a car that's more difficult to be consistent in compared to a GT3 drive more like a GT3 and just, be about the same pace but just more consistent? And it's interesting that it seems like the 992.2 Cup car is going to overwrite the 992.1 Cup car on iRacing as an update. We had the Evo to the BMW M4 GT3 and GT4 come as an override, but that makes a lot of sense. There's not a whole lot from a driving perspective other than the facelift, headlights, tail lights. I don't mind it. Of course, the opposite is Ferrari. We had the 488 and the 488 Evo, and they're separate cars, And goodness if I can spot a difference, but if you had one, then you needed to buy the other one.
That feels like when the for some people when the latest phone comes out. Just roll my old one or just get a new one anyway. I suppose when you've got a Ferrari, you can probably afford to get another one. So that's all fine. They know their market, I suppose. That was in towards Ascari, a double loss of position for Hyperion in, well, now 14th. This is a 3-car battle between the Altitude Freedom Esports and the 07 Racing team. So this is the 12 car that had its speeding penalty, and look how much it's cost them. They were running third at the time. It was, I think, really a net 4th place, but they're all the way down. They were to 14th position. Just one speeding penalty cost them 10 places, and now look, they have at least made efficient progress past 07 and altitude. Yeah, but yeah, that's Hyperion, sorry. But yeah, that's a long way back now for the car previously driven by James Beaumay, up into 12th position now. But yeah, down 10 in that speeding penalty is very, very costly.
Now I'm just looking at these conditions and seeing that we've got 3.5 hours of race still to go. We're at 3:40 p.m. in the afternoon, and the track temp's at 21 degrees Celsius. I don't see that track temp getting much hotter, and it being mostly cloudy, I do see it potentially getting much darker as well. So this will be interesting to the back half. Cooler track temperatures, really the big effect of that is in 992, where it's going to save some of your tyre life. You're going to be more inclined to fully double stint. You're going to maybe put off some 2 tyre changes if you can keep those tyres underneath you. But then I've seen the thing here at Monza in particular with the 992 cars, where they were mechanically wearing down the tyres to the point of a mechanical black flag before the tyres were really giving up performance. So not something I've seen from the Cup cars today, but something to keep in mind on a low tyre wear but high abrasion and speed circuit.
Trouble for Luca Alpert in the Share Esport Acura. Unfortunately, sometimes you see blinking in and out of existence, but it looks like that car is gone for good. And they were running 4th at the time. Not that far off the lead. Although Sven Haase is controlling this race, and as I mentioned him, he's coming into pit lane right now. But Luca Alpert is gone, it looks like, at the moment, and that is a real shame for Share Esport. It's one of the perils of sim racing. You can be having as good of a day as you've ever had, but sometimes some things are out of your control. And then, meantime, in live pictures is BS Competition taking the lead of this race. Still waiting to see how Grid and Go's strategy is going to unwind. I must admit, I'm finding it difficult to actually get a grip on their strategy as to where they actually are, because sometimes they're, you know, nearly a lap down and a long way down the field, outside the top 10. And other times they're leading quite comfortably. So it depends which side of that coin it flips to. Arjuna and Peter were saying they think it's very likely to be the positive side as far as they're concerned, but finding it very difficult to read where Grid and Go actually are in this race at the moment.
Well, they've exited pit lane in 6th, 30 seconds behind the race leader. But the race leader and almost everyone in front of them is already 14 laps into a stint, which is more than half a stint. So I'd say that's positive side of the ledger for Grid and Go. They're still inside of the top 10 with heaps more fuel on board. A lot of time they could cut out of a final stop or cut out a final stop completely. It looks good strategy to me.
I mean, you'd certainly trust them. They are championship leaders for good reason. 12 points, the advantage that they hold at the moment over BS Competition, who are generally second in this race until Grid and Go come into the pit lane. If they were to finish like that, the gap would be 14 going into the last round, and that would mean they would only need a 10th place finish or better at the 12 Hours of Sebring to take the victory in the championship. 12 Hours of Sebring, of course, has been pushed back to January now, so this is the last race of the 2025 year, as it were, calendar year. But we'll be back in January to finish up the season with a 12-hour race from Sebring. Wizards Esports, meantime, coming in. Another class pretty difficult to read because the race leaders, Christensen has been out there for 5 laps already. Jakob Bushian yet to go up on the jacks. Might well do, though, at the end of his fuel run. And so Gringo returned to being nearly 20 seconds out in front in a 9.92, where I think the strategy is a little bit more uniform across the board.
Yes, although the last stop was 51 seconds for Grid and Go, it was only 30 for Impulse, who you see here, perhaps starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Carla, who 40 seconds if I see this right. So that could have been 2 tyres from Carla, none from Impulse, and does that cause a difference here? Carla closed 2/10 last lap, so that would have got them really nicely into the slipstream. Traffic comes and goes, obviously.
And these are the chasers. So drivers, excuse me, Rafael Perez and Hendrik Augustin, now the 2 closest chasers. As you mentioned, the pit stop disparity is meaning the battle between Rybachuk and Warren is now not the battle for second anymore, and it's not Marcin Rybachuk either. It's Comrade Zerebic now, who is driving for Team Checkmate Wallet Group in 4th in class. Gillian Raymer, by the way, has come in to rescue the Share Esports GT3. But unfortunately, they have already lost 3 laps here this afternoon, and they are going to be a long, long way down for the remainder of this race, you would imagine. Down towards turn 1 again. Augustin not fussed about going down the inside of the Impulse Racing 992 just in front of them. And again, it does detract from the racing a little bit, but it would be nonsensical for Augustin to actually try and make a move in that 3rd place at the moment. They would only be shooting each other in the foot, really, and allowing those 2 on the other strategy to just pass them in the fight for second.
Yeah, both early in their pit stop phase, just 4 and 7 laps in, seem to be doing sort of 25 to 26 laps on a tank when they want to. These Porsche 992s still, not just early in the race, but early in this stint as well, in the little back and forth between them. They want to perhaps keep pulling away from Team Checkmate Wallet Group if they can. They're sort of 3 to 4 seconds ahead of. If they battle and lose 3 seconds, then it's a 3-way fight. Not a Mexican standoff, but perhaps a Polish one.
GT4, Max Cuthberg and Heike Wienberg, not that far behind Romero and Ignacio. Actually, Romero has gotten in front of, and there they go, actually through the bomber shot there. Romero's gotten away quite nicely there. Battle in front for 4th, so good progress being made there, like there is for Altitude Freedom Esports, up to 11th place now. 07 Racing are following them through effectively, using them as a bit of a battering ram. Still not yet back into the top 10. Luckily, they had nearly 4 hours to recover their places from the point at which they made an error. But even so, it will not allow them to return to their previous position, I would imagine. And the morale has got to have taken a massive hit there as well. Same as it will do for 07 Racing as well. This is the second of the 2 in that team. Number 7 is up in 8th position as things stand. I'd say very helpful to have the Altitude car just in front of them here to just follow through effectively and maybe even make their way into the top 10, I'd imagine, in the next few moments.
Yeah, GT4 cars way easier to deal with than the Cup cars because they catch them in a straight line, beat them in the braking zone, beat them in the traction off the corners, whereas you saw if you catch a 992 car this side of the racetrack, so basically between the exit of the Parabolica and through Curva Grande, just really difficult to get by them. You get towards here, like Ascari chicane, Lesmos, it's where the GT3 cars are quite a bit quicker through those corners. Always exciting on the exit of the second Lesmo there, like 3-4 cars kicking sideways, disrupting some gravel, kicking it up into the setting sun.
Looks like it's going to be properly dark by the end, given the time of year. Oh, look down the inside from Impulse. Oh dear, that was close. It's pretty narrow really, the racing line through Ascari, and Hyperion racing as a result all over the place. Rupert Augusti Kirkepat, the one who's trying to come through here. You'd imagine Impulse will have the legs on Hyperion here as a team. Outside in towards the final turn, and they're just going to have to do the crisscross here. A late apex at the end, and a move down the inside for the final chicane. Side by side, they might even go either side of the GT4. It's going to be 3 wide over the start-finish line here. The Aston has got good legs on the start-finish line here. Good straight line speed. And Impulse are going to have to brake late, but they will. And Kirkepat is eventually able to go through. Bit of excitement, 3 wide moment, but the front straight is so wide it feels like they could have even fitted another couple alongside them at that point, but not necessary. Impulse move up to 12th place with a nice move there.
The old Ricardo Zonta, that move. Splitting the traffic either side. Yeah, there was a straight line speed difference. Peak speeds that I'm seeing for Hyperion is actually 3 kilometers an hour faster than Impulse. They just seem a little bit stronger in other places. In the braking zone, they looked really good. Change of direction between the apexes of the chicane looked a tiny bit stronger. And that Aston Martin, even if it's punching down the straights, or at least continuing to pull well at the end of the straights.
Surprised the Mercedes was actually able to stay alongside. Maybe it's better in a straight line than I think it is, but especially compared to the Aston Martin. But didn't have the greatest run, and they had a shorter run on the front straight there. You do cut off a few meters by running the line on the inside there, but even so, it didn't matter. Kirkepat was more than capable of making his way through there on the inside, and so Impulse are up to 12. In their other classes, Impulse are still second in 992, and we're 10 laps into the stint, and still the guys on newer tyres behind have not really been able to make an impression. And to your point about track temperatures earlier on, I wonder whether we're in a stage now in 992 massively where tyres are really not that necessary, certainly not for the 20-odd seconds you have to spend extra changing them compared to the other two categories in this series. Still these two hold more than 3 seconds over, even despite some wonky moments over the curves there for the Impulse car in seconds. They are, look at that in the background, no closer than 10 laps ago when we first checked in with them freshly out the pit lane.
Yeah, 54.9 from Impulse. No one behind them going much quicker than that, mostly sort of mid 55s back there. No, sorry, I mean to say 50 flat for Impulse, and sort of high 49s behind them.
It's only a few tenths of a second last time, but the general trend for these two is that they're just holding the advantage. Colby Warren hasn't been able to stay with 997. A bit further back. You can see an obvious gap between those two now as well. So this is changing unexpectedly in 992. There is Konrad Zerabik, sitting behind the race leading GT4 car, and they're just into a pit stop cycle here. The Impulse Racing 457 is into the pit lane after 20 laps. Pit stops very, very frequent in this series because of the limits on fuel. That just helped to break up the stints a little bit as a driver. It's also helped to give the Team 75 team a rather large lead at this stage. Just 2 points in front, or behind rather, Grid and Go at the start of the day. They're certainly going to be in front of them at the end, the way this is going, with number 400 out of the race very, very early on this afternoon.
So the fastest car on track last lap in 992 was basically a tie between the class leader Grid and Go and Team Checkmate Wallach Group back in fourth. So they're getting just a tiny bit closer. Again, brand new set of tyres only makes you quicker through the corners. It makes you quicker through the corners when you're not stuck behind a GT4 car. So only on an average lap in this traffic, it makes you quicker through 2 or 3 corners in the whole almost 2 minutes it takes to get around. So it doesn't return the favour as quickly in this style of racing and at Monza than a new set of tyres would at some other tracks that are a little more open and spend more time in corners.
Yeah, it might be more of a factor at Sebring for the last round, but we've spoken a little bit so far today about sort of 2 tyre changes, but normally it's very obvious to me what 2 tyres you're going to take if that is going to be your strategy. I generally don't really like it actually in endurance racing. I think for maybe oval racing you're looking at a late run, maybe 2 tyres could work, but I'm not really sure I'm a fan in endurance racing. But clearly some of these teams do decide to do it on occasion. Which 2 tyres do you take here? Do you take left sides because it is still a clockwise circuit, or do you take rears because there's so many big traction zones coming out of these numerous slow corners?
I'm definitely thinking rears here. There are some other tracks you think sort of working side. Monza feels like rears, because if you've got the balance set right, then even the long corners like Parabolica, it's the left rear that you're leaning on through most of the corner. Same for the Lesmos. Curva Grande flat out, and then it's about traction out of the first chicane, second chicane, etc. So yeah, rear tyres probably, particularly if you've got a car set for a little more oversteer.
Only problem with that, because the reason why I bring up the fact I wouldn't be a fan of 2 tyres before, is because at a race at Monza I did once try, it wasn't an endurance race, but it was long enough to need tyres, and I tried myself the rear tyres only strategy, and because they come out cold for certain classes of car, you realise in towards turn number 1 you've got to be very, very careful, because the rear tyres are absolutely freezing. The front tyres are fine. They've just done a stint. They're warm and ready to go. Very, very easy to just bring the rear straight around in towards the first chicane. It's a little bit of practice required for that first lap, because it can be, as I say, very, very nervous on that opening lap. But after that, might be the better strategy, because you do save about 10 seconds, and as you mentioned, there's just not very many corners around here to actually make up the time necessary to make a proper tyre change worth it. And added to that now, the track temperature continues to go down. It's pretty much, only going to get colder from here. Quite a late afternoon sun we've got now, so the 4 tyre changes may become even less common in 992, and Impulse and Carl are hanging on so well, are kind of proving that. Team Checkmate Wallach Group, we've only just got to within 2 seconds of these 2 now, and it's been 12 laps now that they've been on those new 4 tyres.
Absolutely everybody in the pit lane now. including BS competition, Leaders Racing by WSR. That's the McLaren gets a driver change. Simify Esports are in, WSR are in. Grid and go back to the lead of the race with their driver, Swede Haasa.
Bit of sharing of boxes going on down here for the back end of the GT4 field and the front end of the overall field.
35 pit stalls.
35, you say? So it's nearly the whole field sharing twice. Oh, well, sharing lots.
Thruxton has like 13. I saw a race of 40 cars there. It's like, oh, triple bunk beds is what we're doing at a track like that.
We're pretty sure we had that for the Thruxton 4-hour in the special event calendar. End of May, early June. Very, very.
That's interesting, quirky little pit lane, but it's all far more typical here at Monza with 30 plus pit stalls and 80 km/h pit lane speed limit.
Proper Grand Prix circuit, this one, and has been for forever, pretty much. Feels like.
Well, it is the Grand Prix circuit. Everything else since is just trying to be Monza, one of the first permanent racetracks anywhere in the world. So much of sort of Grand Prix motor racing was like, all right, let's find, a 10 or 15 kilometer loop of road, and that's our course for today. Monza was a purpose-built permanent circuit in the Royal Park at a time sort of 30, 40 years before permanent racetracks were really being built.
And it's, I guess, reflected in the fact that people often forget that it's only about 30 kilometres away. You could be inside the centre of Milan. It's quite an urban area, really. But but as you say, it's built long before the area was what it is now. So that's how it comes alive, comes to be. And great that this circuit sort of kept that character of that original racetrack in a much safer manner. But
there used to be a tree in the middle of the runoff here at Ascari. There used to be a tree right there.
Thankfully, they've cleaned up the safety aspects, but they've kept the character increasingly further and further away from the front of the field. We're going to take a short break and have a quick fan immersion. Well, welcome back to Monza. Apologies for the technical troubles here this afternoon. When it rains, it pours, it seems. And but we should be back now. 3 hours 7 to go in this race. You join us at an interesting moment in 992 because the battle for second is very much back on again. Rafael Burtis, Hendrik Augustin, and Konrad Zerebic all fighting for second position as you rejoin us in the Next Level Racing 6 Hours of Monza, part of the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for 2025. Myself, Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes taking you to 2 hours to go before Arjuna Kankapati and Peter Mackay come back to the commentary box again. On board with Konrad Zerebic here out of the final corner into turn 1. Will there be an opportunity? There's some Impulse teammates. Look at that, just getting in the way, wanting to get into the slipstream with their teammates, and that's clever from the Impulse guys. And Zerebic doesn't want to wait. Augustin wanted to save fuel. He lifts off in towards turn number 1, and he does not wait around. Konrad Zerebic up into third position. A good bit of opportunism there, David, to move up to third.
Yeah, and it makes sense too, because now you can slipstream off the next car, whereas it's sort of 1v1, there's a little bit of a disincentive to being the leading car, but picking off a spot when there's then another one just up the road to get to. So that's the game afoot here.
And again, it's taken him a while, but finally is up to these guys at the front of the field, and maybe with a chance to get into second and see whether he could actually cut into the gap that Christensen currently has, but I'd imagine not at this stage. It's going to be quite difficult to do that. They're quite deep into the stint here, so not much time remaining. This, meantime, is a battle for 16th place, and Renault Kurtz goes through into 16th for Mac Performance. In front
Don't look it up. What flag is that?
Estonia.
Correct. Good work.
Thank you. I'm all right with flags. I'm slightly distrusting whether they're correct after seeing Sven Haas's Swedish. And as I say, last weekend I saw somebody incorrect. So, oh dear, gravel all over the track through the first chicane, and Oddie Simsport off in a rather strange place if you've managed that on your own.
Well, there's a couple of ways you could do it by yourself, but there's a couple of ways you could get a bit of help there. Oh, tough on the rejoin as well, having to go through the grass, having to wait for a whole lot of traffic. Doesn't look like a whole heap of damage on that Mercedes. A bit on the back left, and this is how...
Slightly odd. You don't see that very often. Out of the first chicane. I mean, just not giving the space that is required. Excuse me, and you get spun the opposite way round to the way that you're turning around the second corner. But there you go. That will drop them just a couple of positions further down the field, and that battle will have to be reignited a little bit later on. Hyperion Racing to 13th in towards turn 1. Oh, Kraft wanted to get that done, but for the first time there's not fuel saving there going on towards turn number 1, so they both break deep into the turns, and they both somehow stay where they are. So Camden Kraft will have to work a little bit harder, it seems, to get past that Ferrari in front.
Yeah, interesting group here. The two Hyperion cars doing pretty similar pace, just catching 0.7 a little bit. Again, the end of straight numbers are monstrous for these Aston Martins. Derek Heiberger's got a little bit of the chicane, but it seems like you can give up just 1 or 2 tenths and clear that slowdown penalty at the second chicane.
Something that we've maybe not spoken too much of so far, but there's a real talking point around here, the slowdown penalties at these chicanes. All penalties, by the way, have been served in this race now, by the way, so no new ones or anything. Been rather clean in the last few moments. As Camden Craft again gets into the slipstream of the Ferrari just up in front here. When you go for it in towards the final turn, well, you always open yourself up to attack towards turn 1 doing this, but is undeterred. Goes through on the 27 car down to the final turn. Now, will there be a response from 07 Racing now in towards turn 1? Anyway, on board with the Ferrari now. Matteo Blotto into the slipstream of the Aston Martin. And look at the legs the Ferrari's got here. Will it lift off though? Yes. So wanted to stay in front while he had the place, but not really willing to go and win that back again. So Blotto will now take the extra fuel.
Could have been closer, but I think he got a tiny bit wide out of the parabolica and got that green concrete and tiny bit of a slide. Then the slipstream does what it does. You can see they exit parabolica onto the front straight already in 5th gear. So then it's just a big slipstream the whole length of the straight rather than sort of waiting for 2/3 of the way down, getting up to speed, and then the slipstream feeling powerful. You know that the coloured surrounds around the button on the steering wheel isn't from the Ferrari factory, it's done by individual teams, you get to choose.
Do you get to choose in iRacing as well?
No, you get whichever one that iRacing scanned, where they put coloured around the buttons. The ones that I've seen in Australia are just all white.
Okay. It's nice to have that little bit of variety. We do have that a little bit in that iRacing with the lights these days, to be fair, but not sure many put them on for these races. Normally the 24-hour races, you see those light strips around.
Yeah, you can select endurance lights on a bunch of these GT3 cars, can't you? The Lamborghini was a classic one, but I think it exists for a whole heap of the other cars as well now.
I feel like, yeah, it's I can't remember. Oh yeah, that was it. I feel like we're going to be seeing those, if anybody's selected them, very, very soon. It feels like it's not that actually very far away from dark, even though we only just now cross over the halfway mark, so 3 hours still to go in this race this afternoon, and soon to be tonight, as the sun dips below the horizon, no longer actually making an impression on the racetrack, and so track temperature is not going to get too much warmer from here. 21 Celsius as it stands right now, and it's going to be only colder by the end of this race again. But flash of the lights, I think, from Matteo Blotto. Still stuck in behind this Aston Martin. Camden Craft, who's looking pretty quick, I've got to say. Blotto seems to be struggling to keep up.
Yeah, not sure where the differential in pace comes from at the moment, or if the weather conditions have just gone towards suiting Hyperion. They're all about to go a lap down. If you saw that Sven Haase was actually just behind him there. 992. A squeeze for real estate towards turn 1.
So this again has taken longer than I thought for Comrade Zerebig. I guess I shouldn't be surprised because of the amount of time it took him last time. But it seems to me that this is taking a very long time for Comrade Zerebig to actually get these positions over those who he's got better tyres than at this stage in the race. Last pitted over 20 laps ago now, and so we're getting to the end of this cycle. I think if we're looking at these at the actual battles towards the end of the race, which I think we are, then Zerebig is struggling to make these tyres make the difference here. And yes, it's going to flop the other way for him in the next stint, but if we're looking at in 3 hours' time that this is the end of the race, then he's struggling to make these overtakes. And of course, in the last hour, they will be less willing to let him past.
Number 2 in pit lane, the leader from GT3. Seeing a driver change happens. Looks like Sven Haase remains. That change done in about the 22 seconds, and then there's another 10 or so seconds. Well, less of fuel. That's a shortish stop on purpose.
Yep. Another one. not their first by any means. So 27 seconds.
Well, they ran 22 laps on one of the previous stints, I think, and then they've just done 19, and then they've just short fueled to maybe do sort of 19 again. Obviously, we're just past the halfway point.
A bit not interested in going past anymore. So maybe part of this is that he is waiting and biding his own time. But yeah, this is why I'm finding it hard to read at the moment for Grid and Go. Admittedly, they've made their stop and they're only 23 seconds behind BS Competition. So either BS Competition and Falcon still have to make their stop and they'll end up behind Grid and Go, or this is the chase, if you like. And this is Sven Haase looking at the two positions that he needs to get past here on lower fuel, on better tyres at stages throughout the rest of this race as well. I'm not sure which one it is. Of course, there's the time they'll save in the pit boxes as well, but cutting out pit stops is always never an exact science, and Haas has still got a lot of work to do between now and the finish.
These three Porsches were getting quite to the end of the stint. So last stint was 23 laps from Checkmate Wallach. They're going on to their 24th lap right now. On to the 25th lap for Carla. And Impulse 22nd lap of their stint. So if one of this trio hits the pit lane this time, you would not be surprised. Carla feeling quite likely back there with Hendrik Augustin. Ooh, is that a tight exit from Impulse?
I think it is. And they're coming in. So don't speed in the pit lane, first and foremost, but there they go. And Carla follow.
Too.
So slightly shorter from Impulse, 22 laps. They pitted quite late in the previous cycle. They pit quite early in this one, but Carla have gone on quite a long way, and they're changing driver too. Hendrik Augustin is out, and Jan Winter is into the green and black car, and Burtis is staying in the Impulse Racing 915. Now, the big thing for me here is whether they go up on the Jackson and tyre change.
Yeah, I feel like we're expecting that into 30 seconds. Well, not for Impulse, we're not. Carla, yes.
I don't think tyres will be that beneficial, to be honest, but Carla are taking them. I think if you skip out on them this time, there'll be just over 2 hours to go at the end of this stint, and then you could take your last set then to take you to the end of the race. But this for Carla seems to me like their penultimate tyre change of the day, and based on the offset we've seen at the moment, I'm not sure that's really worth it.
I mean, the teams can see the wear numbers and go,
True.
Sometimes there could be a situation, particularly these Porsche Cup cars have seen it, where if you leave them on for too long, eventually they just puncture. And so you're looking at how much they wore out, changing them before, you know, they get to that dangerous limit. It really might be down to sort of, you know, 20% tread remaining type thing, and you go, well, sure, I'll be fine for the next 10 laps, but then I'll have to stop again.
Yeah, that is true. Grid and Go, by the way, are in as well. We've not really talked about number 900, but they've been such a non-feature as far as the battles have been concerned here. They're enjoying a 20-second cushion, effectively, over all the battles we've been enjoying on camera here. Slightly wonky in the pit box for Christensen, and he will go up on the jacks, so I think they can get away with it. They've got a bit more space in behind, but could be quite close between Impulse and Grid and Go here. Ah, that's only two, though. That'll be only two tyres. Maybe that's the call here.
It's like Christmas with the in-laws. You're pointed towards the exit, just in case.
Body language says everything there. Christensen down.
Speaking of, I've only just found out that we're related to him.
Oh, are we?
Yeah. So Travis Head's my third cousin. That makes you my third cousin once removed, because as an Englishman, he's your father.
Is that first part really true, though? you've got to be joking. That's sort of
No,
good.
my dad's mum's dad is Travis Head's dad's dad.
Goodness me. Is he come round at Christmas? Well, not this Christmas, obviously. But,
Nope, we've never met.
oh.
But I saw him on the TV and Dad was like, do you know, that was your grandmother's maiden name. I was like, was it?
Oh, wow. Well, there you go.
I never
Didn't know that.
worked it out.
I think I'm just about over enough to talk about it. That's fine.
You can
Oh,
come for
dear.
Christmas, but you have to leave before Boxing Day.
Yeah. Oh, God. Because we're so far behind, it ruins my Christmas day as well, Boxing Day. It's a bit of a nightmare. Anyway,
And Big
It's
Fat
gonna
Quiz
take
of
you
the
an
Year
hour
isn't
10.
good anymore.
sorry?
And then, you know, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, Big Fat Quiz isn't any good anymore. So that used to probably lift your English spirits somewhat.
Well, yeah, we're used to it. We're used to terrible defeats, so it's part of the culture. Comrade Zerebic up on the jacks again. So is that 2 more tyres? Yeah, it is. 39 seconds in the box for him this time. So a lot of tyres being taken here. Impulse seem to be the only ones who skipped on them. 9 seconds the gap between Burdis and Christensen, so it's closed a bit, but I don't think Christensen took all 4 tyres, in fairness. And so Impulse, pretty much well, again, we see what Wizards do, but they're a bit further down. The only ones not to take any tyres that time around. I'd say I quite like that call. With the cooling temperatures, could really benefit them. Sergio Ignacio has responded well to Romero's early speed here in the Mustang. Lifts off on the way towards the first chicane. And so no battle this time round between these two, but this is through the middle part of the stint now, and maybe the McLaren showing a bit of late stint speed here as opposed to the Mustang's early speed.
No, I think the McLaren and the Mustang are 2 of the GT4 models that actually don't have a clutch pedal when it comes to the lift and coast. You could see that just before the braking zone, that McLaren had only just gotten to 6th gear, and then there's a 7th beyond that. So the 570S GT4's gearbox, I'm pretty sure, is the road car gearbox, and road car ratios. Half of them are pretty useless, but again, turbocharged V8 engine, significantly restricted to GT4 balance of performance, gives an incredibly wide power and torque band. It probably makes its bopped power from about 2000 RPM all the way to redline.
Interesting the different way that these cars work, and somehow still pretty well balanced across the board. Especially, I think, in sim racing. Sometimes in the real world this year, it's been quite unbalanced. But generally in sim racing, the best teams rise to the top. And in GT4, at the moment, it's Team 75 burn up by SimRC. Just before they all dive in pit lane, I'll run through the top 10. Impulse Racing are 13 seconds behind them, and there's a massive gap then back to the rest. So you can see who the 2 to beat are. Altitude Frame Esports White, Adam Watson is then leading this group effectively. Head of Romero and Ignacio we're following. Ben Langford is outside the top 5 for Arret Esports. Hence Instinct Mechanic Racing. Fast Repair Motorsport actually working their way through up overall. That shows how far down they are in 992. Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstech Racing are in 8th. Head of Delta V Racing in 9th, and Team Checkmate Simline, who are in 10th. Jaroslav Sebela rounds out the top 10 there. So it's
Big
pretty
update
close.
to the Mustang GT4 coming just the other day, where they've fixed the windscreen wiper. Big update.
With it before.
I know apparently it wasn't good, but now it is. So no rain today. They'll be all right, but it was at a deficit in low visibility conditions to the other GT4s.
I must admit, there is another flag I'm curious about for Ben Langford on the left-hand side there. Arret Esports. What? I've got no idea what that is.
That is Timor-Leste.
In my guess, but I didn't say it out loud. Should I?
Honestly, my guess was going to be like Burundi or something.
I mean, according to the website, he's British, but anyway. There he is, 6th position. Anyway.
Timor-Leste played their first international game of cricket literally just the other week.
They really?
Yeah.
I presume they lost. Who was it against?
I believe it was against Indonesia.
Okay, that would make a bit of sense in that part of the world. Pretty sure there's a nation who've only just played football for the first time, but in October or something. Can't remember who it was though. Some Pacific island, I think. But anyway, can't remember who it was.
Poor Timor-Leste were all out for 61 in 19 overs, and then Indonesia chased 62 in 4 overs.
I think we could have a difficult time against them, to be honest.
They're playing, they're moving up in the world. Maybe they can score a 24-hour series esports podium.
Yeah, maybe. 20 seconds, the gap for BS competition. Still over Falcon Sim Racing Team. And we're almost at the stage, actually, where we pretty much are now, where Sven Haase is sort of half offset, if you like, between the rest of them. Ruben Bonga's continuing to extend his gap over Falcon Sim Racing Team, but he's also, perhaps more importantly, extending his gap over Sven Haase in the number 2 grid and go-kart. Maybe that is just going to change the outlook on this race a little bit. If Sven Haase is supposed to be running these guys down because he's doing an extra pit stop compared to them, and given that he's halfway offset halfway through the race, I think that's a reasonable assumption to make 100% clear now. Ruben Bonga's doing a very, very good job, and perhaps giving BS competition a fighting chance by the end here, but he's pushing hard. Look at the way he dives down the inside of traffic there into the Lesmos.
Directly lined up with the racetrack for the sun to shine in between the trees at the right time of the year in Manhattan. Sun's certainly getting low. Braking performance for GT3. You don't want to get caught behind in a Skyry here if you can avoid it, because it's really the only part of the racetrack where sort of 3 corners flow into each other, and so if you do get caught behind a slower car, you are stuck behind for a couple of corners rather than just one and blast past them on the next straight.
Always fascinating when two teams go off in different directions like this. I love watching the leader dice through traffic, knowing that they're being chased like that. It's always a great watch. I wonder whether we're seeing that in 992 or whether Wizards Esports are just going a bit further. Jakob Bosjan, in fairness, is only 9 seconds at the front of the field anyway, but he's going on to his 26th lap now on this tank of fuel. Nearly 6-7 laps longer than some of the others. Don't think that's enough to cut out an entire.
But some of the
pit
others
stop,
are short fuel, because I think what we're seeing happening is sort of when you do take 4 new tyres, you fill up the tank, and then at the next stop, you maybe don't take a full tank. You keep the car a little bit lighter for the later stints on the tyres, and you still just measure it out to the same number of pit stops, but sort of keeping the weight down, trying to keep the tyre wear down, and so yeah, you do get these sort of shorter stints on the tyres right towards the end before they need to change them, whereas a full tank will take them longer.
That says Ignacio. Yeah, there certainly has been a lot of that going on in 992. That is true. makes it even harder to work out who's taken how many tyres, because the fuel load isn't so standard across the board. But all the more interesting. GT4 and GT3, it's a lot simpler. Take 4 tyres each time. Take a full tank of fuel unless you're Sven Haase, as Ignacio is doing now on the jacks for quite a while here. And,
I like how
now
the
down.
picture-in-picture is the same angle, but one of them's slightly more zoomed.
Ignacio finally leaves the shop. And that's Blotto who takes all 4 tyres, and we'll be back out again very soon as well. We're at that stage in the race where it's pretty much constant where somebody's down on pit lane.
I don't think this is controversial. I think the Ferrari 296 is a pretty damn good-looking car.
I don't think that's too controversial either.
No. I seesaw on the Mustang. I'm not sold on the facelift of the Aston Martin Vantage just yet either. Proportionally, the McLaren looks like the cockpit is a little bubble and then the tail goes on forever and the nose is a little stubby. But the 296, every time I look at it, it's better than the last time.
I don't know what you mean. I must say, and this almost never happens to me because I'm not really a road car sort of guy, but I think the road car looks perhaps better. I really like the look of it, even for someone who
First
doesn't
time
really
in
like
20
the look of
years,
road cars.
Ferrari styling went, how about if we tried to do less is more? And they did, and it's gorgeous.
Sometimes less is more, and that I think is proven with the 296.
I'm sure Ferrari's pretty popular around here.
Yes, sure it is. Romero down the inside of Ignacio and makes the move again. So this feels like it's been happening quite often. Marco Alejandro Romero loses a spot in the pit stops and then has to win it back on the racetrack again, and almost every time he does. Just wonder whether he'd be better off staying behind, saving the fuel so he didn't lose the spot every time. But never mind. It works that way too. Just while we were talking about the Ferrari there, by the way, we got a shot of I caught a glimpse of the M&J Downforce Mustang. Now, I'm not sure if I've just not noticed this before or in the last hour and a half we've been commentating, or whether that has been picked up very, very recently. But the front right of that Mustang, the fender was definitely pushed in and the front wheel more exposed than it should be. It's Jan-Philippe Springhob who is in that car, and they're only 1 lap fresh out the pit lane now, so I wonder whether it was something very, very soon after they pitted, or whether, as I say, that is something that has been visually there for quite some time. But there was definitely some damage on that Mustang. In a race, thankfully, while we've been here, has not seen too much damage. I mean, only 1 incident really out of the first chicane. Let's see again, Springhob here. See if I was just seeing things. Oh, well, there's a... the Aston's quite big. And it's in the way. See, there's definitely some front right damage there, and I do wonder when that might have been picked up.
Yeah, now I've got them as 20 laps into a stint at the minute. Doesn't mean you're
right.
wrong, it's just what I'm seeing.
No, you're right. I misread it. So that, to be fair, widens the time frame at which it could have been picked up. As Falcon Sim Racing, by the way, come in 20 laps in. Yeah, they are on the fringes of a pit stop, as are many, apart from Sven Haase, who now takes 2nd place and is still 23 seconds behind Ruben Bonga. Oh, big dive and contact for the net race leader, Sven Haase, firing down the inside. And race control are going to have a look at that, I would imagine. Side-to-side contact, and it may have impeded the battle in 992. It's not a battle on the circuit for Harvu, but it is right in front of 2nd place in the 992 Cup class. Harvu being lapped there, but they'll have damage now. Sven Haase might do as well as he dive bomb down the inside. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the fascinating part of two teams on different strategies. Bonga and Haase, two of the best in this machinery on iRacing, are absolutely knocking nails out of each other, and Haase has made contact towards turn one there. This is the replay.
Yeah, see, I thought he was going to get the first car, but I don't think he was really going to get the second car, who might not have seen him as much either.
I mean,
so how much before the apex does he first have any overlap at all? He's mostly there by the apex, to be honest with you. Big difference in, you know, braking performance, obviously, but you need to be expected a little bit beforehand. So we're in the braking zone, overlap, yeah, maybe 10 meters before the apex he's there, ish, part of him's there.
it's not a lot to expect Havu to be expecting that. It's not a lot of an overlap.
11:50 p.m. on Christmas Eve, he said, "I'm coming for Christmas lunch."
Yeah. So, hold on. Was that the number one car, or was that the number two? Because now we're seeing the number one. They're absolutely identical. I wonder whether which one we've been seeing here. Johan Royer is running a long way down in number one, which has had some troubles this season in their championship defence. 7th in the points at the moment for a team who've been on race-winning speed pretty often. Haven't been able to string together many race results though. We'll wait and see. No, it was the number two, I'm pretty sure, because that's what's been noted down in race control now already. I mean, it wasn't even alongside just to go back to the incident, wasn't even along, and this is, so turning, at Havu's turning point, he's not actually alongside at all. Now he's halfway alongside, but look at the diminishing returns there. I mean, as they hit the brakes there, he doesn't even have an overlap on impulse, never mind Havu.
Yeah. That sort of just reiterates my thinking of it, where by the time they both had nose to the apex, he was there, but at every point before that, it was a very, very late appearance. Ruben Bonga's on pit lane, so this plays back and forth between those two. Now I can see why with that grid spot you'd point with your nose outwards, because right now it's like watching paint dry, I think, on that barrier.
I think, to be fair, it's not as tight as it looks, but yeah, you'd think if anybody was...
Because you can drive through the pace car, but yeah.
Yeah. It'd be a nightmare if you couldn't, of course. But yeah, I mean, if anybody's going to angle themselves, then you'd think Bonga would be the one. 31 seconds. Because remembering, these tanks are smaller, so can't quite take as much fuel on at a time. Should be 3 stops to go for Ruben Bonga this afternoon. Or indeed whoever's going to finish that PS competition car, whether it will be Lucas Herrmann or indeed Ruben Bonga. Still 2.5 hours for them to figure that one out. Well, they've probably already figured it out, but 2.5 hours for us to find out. 27 seconds the gap as the leader in GT4 also comes in. Corin Tanguine will now be the driver and make his way out shortly after they've spent a bit longer, as they do in GT4, changing those 4 tyres. Other penalties that have come in, by the way, while race control are investigating that one from Sven Haase. 422 has got a 10-second penalty in GT4. That is the altitude for Esports red car for making contact with 458, number 458, not a Ferrari, in towards turn number 1. That's the RD Simsport incident that we've seen. And number 94 made a contact at turn 10 with GT4 car. Now, number 94 is Hyperion Racing 2. And Timothy Fries-Larsen, not sure they served their penalty yet, but their deadlines are over an hour away for both of them. So plenty of time. We'll keep an eye on the stewards' room and keep across that when it comes to it. But I've got to be honest, I think Sven Haase is going to have a penalty coming his way for the next pit stop.
Yeah, how much then becomes the question. Sven Haase 28 seconds ahead of Ruben Bonga at the moment. If you do want to see a 458 making contact around Monza, the Vadim Koge video is still up from Blancpain 2014. An absolute banger, up there with the lines of Samir, you're breaking the car, and other great motorsport compilations.
Excellent viewing. To be fair, anything from 2014 Blancpain era is quite good viewing, I would argue. But there you go.
You need to listen to my calls, triple caution.
Oh,
yeah, a little bit of wiggle on the way into Ascari there. Trying to change lanes late before the corner to open up the entry. Oh, and on the exit too. Hello.
I mean, he is pushing hard now. And, you know, if anything, that incident has almost spurred him on. It's not, I guess it's not how Sven Haase responds to things, to sort of go into his shell, is it? It always sort of responds by, okay, let's drive even harder. Let's try go even faster. But really pushing hard out of Ascari there. Especially that one of the exit of Ascari there, by the way, in the sort of gravel. You can very easily clip that and spin to the opposite side of the road, hit the wall, inside wall hard, and race will be over. Don't forget, they've got a championship to think about in number 2 here. Yes, it is with 89, so they very much like to beat them. But even if they come second to 89 tonight, they will be 10 points in front going into the final round of the championship, and therefore requiring, what, a 6th place finish or better. Do you think they'd be able to achieve at the 12 hours at Sebring? But that, again, that's not how Sven Haase responds to it. He's going to go hard. He's going to push as much as possible to try and win here tonight.
Yeah, and then elsewhere in the top 5, you've got the double USR cars. So WSR 23 had a driver change not all that long ago to Ross McFarlane. Lucas Lindqvist's been in the Adidas Racing WSR 97 for a bit. They're 57 seconds behind the lead, but again, there's this yo-yoing strategy where we know that Grid and Go, this Mustang, gonna need another stop soonish. It's where they cycle back into the top 5. They're looking to be ahead of that group of cars that are 51, 56, 59 and a minute 9 seconds behind the leader. So if they could come back just in sort of second or third, they'd very much think that they're still in this, but it depends what happens between now and that pit stop.
And we do have word in. Time penalty of 10 seconds for Sven Haase for making contact with the Habu 992 car at turn 1. Completely expected, I've got to say. He came from such a long way back. It's impossible to expect a 992 Cup car to turn out of turn 1 like that when you're coming from such a long way back. But Sven Haase went for it. He knows the stakes are high. He knows he's up against one of the best in a BMW GT3 in Ruben Bonga. But he went a little bit over the line as far as aggression in traffic is concerned. And now his 28-second lead, effectively on the road in one moment, has come down to just 18 seconds, and that feels like a very big difference.
Yeah, GT3's a little over the road there at the exit of Ascari, just behind this shot of the GT4 battle. Williams Sim Racing Academy's Ford Mustang has pulled away in 3rd place ahead of Zenith Esports. Now got Altitude Freedom Esports behind, catching them, but I didn't... some of the GT3s were all over the shop. Might have been TC Esports. Looks like they're pitting early after just 11 laps. The number 24.
It's very unusual. It's not a drive-through or anything. It's a stop after half a stint, really. So, unsure what is going on there. Marco Alejandro Romero this time has gotten away from Sergio Ignacio in a way that he failed to manage last time. So Adam Watson is going to be in with a chance here, as you can see, on board with him. the battle for what is effectively third place behind Team 75 and Impulse, who are a long way ahead of the rest of the field here. Romero is looking to make that final step on the podium his. But again, there's still a very long way to go. And every time Romero gets out front here, he's overtaken again in the pit stop phase. So worth holding off on saying he's gotten third place secured by any means at this stage.
So this is what I saw. Oh, That's why it's called an anti-cut curb, and why you normally see most of the GT3s, even if it's painful on the stopwatch, sit behind through all three apexes of Ascari, because that really didn't work. Trying to get alongside the GT4 through the second part of Ascari, way too tight into the third apex, forced to cut big leap in the air, may have even done some damage.
And that was going to be my point actually. Is that the reason they came in recently, or is that unrelated? Because that was a massive jump over the curbs there, and as you say, not the done thing really. I don't think, even if you're a GTP on a GT3 there, are you doing that in Ascari? I don't think so, and definitely not in a GT3 car that has much less downforce and he's not really able to do that. I would suspect that's the first time he's tried that, to be honest, because he's felt obviously so painfully slow through Ascari following GT4s in the past, but that will probably be the last time he does it as well.
So just ahead of our GT4 battle, Romero's got a slowdown for Williams Sim Racing Academy. I think that's the old second chicane. So just as they were getting away from Zenith and altitude, they get dragged back just a little bit closer. Looks like only 1.2 seconds now between third and fourth. Fifth is catching fourth. Fourth's now back a bit closer to third. GT3 battle three-way for position here. 07 Racing's Ferrari, Hyperion are going to get passed by Grid and Go number one, Johan Royer.
Yeah, I think this has been the story, hasn't it, really, for Marco Alejandro Romero. One step forward, two steps back in a way. Clearly a very quick driver. I mean, Sergio Ignacio has done a lot of GT4 driving, and Zenith Esports a solid team, running in the top 5 of this race at the moment comfortably, but Romero seems to be quicker than them in terms of speed. It's just that consistency. And I suppose that's the whole point of the Williams Sim Racing Academy team, isn't it, really? Pick up good drivers with a lot of promise and a lot of talent, which Romero has clearly got, but it's about tempering that now and sort of getting him a little bit more consistent along with that speed, because as far as I can see, that's the thing that's really missing from his game. You know, he's able to make overtakes, able to lap quickly, sometimes lap for long periods quickly, but it's just those one or two mistakes that really hold you back in an endurance race, and it's holding Romero back at the moment from sort of consolidating third place properly.
So Sven Haas in the lane, Grid and Go number 2, the race leader. That is past the penalty zone. So straight to their pit stall. Sven Haas out, Dino Lombardi in.
Probably for the best, I would say. Did they stop in the penalty box, or
No, I didn't
not?
think so.
I don't think they did they? So they're going to hold off on that. I don't really see the point, but I guess track position for as long as you can, and so you don't have to make needless overtakes that you wouldn't have had to otherwise. 31 seconds in the pit box this time, so when they're driver changing, I think they take on a full tank of fuel because they can, but when they're not, they do shorten them up a little bit.
Yeah, so this is the point. They wanted to be ahead of this next glut of GT3, so Falcon Sim Racing Team, the two WSR cars, Simify, are all within about 10 seconds of each other, but now behind where Grid and Go is, so they didn't want to come out behind that group until they'd fully undercut them.
slightly confused, by the way, as I was earlier. That's the other Grid and Go car, number 1. Just slipping through on Matteo Blotto in the last couple of moments, who also fires down the inside for Ascari, but again, somebody has to miss out, and Timothy Fries Larson in the Aston Martin is the one this time who's forced to wait through Ascari.
I was going to say, look at him, look what he does, what he's not going to do in Ascari, and correct.
And you know, it's one of the frustrating things, isn't it? Because the GT3s are quicker than the 992s. They're undoubtedly through Ascari, but you can't pass through there. When you get onto the exit, suddenly you're on a straight, and suddenly you can't pass them there either. Because they're very quick. So he finally did it on the braking zone, but it can be very frustrating through that particular section following a 992. And speaking of following, by the way, Nicholas Hyder is right behind Dino Lombardi here, fresh out the pit lane.
Yeah, and then it's sort of 5 seconds behind that, where a whole heap of those other cars are that, again, I think Grid and Go are trying to not be involved with, and why they'll try to pull about 10 seconds in this stint. There you go. Lombardi's just going to drop in behind.
Interesting. I guess the lightness and fuel for Hyder is quite overwhelming. I'd imagine he's, nearly half a, obviously limited tanks here, but half a tank lighter at the moment. So Hyder's able to straight go through, and Lombardi probably won't mind that if he gets dragged along for a little bit by the Mustang.
.07 and Hyperion, tale as old as time, or at least as old as the last hour or so.
Yeah, it is. Timothy Fries Larson only spending about a lap getting right back to where he was before after that short interruption in traffic, and he's got a decent run out of Ascari as well. See whether he actually does anything into power blocker here. Just listen. Well, no. He didn't need to listen to see that bit of fuel saving, did he? That was,
you would have heard
severe.
on the way into Ascari how much he was lifting there as well.
Right, yeah.
Not that this car seems to make a whole lot of noise in the best circumstances anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't hear it first time round. Here we go this time. So just waiting for the right moment after a little bit of fuel save. He does want to go through. And Larson, I think, is quite a lot quicker than Blotto at this stage, but he doesn't want to give it up. A proper paddle on the brakes in towards turn number 1, and not that far in front of the race leader here. So hopefully they don't make contact, and they don't through turn 1 and 2. Nice side by side between the two. Blotto having to get away from the side draft there a little bit, it looked like. And now Larson is going to be on the inside for the Curva Grande, and it's a huge advantage. Even though it is a flat out corner, the inside line, the shorter run, is an advantage, and therefore he's able to get 15th place.
Aston Martins have been pretty good in the straight line in circumstances like that. That's the traffic just up here. Whoa, wait, what's happened for the Grid and Go there? That's the Grid and Go number 1, Johan Royer, but he's stopped, parked.
Wow.
What?
Towed. It's not a disconnection, he's towed. Straight back to pit lane.
Oh, 20 laps? I think they've run out of fuel.
Oh, no way.
I think they've forgotten to pit. They've run out of fuel. Last
and that's
stint
not
19
even
laps.
close.
That's stint 20.
It's not even close to making it to the pit lane. Let's see. Absolutely correct.
How often does that happen? Almost never.
Yeah.
I'm so surprised I worked that out, to be honest.
Well, yeah. I guess you're crossing off the options. Obviously, crash damage wasn't there when we saw it. Tow back to pit lane. And to be fair, he didn't make it easy for us, because once he knew what was happening, he came to a stop, very quickly to tow. Normally what you see in real life, obviously because your race is over, you carry on for as long as you can, but didn't bother doing that because he was never going to make it home. He's got to slow down as soon as possible so that he can tow once he's come to a stop, and then can try and come back again. His comrade Zerovic, meantime, comes past the Impulse Racing car that didn't take tyres at the previous pit stop, and again it's taken the pole a very long time to get on terms and get through on his fellow countrymen. So change for second, and Zerovic now ahead of Burdis. perhaps expectedly, maybe a couple of laps behind schedule.
Reminds me of my favourite CNN headline from MH370, which was Boeing 777 will struggle to maintain altitude once the fuel tanks are empty.
Sounds comforting.
And Ford Mustang GT3 will struggle to maintain pace once the fuel tank is empty.
Certainly did. I mean, to your initial comment, I cannot remember the last time I saw that at this level. I really can't. That is super rare. Really, really quite rare to see.
Is there a slim chance that exiting Parabolica, they sort of went around the outside of someone or were kind of blocked or balked from going to pit entry? Because I feel like that can happen here at Monza more than at some other tracks. You sort of... We've seen when you're going for pit entry, sometimes you have to keep a tight line to the right-hand side to be able to get over there if there's traffic. We've seen cars have to take a different line through the corner if they're going to pit in. Maybe they just found themselves wrong side of someone on the lap that they were meant to pit in.
It's true. I mean, I'm surprised that sort of thing doesn't happen actually quite more often, because actually you say that this is one of those circuits where actually it could happen, you know, quite easily, but actually I look through the previous calendar here, you know, if you're not thinking about it quite as much as you should be, then it can happen anywhere, really, because, you know, they're all relatively soon after corners. For example, at Mugello or Silverstone or whatever. Sebring next time out in January. But, yeah, I mean, that is the most likely thing, I think, that, you know, you end up on the outside of somebody and you just don't get down. Or, indeed, you just forget. And you know, I'm sure we've all been either in teams or even done it ourselves where somebody has just forgotten to come into pit lane, and that can happen as well.
Box, press your pit confirm button. Ewan?
Well, you need good teammates to remind you multiple times on the last lap.
I love that sort of procedural stuff where you just say what you're doing. What's the Japanese term for it, like point and call out or whatever, just like when you're doing something, you just say the thing you're doing.
It's not bad. As far as the strategy is concerned, not bad at all. This is battle for 10th place, by the way, but away from the cameras, the two car had a pretty sizable blink on the racetrack, which actually invalidated not their last lap, but because they've just crossed the line, but the one before that. They've now lost 3 seconds as well to Nicholas Hyder. I just wonder in the last half an hour or so whether we're starting to see this race change a bit. Grid and Go are maybe not the favourites anymore. I can't quite make my mind up. Yes, they are still in a commanding position as far as strategy is concerned, but they've still got a 10-second penalty to serve. They had big contact towards turn 1. Sven Haase, who's going to be a little bit ruffled up by that, and Dino Lombardi, who to me seems like he's still getting up to speed.
Powered by Ford, and of course Fords are powered by fuel. We've learned Jacob Behrens is trying to save some.
It's behind Axel Slipovic, and that's not a bad driver to be following, by the way. This is the team that had a black flag nearly 2 hours ago now on the way into pit lane, and therefore have dropped from that battle for 5th position to only just returning to the top 10 now with just over 2 hours to go. We'll see how much further they can get now in this field that doesn't have really massive gaps in, so they could return to a decent finish.
This field's got the London look.
No way for Behrens this time, but again probably doesn't want to anyway. Quite close to the end of a stint. So 2 hours 12 to go. Next pit stop probably is going to be for Behrens in GT3 in the Racing Lab Esports car, but the next stops overall will be in 992. Grid and Go are leading by 17 seconds again now, and Impulse actually have already been in, so actually underway in that as far as that's concerned. Premysław Lemonek is now the driver for Impulse, might be taking that car to the end, and with 2 hours 12 left, I think they might have taken their final 4 tyres of the day.
Sun's now below the sort of tree line, and it's getting really very dark out there, and it's happened sort of quickly in the last 30 minutes. We had the low sun shining directly in our eyes, now being blocked by the trees. Headlights on all the cars, it seems. It came on the Aston Martins, where they've got a sort of a light bar across the grille. Yep, there. Mag Performance have got the endurance lights on theirs, and it's on. So it's going to be so dark for this final 2 hours.
It is. It's not really been very bright for a long time with the very long sunset you get at this time of year. Look at that in the background, a beautiful orange sky as you look down the front stretch towards the Parabolica. That soon will disappear and will be properly in the night time here for the final 6-hour race in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship this season. Look at that. Pretty flat across here, really.
Can we get a look at the swimming pool? The swimming pool down by pit exit, I reckon, would be just lovely right now. Maybe a tiny bit cold. Yeah.
Oh,
a slow down, I reckon.
Yeah, looks like it. Behrens just off the racing line there. Unless he was, well, yeah, probably is the most likely. Unless he was side by side maybe with the Mustang, but that feels unlikely based on what we were seeing beforehand. Still running offline, now has served it properly. Maybe has indeed gone for a slowdown. You're constantly running the running the line between just about up on the curbs enough to maximise that seconds you can, especially, but too far over, and it costs you a whole load of time.
The second apex, you really want to, cut as much as you can, and they're getting too much. But also on the way in, it's a little bit flatter on the way in, and then it sort of positions you well for the second apex. So you are constantly trying to maximise your angles and carry your speed and straighten for the exit. It gets so tempting to just cut too much of it, and then there's a line somewhere, and just on the inside of the line is fast, and just on the wrong side of the line is a slowdown penalty. It's tennis. If you make your serve and the ball's just in, that's a good serve, but if it's just out, that's a fault.
Yeah, it's the fine margins. It's a good analogy, really, for the for the way it works. These guys at this level getting as close to that line as they possibly can every time. Behrens, though, has lost Slipovic now because of that incident, and Impulse Racing, Yannick Steinhoff might well fancy his chances at getting on terms now as well. Good lap from him last time, actually. 45.9. Just as fast as Dino Lombardi was last time round, who is now under pressure, by the way, from Lucas Lindqvist. And here they are, Mustang versus McLaren for third position. Again, a false battle, because Lindqvist has been out there for 14 laps, Lombardi only for 8, and that, of course, opens out Grid and Grow's strategy for a little bit later. They effectively need 6 laps fuel less than the McLaren does to the end of this race. However, suddenly Grid and Go find themselves going the wrong way, and Lindqvist might well try and just apply a further blow to them here by making this pass for third.
I think there was 3 or 4 laps out of the pit stop where Dino Lombardi maybe wasn't comfortable. The pace was a little odd, how they were dropping away from Falcon, etc. I think they've just found it, because this has been the gap between third and fourth for 3 laps or so, and Lombardi stopped dropping quite as much time to second place.
Again, it just looks a little bit unsettled to me through Ascari. A little bit on edge, that Mustang in front, but That just is the way that they're driving it through there, to absolutely maximise the famous corners. I think it's not really able to save as much fuel as he might have liked from this distance. Getting a little bit wide from Lombardi, but over the line the gap will be just over half a second. We'll see what it is in relation to Bonga and Haider, who both did 45.8 last time round. Has Lombardi started to turn this one around? Well, not in terms of lap time necessarily, 46.0. And Lindqvist again that time was quite close. In towards turn one, a little bit of fuel saving, but not too much. And way too far back for a move. Even the other way round, Sven Haase wouldn't have dived from back there, you wouldn't have thought.
No. Tall gears, being used in the McLaren. So second gear through the first chicane, fourth gear through Ascari, whereas we've been on board with the Fords, and they are first gear through the chicane, third gear through Ascari. So first gear not getting a whole lot of love in that McLaren.
Pretty much only seen it in the pit lane for them. Again, just interesting the different way these cars work. As again, Lindqvist, last 3 laps, the data doesn't lie. He's closing. Half a second in the last 3 laps, but not really close enough to make a move. Are you in, as we're sort of winding down here, we're about to hand off in the next few minutes or so, but are you sort of in the same camp as me, David, as far as this race maybe slipping away from Grid and Go right now in terms of this? Yes, they are strategically ahead of the game and hold the advantage in that sense, but just in the last couple of moments they've had that incident towards turn number 1. They're not closing on the leaders anymore, and they weren't extending their advantage when the stints were the other way round either. And maybe just a sense of this race going away from them a little bit. Is that also how you're feeling about this race going into the last 2 hours, or are you still Grid and Go favourites at this stage?
Once they started cutting their stints a little bit shorter, it didn't seem to be netting them what it should be. So now their fuel advantage to BS competition's only 6 laps, and they're 26 seconds behind them. They kind of looked like they had a larger fuel advantage and were sort of 30 seconds behind at earlier points. So I think as they've sort of traded one resource for another, yeah, the only way is if that they're somehow able to cut out a pit stop that BS need to make from now until the end. But with only a 6-lap offset, surely BS could save if that was going to happen.
It's an interesting scenario. Feels like they've all made their strategy beds and they're now just beginning to lie down in them. But we'll see how it plays out in the next 2 hours and 4 minutes. Going to be a fascinating one. Make sure you stay with us on RaceSpotTV. This is the Next Level Racing 6 hours of Monza in the penultimate round and the final 6-hour round of the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for 2025. I've been Ewan O'Leary with David Haynes for the last 2 hours, and returning for that run to the flag, it's Peter Mackay, but first, Charles Juna, Kanki Paddy.
Thanks, guys. I'm sure we'll see both of you January the 10th for the 12 Hours of Sebring to close out this return of the 24-hour Series Esports Championship. Peter, I think I am picking up on what Ewan was just saying, where the tide is turning and the temperature cooling off, as well as making this fuel aggression strategy not play out as well as maybe initially we would have thought for Grid and Go. However, one point I would just say is, you know, we talk about championship standings, that number 2 car has a 12-point advantage coming into this race, and so even if it was to finish as it is right now, they would still be 8 points to the good going into the final 12 hours of racing, so they won't be too disheartened by any means.
Well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. You know, they've gone for an alternative strategy. Do they know something that we don't? May well play into their favour at another point. We'll only really know properly when they come in for their last stops to see really what the advantage is, or indeed isn't, when that fuel stagger comes into play. But 2 hours to go, plenty, and of course under darkness as well, that adds a new element also. I have to say I'm fueled up, ready to go. I've had a wonderful roast dinner this afternoon. Great.
Proper Sunday dinner, it sounds like.
Oh yeah.
Blending back out onto track, the Team Checkmate Wallack group find themselves, well, in the midst of a bouncing and bobbling Williams Sim Racing Academy GT4 machine that, remember, is in the championship fight. They're down in 11th spot. There is a meatball flag that has just been thrown for the Samantha Tan Racing World of Racing 438 GT4 machine. So we'll try and figure out what's happened there. Contact significant enough that our poor marshals are waving that meatball flag that tells the driver return to pit lane within the next 3 laps.
Well, that's one you can't ignore. That's for sure, as Mia Rose just losing it at Ascari, and oh, how many have ended up in that wall coming out of Ascari. So easy, just as you're coming onto power and you just want to get on the power as early as you can to gather the speed onto the straight, and you can just get it on the slippy part and round you go. And Mia Rose paying the price there, unfortunately. Now, of course, one thing that doesn't play in Good and Go's favour is the penalty that hangs over them. 10-second penalty hanging over them for that contact with the 979 Havu car. The Havu car has been in the wars today. Nobody's been very polite to the Havu car, and in my experience, don't get in a fight with Finns because you'll lose.
No. They talk about Sisu, right? Have you seen the movie Sisu?
No.
So it's set in World War II, and there's a Finnish gold miner, whatever the term would be, who encounters some Germans and has to do some ruthless things to survive. I think you can fill the gaps in. It was like an R-rated movie.
Yep, follow you. Yep.
The reason I bring it up is solely because they made a sequel to that. Now, I didn't realize that after getting all that gold, he needed more gold, but apparently, you know, in Hollywood land, they've been able to come up with the script. But Sisu, that there is something about the Finns where they find themselves in precarious situations and put themselves put the best foot forward in those situations, if I can get my words out correctly. Havu mixing up their driver lineup for this round of the championship as well. We're towards the tail end of the season, which always means, Peter, if you haven't had the best run and you're maybe not in a championship fight, well, you have some opportunities to introduce some of your newer drivers into this level of competition so that next year when you're back and starting from a fresh slate, you have some drivers who hopefully have gained some experience and come back even stronger.
It's a good way to do it. Yeah, nothing sharpens the blade more, to keep the combat analogy going. Nothing sharpens the blade more than competition, and we've got a pretty high level of competition here. So yes, if you've got a roster of drivers, you know, and you've only got so many spots at the top level, you want to, you get the others competing wherever they can, and the better the level, the more advantage and the more benefit you're going to get from it.
It is crazy to say that tomorrow is the first day of December, and we are dangerously close to the start of a new year, which always means silly season, both in the real and virtual worlds for teams and drivers, all building up to the iRacing Daytona 24, which will come, I think, the week after our season finale on January the 10th. So potentially some drivers will have their final race for their team in our 12-hour season showdown, which will also, I would assume, race into the night, given that 12 hours of racing, Florida sunshine, we're racing in the virtual winter, definitely not available for 12 hours. Our Red Esports have had a great race. Ben Langford drove a monster first stint to put that car up 14 positions and into third. They find themselves still defending that spot, albeit owing us a pit stop inside of the next couple of laps. That Porsche came in under pressure from Adam Watson in the Altitude Free M 411.
Yeah, there's nothing really more scary in the virtual sim racing world than what Ben Langford and the Areti Esports Porsche is going through right now, because on his virtual pit board it says Adam Watson +0. Oh, and there's nothing better than seeing him pulling into the pits behind you, so you can relax now, Areti.
perilous moment sometimes, especially when you are expecting coming down to pit lane together, right, Peter? Which pit entry like this, it's high speed, high commitment, and definitely not too wide on the entry as they blend too wide into the box.
You caught me off there, Arjuna. I've got a mouthful of sultana cake. I thought you were going to have a longer point there, but anyway.
Now you're just making me jealous. I'll go grab a chocolate chip muffin from upstairs. Back up to 12th position with the Hyperion number 94. A pair of Aston Martins entered from the team. Now, this is the best place of them, tucked up behind the M&J Downforce 22, also 07 Racing and Lorenzo Castellani. M&J Downforce, of course, stepping into this championship with so much history and pedigree on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and found themselves fighting inside of the top 10 on a regular occasion, which is a good sign as they continue to get more and more experience. The other Hyperion, Aston Martin, Derek Heiberger at the wheel, down on pit lane, joined by Gabby Montoro from 4th in the semi-final number 33.
Isn't it great to see the Aston Martin finally making it onto the iRacing platform? There have been many Aston Martin fans that have wanted the car for so long, and finally we've got it on this platform. Really cool car. Although it's very interesting, the feedback I get about that latest version of the Aston Martin Vantage is really, really mixed. Like, some teams say that it handles like a big Formula 3 car and it's really edgy and not very gentleman driver friendly at all. And then you get some other pro drivers that have driven it. They say, "Oh yeah, it's much more gentleman driver friendly." So, where's the
which one is it?
There? Which one is it? Yeah.
Well, the Audi is the one in particular, which was always touted as being the toughest to tame. For the most part, I think, the Ferrari has been talked about being particularly easy. That was one of the evolution points for the 296 in particular, was in releasing that car and the Evo generation that will follow in 2026, that it will continue to get easier and easier for the amateurs. But yeah, that's a key selling point of the GT3 cars, given the cost that is now associated with many of them, stretching into the, well, almost 7 figures in some cases. Lucas Lindqvist is up to 3rd. Will owe us a pit stop, I think, next time by. Dino Lombardi will probably be in within the next couple of laps, but remember, on a very different strategy, and it's Ford Mustang V8 Grunt versus the svelte profile of the McLaren as they rumble off to turn 1, mount the curbs as they power through, and now up towards Curva Grande. Lombardi looking in the rearview mirror.
This is the curious thing about that svelte McLaren, as you mentioned it, carbon fiber, monocoque chassis, mid-engine, turbocharged V8. All of the kind of credentials, the nuts and bolts of that car should have made it a really, really successful race car. But it hasn't really turned out that way. It's never really had any big major victories, which is strange.
Is there anything? I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but I think you've stumped me and I can't think of any. I think you might be 100% right there.
No, nothing at the major level, which is bizarre, because you'd think it is the perfect race car base. You look at the car that it's built upon, the 720S, ideal for a race car where the engine's positioned, everything, but it just hasn't turned out that way. And of course there are plentiful reasons you could conjure up, plentiful theories, but
bang.
Yeah,
sorry.
Oh, bang! There's your bump draft. Wow. Oh.
That was more aggressive than I think even he anticipated. And look at the gap between the two of them as they head off through that final corner. Yeah, no, the McLaren Artura is starting to achieve a notable level of success, I would argue, in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenges once again. Bang! Wizards Esports push their way through as there comes BS Plus competition. Lucas Herman sits in pit lane. Lucas Lindqvist for Addis Racing has followed suit 2. Leaves Dino Lombardi out on track for what is his 17th lap of the run.
Okay, so are Grid and Go still in this? That's the question. I mean, they've been quick all day. They played the different card on their strategy. Is it going to unwind? Is it going to come back in their favour? Now with an hour and 52, we've been seeing 40-minute stints. So 2 stops left to go from here.
Yes. Ooh. You know, they're going to need a splash in there as well.
But so for BS Competition, who have just pitted, as have Adidas Racing by WSR, I think that they're okay with 2 more to go from now. So 1
2
around
more pit
an hour.
stops from now. Yes.
From
okay.
now, yes.
Agreed.
Yes.
Yes, correct. Okay, no, I am now. I misunderstood you. Yes, no, agreed there. See, has the rest of the sequence cycles through. Is anyone else going to go short? Because Tim Matska only put 27.9 seconds of fuel, so that will gain them a couple of seconds on track itself. Someone in our YouTube chat did at the 7:20 get a Bathurst 12-hour win. Now, that's a good shout, although was that in one of the major 12 hours, or was that in a COVID-affected entry list of the race? Because, you know, there were a couple of those as well.
Yeah, that is a very good one, actually. No, the last McLaren to win at Bathurst was the 650.
Oh, wow. Wow, it's going back a long way now.
2016.
Crazy.
But really, the greatest ever Bathurst win was in 2020 when the Big Bentley won. Greatest by far. What a car.
Oh, is he going to keep it out of the wall? Just about, although that's the Harvu car. Having to dig deep and show plenty of Sisu right now, that's for sure.
We're digging for gold.
You can find it that far off at Monza, in the gravel at Ascari. Well, people have been missing a trick through the years.
That Bentley. Oh, that's on next on the wish list, iRacing.
See, the problem is it doesn't exist anymore, and so...
Au contraire.
Well, okay, I should clarify. It does not race in an IMSA-sanctioned series, which makes it a little bit more difficult for it to be scanned and available on iRacing. Because really, I'll be honest with you, Peter, as much as you're asking for the big Bentley, I've got another ask that's a bit more high priority in my mind. Now, it doesn't benefit us... No, that's great, but again, it does not meet all the criteria that I think we would have for adding to iRacing. No, it's another Aston Martin. It's got a V12 engine in it. It's a prototype. Yeah, you see where I'm going. If we're going to add anything, Aston Martin Valkyrie, please and thank you, Mr. iRacing.
Everybody else seems to have it.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Yeah. There you go.
But, but once you've done the RS Spider, then do the Valkyrie. That's what we're saying.
Okay, so...
Because you think about this, like classic ALMS, right? Classic ALMS, which was IMSA sanctioned, remember?
True. No, that's true.
So we have the Aston Martin DBR9, we have the Corvette,
that's
and
true.
We've got and put the Acura in there as well, the HPD. Pop the RS Spider in there. Boom.
So, is there one in the US that we can get for scanning purposes, though?
There are several in the US, yeah.
Now, which one is closest to Boston?
Probably...
is there one at the Indy Museum?
Probably that there is one in there is the Sebring winner is in the Indy Museum.
There we go. Mr. Pensky, would you open your doors?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep, please and thank you.
And we can see if the floor of it's been repaired or not. Probably yes, given its run since then.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's headed back out onto track, then they would have surely had to fix it up. Okay, yeah, I will concede. If we can get our Spider in, I'll allow that before the Valkyrie. But I think the Valkyrie would... It is the last of its kind, right? There's, especially with the changes, and we're very off topic from GT3s. But given the change in regulations being proposed for LMDH and LMH moving forward, it does not seem as though we will get a non-hybrid V12 car like the Valkyrie. So let's enjoy it while we can. Great fight as we sit on board with Yannick Steinhoff. Now, James Bowmy at one point when we were in those first couple of hours was up there in the top 4, but very different sort of picture now, on the edge of the top 10 and trying to hold on and really having to put up a defense.
Yeah, James is a really good driver. He won the World GT Championship a couple of seasons ago. Really, really strong. Works very hard at his racing. Now, this Yannick Steinhoff here got a little bit of a draft on the Mustang ahead. The altitude Mustang of James Boumé, getting closer and closer to big thumping V8s in the front of those cars. Two quite similar layouts, actually. Normally aspirated V8 up front. That's one car I would love to have a go of, is the road version of the AMG GT.
And potentially a new version of that coming soon as well to
Yes.
international racing rings. Although one thing I'm disappointed about, it sounds as though no Lexus for next year. Or Toyota, depending on where in the world you're talking about. And it doesn't sound like, Peter, we're going to get a replacement for what is now is it 14, 15-year-old Lexus RCF?
I'll be sad to see it go. I love the RCF. I think it's such a cool car. I saw the reveal photos of the, is it the LF? Oh, I can't remember the name of it. The new, basically the replacement for the LFA has been announced by.
Have they given it an
Toyota
official
Lexus.
name now?
Yes, they have.
Okay.
Yeah, which is the LFA, the GR-GT. So the Gazoo Racing GT. So that is what the GT3 is going to be based on. So it looks exactly the same as the prototype that's been testing. So there we go, and that is going to look cool in GT3 paddocks around the world.
I'm excited for that. It's always a big chop to the inside through traffic. That really does open up the gap. Boumé able to build a bit of a buffer. Yeah, especially given that Toyota have made a push with the Supra GT4 across of the world. I think we're going to see a big push for the GT3 car as well, so that should be cool. Got a new Lamborghini coming from March of next year, the Lamborghini Temerario, which will be interesting to see as traffic now checks up these two, and James Boumé almost gets ran into as they sweep out on through Curva Grande once again. 21 laps for Dino Lombardi, probably see him in a lap or two's time. And he will still need those same 2 pit stops as the rest of this GT3 field, which we continue to watch carving their way through traffic as the sun continues to set.
The traffic is not really lightened up much, has it? You know, here it's a 1:45 lap, but there are sections of the track where it's quite congested and it's narrow in places too, so it makes it difficult to get through when there's clumps of traffic. And as we talked about earlier, the similarity in the straight line of the 992 and the GT3. I mean, when you look at the study of any racetrack with any kind of length of straight, when you look at the terminal speed of a 992 Cup car and the GT3 car, it's pretty much identical. So at top end, there's no difference. In fact, I think if they were absolutely left to run, the 992 Cup might even be slightly higher on top speed because it's just not got as much drag. But on the other side of that, it doesn't have anything like the downforce of the GT3, and that's at this point here where the GT3s have a big, big advantage and have to get their passes done.
On the outside, got to be careful, as you might always see the Cup cars wash out. Now Lombardi has to first serve the penalty, so he was in the penalty box for the prescribed 10 seconds or so, and now finally will slide his way into the lane. Oh, see the speed of the 992 in a straight line as they work through traffic. Lucas Herrmann retakes the lead. Oh, the Impulse Mercedes is left on the outside, and that really compromised one of those 992 cars as they head back out in through turn 3 once more. Gotta say, when the track gets dark here at Monza, especially with multi-class racing, Peter, it feels a lot tighter.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot closer than you maybe think on paper, but we don't race on paper, we race on asphalt.
Here's a great look from up above historic Monza.
Is there a power cut in Milan? I think there maybe is.
Well, they're all too busy at the racetrack enjoying the action, I think, Peter, is what must be happening. Do they do much endurance racing here? Into the night, I should clarify the question.
Now that's a good question. It is amazingly residential around it.
Exactly.
There's
That's
a big
what my
park
worry
around
was.
it. Yeah, into the night, I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. We came here actually with the 24-hour series in 2023 on the same weekend as Le Mans, and it was myself and RaceSpot's very own superstars, Paul Smith and Lewis McGlade. And
had a ball from what it sounded like.
we had an absolute riot. It was great fun, great fun. Everybody had to go in the pits, everybody had to go in the commentary booth. We ate our weight in ice cream, and we took full advantage of the inclusive insurance on Brian the Panda, as he was christened. That was our hire car.
But crucially, no golf.
No golf. I think that might have been pre-Lewis golf, do you know?
No, it was 100%. No, that is a recent phenomenon. Meanwhile, Przemysław Lemonek has joined up with Impulse Racing, and he's right behind Matthew Deshane for Delta Sports Sim Shop. And here he comes. Been racing with Falcons in R1, one of the biggest teams in the world of esports. You'll get to the inside, put the pressure on through the brakes, and this is not a complex. You can go side by side. They will just about make it work, give each other that room, but Lemonek sweeps around the outside and up into third.
Do you know who laid the first ever stone here at Monza in 1922?
No.
Vincenzo Lancia.
Interesting.
The Lancia, yeah. Not Mr. Ferrari.
Of the
Lancia.
Lancia. Okay.
And we talked about the RS Spider, and yes, we may have gone on a major tangent, but it has won at this circuit.
We're just adding reasons for us to include it at this point, aren't we?
Exactly.
It is one of the most glorious cars in motorsport. Note on my timing screen, yet another issue for Havu, and I did see a question in our chat. Why did Dino have to serve that penalty? Well, it was for contact with the 979, that Havu Porsche Cup car. And now just one remaining penalty to be served. That is for, well, for the Impulse Racing 915, actually. Let's just grab that podium spot away from the 997. They'll have 5 seconds during one of the next pit stop sequences. We are getting close enough to the end that I think it's within 90 minutes to go. So in about 10 minutes time, any penalties can be added post-race instead of being served during the race. And why is that important, Peter? Well, because it takes you a couple more seconds to get into your penalty box and then out of the penalty box. You might have to sit there for a bit longer as well to avoid stopping for too short of a time in the penalty box. And so if you can retroactively just add it to the time instead of having to serve it in the race, there is a definite advantage to be gained.
If you can serve it later on, it definitely makes a difference. Into the last 100 minutes, there's a little bit of cooperation between the two Impulse Racing cars competing in different classes. A GT4 Mustang in second place in category, 992 third place in category. Impulse Racing, they've been on the scene a long time now, haven't they, Impulse? They are an ever-present force in sim racing. Some really good drivers have come through there, and they're always in the hunt, particularly in this championship.
Yes, established in 2018, I want to say, something like that. But a stalwart of this championship, the DNLS, Digital Nürburgring Landstracken Series, which kicks off next Saturday. And as well, of course, the Inter Esports Global Championship, which the Impulse Racing crew will be a part of for next weekend's season finale. Ooh, we'll be 3 wide for a moment as we sweep out through traffic. Through the, well, depends on who you ask. Is it the Parabolica? Is it the Curva Alboreto? But our race leaders, BS Plus competition now with a 20-second advantage. And with Dino Lombardi in and out of pit lane, with the penalty being served, he is only 29 seconds behind. But effectively right now, Peter, it's pretty equal across the field. Everyone is going to head to pit lane the same number of times. Grid and Go are very much on the back foot.
They are. It just shows you how the tides can turn. You know, it looked like Grid and Go kind of had it under control, but we did sort of err, or suggest caution because they were the only team to play an alternative strategy. And like I say, there's only two outcomes there. You're either the genius or the fool, and at the moment they're teetering between those. Oh, massive moment there, huge moment in the 992s there from Delta Sport in 4th place, but great save there from Matthew Deschênes.
Well, he put himself in that position. He got himself out of it as well. My goodness gracious me. That car putting the pressure on him now is laps down. Remember, we started with 12 of these Cup cars, but left with only a handful on the lead lap as it stands right now, such has been the attrition through the playing field. My goodness, I'd love to see a look on board with that replay. It's just to see the hands at work, Peter.
Yeah, it must have been all arms and elbows there, but really well gathered, because generally when the Porsche 992 Cup machine gets away, it's very, very difficult to gather up again. But that was really quick hands to point sort of in the right direction. Oh, that must have raised the blood pressure in the team room.
Heart rate went up a bit, I have no doubt. Here's a look. Oh, so
he's fighting huge understeer there.
So does he kiss the gravel slightly as well? Is that what induces that initial moment?
Yeah, pile drive understeer, then 2 tires on the gravel, and the car says, okay, let you away with enough now. So yeah, just understeers. I don't know if he got it helped, you know.
I don't think he did.
No. Massive understeer though. And
I think if he had been helped, you would have seen the headlights go off as well. That was my logic.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh wow.
So,
well,
yeah.
Contender for save of the day, that is for sure. And well, they are fighting for a podium, let's not forget. What that did do crucially though is allow Przemysław Lemonek to scamper away another couple of seconds. He gained 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds on that lap alone, Peter, and so now remember, 5 seconds to be served in the penalty box within the conclusion, the time remaining to the conclusion of this race for Impulse Racing. They're just looking now for another 3 seconds or so, and that podium spot might still be theirs.
That's not much to ask. It's not much to ask. So if they get the head down, get on with it, they can do that. Make no mistake. But
so,
how this is tightening the championship up though, Arjuna, I mean particularly GT3, BS competition coming into this round, 12 points behind. They really needed to win this race. They really do need to win this race to try and go into Sebring with a good chance of taking the title away from Grid and Go. And they're doing everything in their power right now to do that with a 19-second advantage. And you have to say that's 19 seconds is a real gap. You know, they're on the same strategy as the cars chasing them, except Grid and Go back in 5th, but they're 28 seconds further back.
Let's ride on board with Lucas Herrmann for a little bit and just, well, experience what it's like to have a car on rails effectively. That's what the lap times indicate to us. Very smooth. Very, very, very smooth. Now, I still feel like Grid and Go could finish 2nd in this race, which, if they did, means they would head into the final round of the championship. Big fuel save there. You could hear the patience behind the GT4 car. That's one of the reasons why they're in this spot. They're not pushing the issue. But if they did end up with a 10-point championship lead going into the final round of the season, the calculations become relatively simple. For BS Plus competition, I think for the time being they're doing all they really can do, but they are relying on their competition to push Grid and Go a little bit further down the running order. See, the thing is, Peter, it's a 12-hour race, but there's no halfway points or anything to be awarded. It's only the points at the end of the race, and so it's an interesting championship finale, to say the least.
It is, and does it get anywhere better than Sebring for a finale? I mean, I remember back in 2020, the final round of the IMSA season was the Sebring 12-hour because the scheduled running in its traditional date in March had to be called off because of COVID at the time, and it made for the most amazing showdown I mean, but also amazing showdown. Petit Le Mans, I mean, we're pretty spoiled for choice there in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. Now, that onboard footage is quite amazing just to show how in control Team BS Competition are, and just that BMW is locked down. Good handling characteristics, but I tell you what though, Arjuna, not quite as good handling as Brian the Panda, the hire car. Not quite.
See, I
Which
still
didn't
don't
actually
have
harvest. It could harvest. It was a mild hybrid.
Oh, it could regen.
Oh, massive regen. Yeah, big lift and coast into roundabouts.
Big
Yeah.
Lyco.
Little dab on the handbrake at points as well.
So it was a proper manual then.
Oh yeah, proper manual.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
There
there
it
we
is,
go.
there it is.
So Lewis on the left, Peter smack dab in the middle, all the attention, and then our own Paul Smith on
love
the
it.
right side of that shot with Ryan, the literal panda. Oh, as battle between a Ferrari and McLaren. They look very similar in the rear profile, if I'm being completely honest, but it's Ethan Critchley that loses out, and it's Tim Matska in that big green machine for an ET Racing that is able to hold on to 6th position as they now enter into Lesmo 1.
Ethan Critchley, one of the front runners in WSR competition, trying to chase down 6th place Maniti Racing, Tim Matskett. Maniti, a real stalwart team of this championship over many years. Always a threat into Ascari. You can really take quite big liberties on those sausage curbs, surprisingly so.
Well, this is a hot button conversation as we roll our way up to January and Daytona. The line that a lot of iRacing drivers will run is, let's say, a line that if you took it in the real world for more than 5 laps, Peter, would cause so much damage to the underside of your car that you'd be in pit lane for the remainder of the 24-hour race. So understanding those liberties that you can take in the sim, it's so important. We always talk about the nuances between the sim and Full Metal Motorsports. Critchley a bit fended off there. A little awkward between the two as they blended into the braking zone of that turn 1. Yeah, I think Daytona's going to be interesting for 24 hours. Riding those anti-cut curves up through the newly reconfigured Le Mans chicane. It feels weird calling it the Le Mans chicane. I can't do it. I can't do it, Peter. It's the bus stop to me.
Yeah, I think, how many years has it been that way now? 3, I think, and I'm still getting it wrong. So, yeah, but it's all about the hand across the ocean, and of course they have the Daytona chicane at Le Mans now as well. Ethan Critchley really making Tim Matska sweat here as they a slow-moving McLaren GT4 there. Who's that?
That's the GT Unit.DE 492 with Dennis Rapkovic at the wheel.
Going a bit steady for my liking.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's that off-speed heading up to Ascari. Oh, clutches that inside curve, which if you mount it too aggressively, just bobble and bounce. And given that you need a relatively stiff suspension setup here at Monza to maintain the aero platform of the car, moments like that will often result in the spinning wheel of death.
Yeah, that's a shame. Matska under a lot of pressure here from Critchley. I bet he'll be starting to sweat now. Sweat won't be a problem though for Ethan Critchley because he famously has his own branded toilet roll, which he has in his sim room.
Excuse me?
Yes, in case of any instant perspiration or clean-up requirements, he always has a handy roll of toilet paper beside him. His teammates will know all about that. Oh.
Rear end steps.
Ouch.
You know what? Lights flash from the cup car behind, and I don't entirely blame him because he's sitting there minding his P's and Q's, and suddenly there's a McLaren that's chopped across the nose and had the tail end step out on him.
Oh, that was close. Oh, that was close there. That was the Impulse Mustang in second place. Getting the nose chopped off there. Somehow they get through, but a big heart-racing moment. That will have required the toilet roll to wipe the perspiration away.
That's what it's required for. When you started talking about it, I was like, teenagers, toilet rolls, there's a dangerous topic to head down. 90 minutes left to go. Does mean if there any one of our drivers has a spill on track, that we find ourselves within that window where they can add the penalty post-race. They do not need to serve it in this race. However, looking at the race control board, is there a penalty that's come down just on the right side of the wire for one of the teams? We'll get word on that when we get the final details inputted. However, confirmation that the Impulse 915 will still have that 5-second time penalty that will be served in the race itself. Peter, they are now 5 seconds clear of everyone chasing them down, so they could hold on to that third step on the podium if things continue to go well.
Things stay the same. Is there another twist in the tail though? With an hour and 26 minutes to go. Przemysław Lemonek in the Impulse Porsche. Very, very strong driver is Przemysław. Remember, he was a real star in the Dallara IRL1 World Championship, if you remember that.
Man, feels like just yesterday, but it was not.
No,
was
I
it
think
21 and 23?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, rapid cars.
Mind-boggling, the speed that they produced. A fantasy. If you let Dallara loose, what would they put together? That was the Dallara IRL1 concept. Now replaced, of course, in the Open Wheel Pro Series spot with the IndyCar Pro Series, returning on, I want to say it's January the 8th, just a couple of days before our season finale for its first round of the championship. Williams Sim Racing Academy, one of our championship protagonists in GT4. They dive to pit lane with Kai DL, the Canadian Armed Forces member, heading in from 6th spot. Meanwhile, we watch as Impulse Racing, well, are going to give us a demonstration, hopefully, of what the penalty box is. Peter, oh, perfect. Look at that. Park in the colored area. Count the seconds away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then off and away they will go.
And that is exactly where it was when we came here with the Michelin 24-hour series 2.5 years ago. In you come, push, take your pit stop, take your penalty, and off towards the pit box. Of course, that's the cool thing as well about in the real-life Michelin 24-hour series, the fuel pumps are not in the pit boxes. So what that means is that the teams don't have to bring their own refueling equipment. And the teams also, they're very glad of this when it's hot, they don't have to wear fire suits either. If those who are putting the fuel in the cars at the refueling area, they do have to wear fire suits. But if you're lucky enough to be in the tyre changing crew, then you can be in shorts and a t-shirt if you wish.
Well, I bet the pit reporters are also pretty grateful of that, huh?
They're grateful of it, but I don't know if any others are grateful to see their bare legs.
Oh, fair point, fair point.
Yeah.
That is one thing that is toasty sometimes when you sat on pit lane, fire suit on, warm, sweltering day. Yeah, that's not fun by any means. Although, if it's a cold day, maybe the fire suit helps you stay warm. So, you know, pros and cons. Got to look at it. Look at it half glass full and half glass empty as well. Ethan Critchley's lost a bit of ground to Tim Matska as they dive and juke their way through traffic. That McLaren does not want to let the move happen, but you can just see the speed that GT3 car carries up into the braking zone, able to roll that momentum in through the first part of Ascari, and then back out on the run to the Parabolica. Within the next 8 minutes or so, we reach another crucial window for GT3 and GT4 machines, which will be you can head to pit lane for your penultimate stop of the race without worrying too much about the splash and dash being required after that. The problem is, if you're UC Katia, I think you're just on the wrong side of that window. Although if Matthias Pentel has dived down to pit lane as well, Finley Jones too, maybe the GT4s have just that little bit more breathing room in the tank to get there with one more stop from here.
And we're getting towards that pit window, aren't we? As soon as we go past an hour and 20 minutes to go, you could pit with then requiring only one more stop from there. And is this where Grid and Gold gain at least a little bit of time back? Because they are only 11 laps into their stint now. So you could argue that then they have about a 5-lap fuel advantage. Now, what's that? Quarter of a tank? So is that, what, 7 seconds? Would that be a fair calculation?
I think your algebra computes to me.
That's good.
I think that sounds right, yes.
Oh, that brings them forward. I actually would put them on the podium if all things remain the same.
I still think they can grab second. Like, I think second for Grid and Go is a possibility.
Yep.
I think.
And would they be disappointed with that? Would they be? Would they feel like a certain Formula One team feel right now, or would they be feeling actually that was the best result we could get?
You know, it'll be interesting to ask the team and to get their feedback, because, you know, they made the call on the strategy. You commit at the early stage. You can't whiffle waffle, right? That's not how these sort of calls work. They've slightly adapted the call when they realized it wasn't quite maybe going in their direction. Let's give credit to BS Plus competition as well. Such a healthy margin. It's relatively tight behind Falcon Sim Racing. There's a 6-second gap between 4 or 5 cars. However, much bigger margin up front as the lights flash. Ethan Critchley has been let past by Tim Matska and now sets sail and tries to pull clear. GTUnit.de, lengthy pit stop for them. They get some damage repair. Late stage of the championship, Peter, what they're really trying to do is just accrue every single point they can.
This stage, they're so key to get those extra points. And Ethan Critchley now in the position for a little bit more, getting up into the top 6. They sit 6th at the moment in the championship. Simufy, both Simufy cars ahead of them, so they potentially gain a couple of positions on the 14 Simufy car, which get them close to the top 5 in the championship, heading towards Sebring. The thing is, though, Sebring, it can go wrong there so quickly. It's not the place you really want to be going for if you want to close off a championship. But if you're chasing from behind, well, it can play in your favour.
Fortunately, the teams don't have to worry about their cars breaking, right? That's the reality of going to a track like Sebring in the real world. It's why all endurance racing cars use Sebring as part of their rollout test program. Lamborghini have just rolled the Temerario out there for, I think it was a 24-hour endurance test for the very first time. So can you imagine if these teams and drivers had to worry about mechanical failures as well of the race car and managing all of that, being a bit more careful about curb usage and all sorts of different factors? It would be a very different situation, that is for sure. Haven't talked much about 992 in the front of that class recently, Peter, so let's quickly rectify that, because while one Grid and Go machine involved in a unfortunate incident in the first hour of the race tangled up, championship hopes maybe in the rearview mirror for the time being, the other of the Grid and Go Porsche Cup cars is in a great spot. They've just come down to pit lane, seemingly done a full service, headed back out onto track on our second on the road, waiting for one more team to head down pit lane.
Great point in our RaceSpot YouTube chat, talking about the potential for damage. Saying iRacing endurance races would be good with brake fade and punctures. That's from Adam Watson, who's just jumped out of the car for Altitude Esports. I think that is a great call, because obviously we have tyre wear. Brake wear would be a really interesting one, because if we're timing when in a 12 or a 24-hour race that you had to do a brake change.
Well, there are sims that do offer that functionality, so it's not out of the realm of reality by any means. It would offer a lot of different ways to approach the race. Do you really push the brakes hard, require an earlier change? Are you able to nurse it a little bit more? Can you even then strategically do 2 of the brakes at one pit stop, do 2 at the next pit stop? All sorts of things spring to my mind. Because you know what sim racers would do, right? they would optimize to the nth degree and figure out the fastest way to make that work. As 3 wide off Ascari with traffic. Oh, there's a fight brewing here as that 992 battle for that podium continues to heat up, and Impulse Racing, after serving their 5 seconds, have got some work to do. Carlar and Wizards for a moment thought about going side by side, but doesn't quite work out with the traffic. But out wide, Carlar, Hendrik Augustin gets spooked, and Wizards Esports sweep through and pick up 3rd.
We have a very interesting contrapoint, though, to Adam Watson's point about brake fade from our very own Paul Smith. Always the voice of reason. We don't want any more reasons for users not to race. It's bad enough the amount that refuse to race in the rain. Also fair point.
Well, I'm trying to think about... So the other point that Adam had made was about punctures and running wide over curves and stuff, which is also another factor which you talk about Sebring. Oh, there are some curves there. If you drop a wheel on the outside of turn 1 late in the race, the risk of cutting a tire is much higher than I think a lot of people would realize. So definitely something that I think would discourage people from running that line potentially, which is not the worst thing in the world. Here comes Lemonek. Remember, penalty served. Trying to search his way past first Carlar and then Wizards back onto the podium. Will he slingshot out of Lesmo too well? The car in front almost bobbles all the way out into the gravel. Just about gets onto the power nicely, but draft offered up. Lemonek touched low in it, running up towards Ascari. Thinks better of it. That's good racecraft.
Very clever racecraft, I think, from Przemysław Lemonek, because, yeah, there's not really a move there into Ascari without compromising yourself massively. So you're going to have to try and set it up coming out of the Parabolica and set it up for the run down into turn 1 and 2. Try and just maximise that exit as best as possible. The Carlar machine of Hendrik Augustin just running that little bit late apex there as well, and Lemonek's right on him. Lemonek's underneath the rear wing. Here he comes. Got a great run as he comes down the start-finish straight in the pitch dark, side by side. Lemonek's already got a bit of an overlap, and he's done it before. He's done it, but even before they get there, and Augustin's saying, after you.
That was a big lift and coast. I wonder if there is also a strategical element that is mixing into this. Delta Sports Sim Shop, they've just left pit lane a lap or 2 ago, so there's a couple of different strategies still afoot here as from the lead of the class, Team Checkmate Wallach Group are finally in. They will still owe us 1 more pit stop from here, but it will be a somewhat shorter stop, to say the least. There they are, stationary on the lane with the headlights illuminating things around them. Going back to the question of whether they have run races here into the night before, I'm just going to guess by the lack of lighting around the track. The answer to that is a firm no.
Yeah, Monza. Well, that's the thing, is Monza's not a track that we would see night racing on a great deal, and so many residential properties around it that yes, it would not go down very well with the local residents. It's a lovely park around Monza, actually. In fact,
sorry, Peter. There's a stricken Ford Mustang just on the right side of the shot there. That is Lucas Perez, who has dropped down from 6th in GT3, now off the lead lap as well. What's happened here? Is it by himself? Oh, once again, just over-rotates on the right side of the complex and then backs it up. Well, that GT4 car is not going to be thrilled. Neither will that one be. And then finally gets into reverse gear. It's difficult to do in the real world, that's for sure. And has to spot his gap to rejoin safely.
It's a mistake that's been made many times, isn't it? Frustrating. Waiting for an opportunity to get back out on the circuit now. BS competition leaders in the pit lane. Also in GD4 are leaders in Kieran Harrison for Team 75 Bernard. So 1 more stop to go here for our leader BS competition. Now, where are we with Grid and Go? Grid and Go could go another 3-4 laps,
I think they'll only go. I think they'll go 2 more, Peter.
Okay.
wait to be proven wrong, but they have gone back to that same sort of pit stop time we saw from them in the first sequence of the race. Kieran Harrison is 37.3 seconds stationary. That's pretty much standard. 4 tires and fuel all done at the same time. BS merged directly into the path of Ethan Critchley, though. That was not ideal. Critchley will be into pit lane next time by. He's light on fuel, albeit, yes, with some more tires. Punched in a decently competitive lap last time around, and now gets to see how that BMW gets its tires up to temperature. It's not that difficult of a process, especially compared to prototypes nowadays, but you can see how vulnerable the Zebra is. Pulls to the inside as the World Sim Racing McLaren and gets in front, although owing us a pit stop.
There's your difference in the tire warm-up. When those tires are new, it is tricky, really tricky, and you just got to let that temperature and pressure build in as best as you can and then get down to business. But once they are in, they're going to give much better performance than the older tire.
More pit stops for GT4, all again around that 37-second bracket. There's not much wiggle room to speak of there. That looks like the front end of a BMW M4. And indeed, it's 414, the Delta V Racing by Keyshop. Adrian Da Costa at the wheel. In front of him has just pulled one of our Mercedes. Looks to be the Vulcan Fasteners Glasstech 421. As Addis Racing by WSR and Nathan Paris into pit lane from second in GT3 and followed in by the sister car. Ethan Critchley follows suit. And these, at this point, do not have to be full pit stops. These could be slightly shorter pit stops, as would be the next stop. So a little bit more leeway for anyone pitting later in the stage.
Yeah, you can play it how you want it. Do you want to take on a full fuel load and then put new tires on and take the pain now and then do a shorter fill? I think that's what I would do. Track position aside, but I think you want it, if you're going to put new tires on, just fill it up with fuel and get the best benefit out of those tires, and then you've just got to do a quick splash and go, and then keep those tires warm, those older tires warm, for that last little run to the flag.
So Lemonette back up into third in 992, but Octavio Rondoletto, the Argentine, has the Habu 979 through the wars, a beaten and battered rear end, showing the damage it's been taken as well. And Rondoletto in the Bike 500 999 easily up the inside. No real fight back offered. And Harvey might be due to pit lane, in fact, and yes, pull to driver's right and onto the pit speed limiter by those yellow cones. Also followed in, by the way, by Dino Lombardi, so I was correct. It was 2 more laps for grid and go and into pit lane for our leaders. And so let's see the gap to, realistically, Falcon Sim Racing, right, Peter? We care more about the fight for net second than we do for the race lead.
That's what it is for the championship anyway. Into the pits come grid and go. Let's see what their pit counter is going to say. BS Competition, their last pit stop was 29, so a little bit quicker than they would normally do. So they're just taking a little bit off, knowing that they can get away with that and fill up at the next pit stop, the final pit stop. And for grid and go, still there.
It's a driver change, and so it's a 31.3 second stop, and off and away they go. They will blend back out onto track just in front, albeit yet to get up to speed. So where is Falcon alongside? Or just in front, and there goes the TC Mercedes as well to put a car between them. Now, they will still be in front of Nathan Paris, will Sven Haase, but fight for second is on.
But again, in terms of strategy, they're ahead of Falcon because they have 5 laps more fuel on board. The time in the pit box is pretty much identical for the second placed car of Falcon and the number 2 car in third of Grid and Go. But Grid and Go, of course, just come out the pit lane, so they've got 5 laps more fuel on board. So therefore, they've got several seconds to gain at the final pit stop.
Back to 992 for a moment. Wizards Esports still on the hunt. Lemonette proving to be a difficult nut to crack, though. Sven Sven Haase still has to warm his tires up, by the way, so that gap growing to Luka Wunsch. Nathan Paris is starting to close. Not close enough just yet to force the issue. This is definitely a unique situation, though. Nighttime at Monza, headlights paving the way, limited references that these drivers have at their disposal, and very much still finding their marks and hitting them time after time after time. The relentless consistency of sim racing on display. There's a bit of a wiggle through the first part of the Lesmos, cost a bit of time. And you can see Lemonex start to walk away and open that gap up. It's 7/10, although back in the draft, it's shrinking once again.
Well, this is your battle at the moment over third position, over that last spot on the podium. But Wizards Esports in fourth. They're definitely due a stop, 22 laps into their stint. Impulse Racing only 9 laps, so not quite as close on paper as it is on the track right now. But in terms of the gap between Grid and Go and Falcon, that is stretched out a little to 3.3, with that Sven Haase having in that Grid and Go car trying to heat the tyres up. But we'll get a look in the sector time. Yeah, they're pretty much identical now, 35.5 for all 3 of the top cars. So Sven Haase in the Grid and Go Mustang has got his tyres now into their operating window.
And you were saying that the rough math indicated a 5-second advantage is what they likely would have in that last pit stop sequence. Nathan Paris forces the issue through Lesmo 2 and follows Sven Haase. That gap is 4.1 seconds for the time being. So let's watch the traffic fluctuations. But if Luka Wunsch can find another 7/10, second place could still be in the hands of the Falcon Sim Racing team racing in the Ford Mustang, as they continue to show their strength in the world of sim racing, partnered up with Door Esports. So, 25 seconds the gap for Lucas Herrmann. Stay out of trouble, 65 minutes left to go. And BS Plus competition, second place in the last edition of this championship, which did not run last year, ran 2 years ago, have a chance going into that final round of the points. In 992, it is 5 seconds the gap between Grid and Go and Team Checkmate Wallach Group. It's a lot closer than I think a lot would have expected, although Grid and Go starting to open up their advantage on a fresh set of Michelin tires. They will be in the driving seat, not quite mathematically, I think, wrapped up as champions, but it is going to be a almighty task for their sister car, for the Impulse 915, to bring them back in. And meanwhile in GT4, the early retirement with technical issues for the championship leading Grid and Go 400 Porsche Cayman has really allowed the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC race leading machine to grab control of the points heading into the final round of the season. So 12 hours of racing left to go. Still a lot left for us to figure out. And we've talked about it ad nauseum already, but Sebring is a unpredictable track. And no halfway points as well, Peter. I'll repeat what I've said already a couple of times today. It makes for a very different sort of championship where sometimes in these longer races you're thinking, right, how do I approach it and be at the lead 3 hours in, 6 hours in, 9 hours in? Here, you're just thinking about the run to the checkered flag.
That's it. Yeah, we're and then getting towards that last hour now, and we'll see who's got what in terms of the GT3 battle and how much time will Grid and Go in their Mustang, how much time will they regain when the last pit stops are taken. Just a lap or so ago with that, caught it on our footage here, that the SimRC by Bernhard Team 75 car was effectively nearly nerfed out the way by the GT3s coming through. I think it was the McLaren for Adidas Racing by WSR, and I tell you what, Kieran Harrison, he had to really quickly straighten the steering and compromise his lap massively, but if he hadn't have done that, it could have been a race-ending collision for them.
It's the advantage of having a 24-second advantage, though, isn't it, Peter? You can avoid the risk with a bit more time lost, you can open up the steering that little bit more instead of being a bit tighter to the corners and risking that little bit more.
Yeah, but you do. You're right. You do have that that luxury in hand to be able to do that. But you also need to have the perception, because many and indeed the maturity to do that. Because sometimes you can think, no, I'm taking my line. No, he can wait, and sometimes they don't. And Kieran read that one perfectly and had to just bail out of it, effectively, to let the GT3 through. Didn't, he doesn't have to do that, but it was what kept them in the position they are right now. Overly aggressive move, but collision avoided, which is what is the difference of being quick and winning multi-class races like this, where 3 classes on track at once. A lot of cars. I mean, even we've had a lot of attrition. We've lost 10 cars, and we've still got 43 on track, so it is busy out there.
Yeah, although I think Sebring's going to be a different type of traffic busy. It's this track has got a decent number of high, medium, and low speed corners. As much as there's not many of them. There's a nice mix of them all. At Sebring, for the most part, I feel as though traffic kind of sorts itself out between a lot of the corners. Although with these combinations, 992 doesn't get a chance to stretch its legs to the same ability as it does here, especially knowing that it will be running probably a lot more downforce than they are trimmed out for here today. So, seconds will tick off. We'll head into the final hour of this Next Level Racing 6 hours of Monza. Big shout out to Next Level Racing, who gave away 2 bits of hardware. We had Charles join us in the opening hour, so if you did enter that competition, check your Instagram message request, I think is what we said. See if you've won a couple of bits of NLR hardware. 992 pit stops with 60 minutes to go. You're still going to need a splash from here, I feel.
Yeah, you'd think so. GT3's their window, I think, is anything under 40 minutes to go. You can come in, fill up, and go to the end.
I think a 992 car can probably go just over 50 odd minutes, so not far away are Porsche Cup cars from being able to make their final trip down pit lane. But I think Wizards Esports, in the hunt for a top 5, might just be on the wrong side of that bubble. They've just finished a 26 lap stint. Lap time's about 1 minute 50. That is well short of a full hour of racing. A couple of different lines being taken as we ride on board with Team Checkmate Sim line. The Thomas Eng Sim Racing Porsche a little bit wider on the initial right-hander of Ascari. Left them a bit tight on the apex onto this back stretch, and it's really closed up in through the draft. The Delta V BMW M4 GT4, the only M4 GT4 in the field. That's now a good 1.2 seconds away, and so look, off the back of Lucas Dirksen, Sebastian Soka is closing slowly as they now cross the start-finish line. Pit lane off on the left side of our camera shot, and there goes the Porsche as well. Wheel to wheel into the braking zone. Dirksen not fighting too hard and just about winding it up in time to get the move done.
Well done there, just to put the car in the position and just slip through. Not too aggressively defended, you'd have to argue. There is Team Checkmate Simline Sebastian Sorsha. Through he goes. Good stuff.
Big hop over the curbs once again. It's always interesting to see the GT4 cars, which again, we always talk about them being 70-80% road car in a lot of cases, how much of the curb they're able just to eat, and time after time after time as well. The fact that many of these drivers don't race on motion rigs, I think, sometimes encourages them, Peter, to run those more aggressive lines, because I can only imagine how uncomfortable it must be to be at a 30-degree angle, launching off that curb and then slamming back onto the ground.
Yeah, and you've got to, it is a bit different than in reality. That's the thing is, though, you've got to think of every possible advantage you can get. It's the same in other sims. I know that on in Richard Burns Rally, there's the Czech Republic's Lynn Super Special stage, where I remember one of the drivers, Andrea Mabolini, who won that stage in real life this year, and at the end of the stage he said to me, well, I've done that stage thousands of times, so I knew my way around. But then he also told me, on the sim you can cut the curbs. But he says in real life, definitely not. You'll rip a wheel off if you do that.
Goes back to the nuance that we were talking about before, right? So
yeah, he says he says, Peter, if you ever do this rally, do not take the curbs like you do in the sim.
Well, I feel as though it's only fair for you to mention, Peter, that in your off season, from some real world racing, although it's not a very long off season, I know, you've organised a rally, a virtual rally. So tell us more about that.
Yes, indeed. You can come and take part in rally fastest through so far, and that is the competition, to be fastest through so far. So if you're the first person to enter, then you will automatically be fastest through so far. Starting on the 8th of December, running for a week in tarmac stages across Europe in the Impreza Group A 555 car. It's going to be great fun. Come and join it.
And that is
come and laugh at me being last.
That is on Richard Burns Rally, just to be clear, if anyone is wondering. Wonderful title. It's relatively easy to get set up and get installed. Peter, do you talk to some of the real-world rally drivers? Do they use the game to practice and prepare a little bit?
They all got me into it, actually. They all swear by it. They absolutely swear by it. And the fact that you've got, I mean, this year's Barham Rally, there was drivers getting to the end of the stage going, I was able to practice that in Richard Burns Rally, and it gave them an advantage.
Wow.
So, yeah, the qualifying stage is on it, Komarov 2, and it definitely made a difference. So, yeah, I would say, actually, particularly in rallying, if you've got an identical stage, that really, really helps.
Yeah, and I guess it doesn't need to be exactly the same, but as long as it's close enough that you can recognize the sequences.
Yes.
That's the thing that's crucial, right? Is being able to kind of pattern recognize what's coming up and make those adjustments, not just be going off the first adrenaline and also the pace notes as here comes. I was going to say a pit stop, but that's M&J downforce. I think that must be a Ascari to be pointed in the wrong direction, yes. Oh, and now a precarious place to spot a gap and get it spun around as well. He's still got the traction control on. He's hit the wall again.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, that's with 54 minutes to go. That's so frustrating. And you would think he'll have to come to pit lane to get some repair, because that looked like quite a bit of damage.
If not from the first bit of contact that we may have missed, well, the second whack on the wall with the right front looked pretty sizable. Let's see. Once again, it's going to be that right-hand side, is it? No, instead this is just left side's getting into the air and then bang, almost straight into the wall, to be fair. So maybe that actually is going to work out and minimize the damage as Mag Performance trickle into pit lane. This is definitely shy of the point that will get them to the end of the race. They'll owe us a splash and dash.
Yep, they will, unfortunately. Yeah, the GT3s, you've still got another 13 minutes at least before you can come in and make it to the end of the race. PS competition, Lucas Herrmann doing the job at the moment out front. 23 seconds to the good. They've not panicked when others have thrown different strategical spanners in the works. They've just kept stuck to their plan and have driven well. In fact, the opening sector actually setting really strong pace, and that's a personal best sector for Lucas Herrmann on this lap, so he's pushing.
He's pushing. Luka Vunch is also opening up his gap to Sven Haase, so that's 6.7 seconds, and I'm going to throw Peter under the bus. It was Peter's math and Peter's abacus that calculated about a 5-second advantage.
5 laps, I said.
Was it 5 laps? Okay. Well, 5 laps is also about... No, it won't be. So 5 laps is a quarter of the stint, roughly. I know it's not exactly, but let's just work with me here. So 25% times 30 seconds is... Oh, I'm terrible at doing math on the fly here.
7.5 seconds.
So it'll be 7.5 seconds.
Well, I said a benefit of 8 seconds. Oh,
okay,
no, the WSR McLaren's off. In the wall.
That's Critchley.
Oh, no.
Ascari bites another. Stays in the top 5. But to get back to the point, Peter, I actually don't think there is a 7.5 second advantage, because it's still going to take you 30 seconds to change your tires. So unless Grid and Go is going to gamble on doing a 2-tire stop, I think it's still advantage Falcon Sim Racing right now as we jump on board with the BMW GT4.
Well, remember they took tires at the last stop, and with, I mean, they'll be pitting with maybe, I don't know.
They can do another 13 laps from now, so yeah,
exactly.
It'll be a while.
So call it 20 minutes, maybe. So they've got, with half an hour to go, and they can keep their tires warm and crack on. I think they'll keep the same tires on and just splash and go.
Right, so in that case, they still need about a 7 I would argue you want more than a 7-second buffer. Closer to a 9-second buffer would make it comfortable. So right now it is still Falcon Sim Races versus Grid and Go for second. So we'll very much be tracking sector times and lap times. Diana Perez for the Fast Repair Motorsports crew. Well, no fast repair for them right now. It's taking a lengthy time as they sit in pit lane. That's a 9th position as well now. The attrition really playing its part.
Kind of cruel irony in that, isn't there?
Yes. No, I didn't want to make the pun any deeper and dig the knife in.
They chose the name.
True. They must have known what they were asking for and expected it from the commentators.
But they got some airtime, though. Well done, guys.
At least it fits on the left side of the screen as well. There's some names that just don't fit in that timing tower, so some credit to the Fast Repair Motorsports crew. This has been a weird race, Peter, in that we've seen plenty of close racing this season, to be fair. It's almost like they knew you were going to be in the commentary box and decided, well, it's time for us to go into podcast mode instead.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with podcast mode.
Oh, I'm not minding it, but it's a very different race where we're not seeing the big sends. There's a lot more fuel mileage games going on. I guess in some ways it's not a surprise that it's happened here at Monza.
Yeah, it's the nature of the circuit. It's almost a little bit like plate racing in NASCAR in some way, where it's the draft is so key, and the way that you use it is arguably your most powerful tool. So that can mean that you got a car that actually, you maybe got a tenth or two on the car ahead, but that's not enough to make use of it. So you sit behind and you save fuel, which of course then doesn't contribute to the entertainment. Speaking of podcast mode, you were on the IMSA Endurance Hour the other day, I see.
I was in the same seat as John Doonan was at one point.
There you go.
Made me feel very special and important.
Yeah, I bet. We'll be getting you a boss man Gile soon, if you ever get any more important.
I don't think I'll pull that look off as well as John does, to be fair.
He does rock the boss man Gile very well.
No, he does. Good exit off of turn 1, but almost stuck behind now, and I wonder if that BMW in a straight line just doesn't have the legs that Adrian Da Costa would be hoping for, and so doesn't want to overcommit and put himself in a vulnerable position. And these are a couple of machines which are halfway through the fuel stint, so we'll be down onto pit lane in another 20 minutes or so, you'd think, for their final trip down pit lane. Top 10 on the cards. They're 15 seconds down the road from the next car in front. And kind of fighting for scraps at this point, and that includes the Thomas Eng Sim Racing 434.
So Lucas Dirksen having to maybe dig deep, think, what would Thomas do in this scenario? And the answer always would be, go for it. Worry about race control later on.
Oh, poor team at Race Control, who were so busy at the start, Peter. They've actually been relatively quiet for the middle and latter part of the races. It's not been as bad as it started off for them.
No, it started off pretty busy. I mean, even in qualifying, it was all sorts going on. So now, I tell you what, the Adidas Racing team have got away with that impact at Ascari very, very well, because they've just set a personal best time in Sector 1 as well, so that whatever damage they picked up is not affecting performance whatsoever.
Yeah, but they are now increasingly close to Ryan de Grip for Maniti, as well as Simufy and Lucas Perez, so I don't think they're out of the woods just yet, and that spin did cost them a not inconsiderable amount of time. GT4 battle has got the Falcon Sim Racing teal and blue Ford Mustang sneaking past. That gap back to Sven Haase dropping like a stone, by the way. It's now 3.7 seconds, so what was 1.7 cut in half. Advantage back to Grid and Go in the fight for second, I would say.
The McLaren, I think it's the Ferrari, the Maniti Ferrari getting into the side of one of the GT4 Porsches there. Oh, that was aggressive.
Well, we were just saying race control's being quiet. Not anymore.
No, that was the 488 car that got a big old thump there. That's the Team Checkmate sim line. Well, Checkmate, they almost got knocked off the board there.
Pit stops for Alessio Bonino in one of the 07 Racing Ferraris, and for Kai Diel in that Williams Sim Racing Academy Ford Mustang. Remember, this is the first race that we've really seen speed from the Ford Mustangs, and the gap looking like it's going to grow between Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC and Williams Sim Racing Academy. This is an important last stint to the race for that 477. Get all the positions you can. You want to minimize the gap to that Porsche heading into the final round of the season, where it could be winner takes all for the championship.
Slightly steady middle sector for the Grid and Go Ford Mustang. I thought I saw it a little bit offline a little. Yeah, that lap not so good there. 46.8, about 0.4 of a second off the rest of the pack. In fact, 0.9 of a second back from Nathan Paris in the Adidas Racing by WSR McLaren, so they could be in the hunt for the podium as well, despite that incident. In fact, they will be kicking themselves about that incident at Ascari, because without that, they may well have been in the fight. Well, very, very close. You could really put the podium in any place now. We'll see how it goes. So we're not far away from the pit window opening to get you to the end of the race. Once you kind of go past the 40-minute to go mark, you can get home if you're in GT3, I think.
I'd argue you can potentially do it from here if you save a lot of fuel, which is asking for a lot. I think all the GT4s that pick from now are definitely good to the end. GT3s are just on the wrong side of that. They would need to save 2 laps more, which again you could do, but you'll be losing a lot of time. It's probably not worth the effort that you would be putting to saving all of that fuel and lifting and coasting that much, be leaving yourself in such a vulnerable position, and maybe most crucially. So 44 minutes left to go, 4 minutes to go, and then well and truly GT3s will pit with freedom. No worries about making it to the end without an additional trip down to pit lane. 992s, probably 4 laps or so from the first couple of teams headed down to pit lane, and there are some here which, again, remember, much like with speculating that Grid and Go will not take tires in the Cup class, effectively the entire field, Peter, is already on tires that have done a double stint already.
Well, that's the question then. How much time do you want to give away putting new ones on? Because with 40 minutes to go, I mean, how much of a benefit can you get? Can you get all that time back? That is really, really intriguing. Still, Ryan van de Grijp for Maniti Racing carrying on. So, not decide. I think you're right. It's not really worth it right now to try and risk it and go short on fuel. As I say that,
that is Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing off at turn 1. Now, that looked to be totally unrelated to the cars that we were tracking into that opening corner.
Well, that's a relief there for them, at least. No such issues. Now, there's a time penalty coming in. Car number 2707 Racing, 5-second time penalty for moving across on the 488 Team Checkmate Simline car at the second chicane, causing contact. So it was actually the 07 car, not the Maniti car by the looks of things.
The benefit of the sim world is the infinite angles that you can go back and retroactively put cameras into spots. Always benefit to be able to, especially in the night, be able to reflect on incidents with those additional angles. So 07 Racing, that 27 machine, still in a fight with Tommy Vadel for Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford.
In my defense, it is a black and green Ferrari.
Fair enough. And from, again, certain profiles, even in the daytime, you'd be hard-pressed to tell the two apart.
Yeah, they are remarkably similar. Maybe it's a technical alliance they have. Or they did a combo deal on black and green paint.
Yeah, there must have been a deal on the paint at the shop. There is something about teams choosing similar colors as, well, the big green machine loses out to Simify and Lucas Perez. Black and red, it's a very popular combo in motorsports across the board, both in sim racing and in real-world motorsports. We don't have enough purple cars, pink race cars. I mean, orange is not used enough. I mean, I'm looking at the Simify car, and that's why it sprung to my mind. It's not often that you'll see that bold orange on display.
We don't have enough in British Racing Green or Bonato Green.
What's
Bonato
that second one?
Bonato is named after Wolf Bonato, who used to own Bentley, and oh, who's off? Oh, dearie me. Someone off at the second Lesmo.
I think that's Lemonek, is it? Or is
No.
he in pit lane? No, Lemonek's in pit lane, that's why you can see top right. I think it might have been Jack Osborne.
Oh dear.
In the Altitude Free M 422. Yes. Oh. Oh!
Oh, sticks the landing though.
Well, it's physics. I know I'm not very educated, but the way that digs in is remarkable.
You need to go to the physiotherapist after that one.
Oh, chiropractor appointments for the next couple of years as well.
Definitely. Yes, Bonato Green. I think that's for my sim racing team. We'd have our cars painted in Bonato Green.
One day I'm going to wrap my car in British Racing Green.
Oh, that would look great on your car.
Yes, no, I've looked at it. It's not as expensive as I thought it was. Lands on all four wheels as well, so nails the landing, although I do feel for Jack Osborne there, the spine would have been compressed quite significantly on a couple of occasions. Right.
And you wouldn't have to wash it, you just keep wrapping it. So you'd save on the car wash.
That would get expensive, like keep re-wrapping it.
Yeah, but you then, once you've wrapped it, you can't then take it to the jet wash because you'll rip it.
Yes, no, that is the problem. I think officially, by the way, we are in the pit stop window, Peter. 39 minutes left to go.
That we are. So, and WSR Esports, they're taken to the pit lane after 17 laps on their stint. They've taken their stop and are now fueled to the end of the race. So WSR Esports, car number 23 in their McLaren, good to go to the end of the race as they come out in 9th place.
Right, does that set the flood off? Or
Yeah, it does, because we got number 57 Impulse Racing, Ropa Acusticurpa is in, as is the 07 Ferrari and the Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford number 5 car.
So of all of those cars, the one to really keep the eye on is Falcon Sim Racing, right? The Luca Bunch-driven 44, which becomes the first to blink from the front. Now, they have gone deepest on the stint, so maybe no surprise. 22-lap run for them as we watch Simify blast past the pit entry. is they're going to be a lengthy stop from Luka Bunch. No, 22.4 seconds. Never mind, it continues to trickle upwards. And that's effectively a full service there. 31.3 seconds.
Yeah, that is a full service.
Wow.
Well, and I can assure you, Grid and Go don't need that because they had a full service at the last stop. And so therefore they could go, what do we think, 22 laps is the total stint?
I think,
So
yeah, at least 5 more laps.
5 more laps, yeah. So that is probably the next 8 minutes.
So that might be second settled then.
Maybe.
Have to wait and see if Sven Haase can avoid losing any time in traffic. But this is why strategy is so crucial. Oh, it's uncomfortable up to that second chicane. Wizards Esports in the thick of all of this, as that's one of the black and green Ferraris. Looks like one of the 07 entries. Just in front now is Delta Sport, Carlar. It's a 3-way tussle for 4th. Now, I don't know if the Wizards machine is going to be able to get to the end. Everyone else in the class, though, if they are making their pit stops, should be good. To the checkered flag as Rupe Kirkapa in that impulse racing by TAM livery 57. Tucked up behind the profile of a Ford Mustang for M&J Downforce. That does still owe us a pit stop.
So, Europa here getting onto the green painted part. It's a great name, isn't it?
I'm going to send him a message and ask him to rate your pronunciation, because you can roll your R's way more than I can.
Yeah, well, this is again. I work with some great Finnish colleagues on rallies, and there is a driver called Roope Korhonen.
Really?
Very good driver. And I said, how do I pronounce this correctly? And they said Roope.
I can't even attempt that, Peter.
Yeah, give it a go. Go on.
No. I commentated on Rupe in the Prodigy Racing League, and I think he Americanized the pronunciation enough for Brian Till and myself so that we felt comfortable saying it. So he is Rupe. He is Rupe to me.
Roope.
Shout out to Rupe and to his dad, Mika, as well. If they're watching on, big family support for him as he continues to work through the traffic. Now, again, that car in front has the warm tires, and that's something else that has been a big change that we've been seeing in the most recent iRacing build. And Sean Campbell put this comment in chat, Peter. Adding another dynamic element to the tire model has made the racing so much more enjoyable for the young American.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it? Yeah. Anyone who drove in the 12 hours of Bathurst this year may have just about recovered from that experience. That was my first experience of ever driving in the wet on iRacing, in the dark at Bathurst. I only spun a couple of times. But it does make it more interesting, that's for sure.
Now, how heavy was the rain, Peter? You can't tell us that and not dive into the full story.
Well, it started wet, that was the problem. And I was starting. And it did dry up slowly. But it was, I mean, you're just tiptoeing the whole way. Oh, it was carnage. It was absolute carnage.
Leaders
we didn't
in
win.
First. Well, I don't blame you for surviving. Surviving would be the first goal, I think, in the rain at Mount Panorama. Already seen BS Plus in and out of pit lane. That was a 29.4 second stop. Kieran Harrison, he's in now.
So, second place in GT4 in the championship. Team 75 Bernhard, if they can get to the end of the race, they're going to go into Sebring with a decent championship advantage. Car up on the jacks, fuel going in. And it's been yet another typical Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guinness masterclass. They just don't make mistakes. They're so consistent.
Impervious at times, to say the least. Off and away they go. Hadi Noah Mamasi is also in pit lane for what will be the final time today. Not expecting him to take tyres. He did so in the last sequence for the Porsche Cup class. Meanwhile, back onto track, Tommy Vidal has got to, well, get those tyres up to temperature and pressure.
I wonder if Falcon may struggle to get on the podium here. I think Adidas Racing by WSR may well pinch this podium.
We'll wait and see.
Possibility.
The McLaren is just heading out through turns 1 and 2, so at least another lap before it's due onto pit lane. Sven Haase should be an additional lap beyond that, in my suspicion. So we'll find out at the end of this lap, I think, Peter, as to where this fight for second is going to settle itself out.
It's all going to depend on how much fuel needs to go in the tank. And this is also the thing, is the teams then have to judge how exactly to the litre how much fuel they need to get to the end of the race. And any litre more is just giving away time. You want to just get over the line and cough out of fuel. But of course, if you go too aggressive, then you've either got to do huge fuel saving and give away lap time and potential position, or even worse, you don't make it to the flag at all. So getting that fuel calculation right is so important. But the teams will be on that, knowing what kind of fuel burn, knowing what number per lap they have to hit, and they'll fill up accordingly.
One of the updates that was announced this year that's pretty cool was the fact that iRacing telemetry can now be streamed to the Cosworth Pi Toolbox, a suite of software used in the real world, albeit maybe plenty of engineers still continue to use the regular Motec that a lot of teams have been using for many a year on iRacing, but that allows for even more in-depth analysis during the race of what's going on. It would be interesting to hear if any of our teams here today are relying on that data to help dial in their fuel number. Onto pit lane comes Paris, though. As expected, that means next lap by, Sven Haase is due into the pit lane. We are into the dying throes of the pit window, and the McLaren up on the jack at a aggressive angle, ready to launch back out onto track.
So Nathan Paris in that Adidas Racing by WSR McLaren. Will they come out ahead of the Falcon Racing team? Jacks are down, revs up, off he goes.
It's a good stop.
Really solid stop.
So I think Falcon Sim Racing are yet to even come across the line, and yeah, so as Nathan Paris rejoins, I think Luca Wunsch has lost out here, and it's a big gap, make that 3 or so seconds. Now, tires coming up to temperature and pressure, yes, this is where Luca's got to go on the offense. He's been out there for 4 laps already, the car in front is his prey, and he's on the hunt.
So McLaren versus Ford, that's what we've come to see here. Luca Wunsch for Falcon Sim Racing team, going to try and hunt down the Adidas McLaren. 30 minutes on the clock. It's just a sprint now, and getting closer with those colder tyres for Adidas. 2.6 seconds the gap up to the front. Brittingo still lead, but the OSA pit stop should be in at the end of this lap, potentially the next if they can stretch it.
They're in.
They're in. There you go.
So Sven Haase hits the lane after a 31.4 second pit stop last time by. It will probably be closer to 22. Remember, we were estimating about 8.5, 7.5 seconds better on fuel. He has gone up on jacks, though. So he has not listened to Peter and myself and our conversation about sticking on the tires that were already warm. Already BS Plus have flown past. Nathan Paris is about to fly into the Curva Alboreto with the gap back to Luca Wunsch at 1.2 seconds. He's done a great job, has Nathan, here to put the pressure behind him for the most part, and now he will have to defend like a lion. The problem is Sven Haase with the 26.4 second pit stop is already miles clear at the end of pit lane and back out into second by a dominant margin, Peter.
Yeah. They were definitely on the cautious side there with that fuel stop. 26 seconds as opposed to 24 for Adidas, who pitted a lap earlier, but they do have that 8-second gap, so they could afford to do that, but they obviously feel like that it's not going to make a difference. 20 seconds up to BS competition, so now require an error from BS competition in the next 28 minutes for Grid and Go to get that victory. But what this does mean, if they finish as they are, it brings BS competition that little bit closer for the Sebring finale.
Oh, it's really going to set up a monster finale, that is for sure. January the 10th is getting closer and closer. A three-way fight for fourth in the Porsche Cup class. Przemysław Lemonek has driven a monster of a final stint and I think really established himself as the quickest car on track, and he may have had the speed to put the fight up to the grid and go contingent if he had been able to put this sort of performance on display the entirety of the day as well. Well, they should hold on to third. Likely to slot into second will be the Team Checkmate Wallach group after Konrad Zerbiak comes down to pit lane for the final time today. The fight for fourth and third is starting to swap around. Luka Bunch is put on the outside in towards the final corner, long way around, and now in a very compromised spot as well as they start to side draft off one another. Although Luka Bunch, with that momentum on his side, roars around the outside and up into third.
So that's your battle then for the podium then. Game on between Nathan Paris and Luka Bunch. Can Nathan Paris fight back here as they head down in the braking zone? Here he comes as Bunch shuts the door. They nearly make contact as they go through. Bunch going to be able to put the power down in that Mustang and try and use the traction, try and pull away, but Nathan Paris is right underneath the rear wing there as they head around now towards the second chicane. Is it an opportunity to pass here? You need to be aggressive. There's a Porsche Cup car just coming up ahead. I'm pretty sure that's the Impulse car of Przemysław Lemonek. And will this then slow Luka Bunch up now?
Well judged on both parts though, in through turn one, left each other just the minimum amount of room required. I think that Luka Bunch lost some time behind Lemonek there, and we'll see if that's going to close the gap back down. Carlar Esports see Wizards Esports slip up the inside. They lean on one another. Oh, I just about hold on. That was very, very close to disaster. And Wizards around the outside, ripped fifth away from Hendrik Augustin, and with a little bit of traffic starting to check up behind them. Back over to the McLaren on the hunt of the Ford Mustang as Hadi Noah Mamasi retakes the lead in 992 with Team Checkmate Wallach group down on pit lane. This fight for the final step on the podium is not done in the GT3 class.
No, it isn't, not at all. Yeah, two very different machines in the McLaren and the Ford, but very close on lap time. I mean, throughout the race, the Adidas McLaren best lap of 145.370 and Falcon Ford a 145.460. So I mean, there's very little between them. 900ths of a second on absolute outright right pace. And now it's down to Luka Bunch in the Ford and Nathan Paris in the McLaren to see who is going to spray that champagne in 24 minutes time.
For the Falcon Sim Racing team, remember they are third in points. They were only 2 points back from BS Plus coming into today, so for them, they are looking to solidify their hold on third, heading off to that final round, and they are in a relatively close fight with Adidas Racing, although I say relatively close. 10 points the gap between them. It's the same gap between the championship leaders and BS Plus competition, who run first and second, but in reverse championship order for the time being. Into the dying stages though, I think we only have 3 pit stops left to go, and none of those teams are major contenders for the time being, so we can focus on our fights. Paris losing just a bit of ground as they climb back up towards Ascari. It does look as though Luka Bunch is starting to pick up that rhythm and slowly edging away. To get checked up behind traffic, he does a great job to leave plenty of room, but Nathan Paris is going to jink into the draft, hook off to the right side of the track as soon as he clears the traffic, and this is where the mental games are starting to be played.
Luka Bunch having, interestingly, having I think a little bit of an edge here, because curiously Nathan Paris in that McLaren having to lift and coast going into Ascari, so that means that they're not sure that they can make it on the way full rich. Now let's listen to the Ford.
No save.
Nah, it didn't sound like it.
Well, remember, Paris was only stationary for about 24.9 seconds. It was very, very short.
Exactly. So have they short fill to try and get themselves in the mix? Let's another listen now as they head down into the second chicane. This would be another spot where they can use a little bit of fuel save.
It's a bit.
A tiny bit, yeah.
That one was a lot more difficult to judge, though, would be my argument.
Definitely,
Let's listen to Ascari. I think Ascari will be a good spot to listen, then into that final corner as well. There's still a few more places we can hear. And remember as well, I don't think the camera always describes it so well and on the sim, but this is a descent. Now, as you get to the bottom of the bridge, you begin your climb. Let's listen. Wasn't the biggest lift, but it was noticeable.
Not as big. There is some, but not as big as the previous lap. So maybe just little marginal gains required.
Well, they may not be very far, right? That might be the reality. If they were 25 seconds stationary and grid and go with 26.5, my argument is that the right fuel number is probably somewhere in the middle of those two, although very different cars, sometimes hard to compare. But that would be the logic that goes through my head. Harris is slowly closing. You'll be forced to the outside, which is a brave place to stick yourself. You leave yourself vulnerable to being shoved off the track. The McLaren has given the room, though. Luka Wunsch on the outside gets the power down, and that Coyote engine will drag him off into the next chicane just in front, but this is still starting to cost them time as they lose track of Sven Haase in second.
I think he's gone. I think Sven Haase is absolutely gone anyway. This is a no-holds-barred fight for third. They've got a big gap back to them, so it is play for keeps. And that then means, could that take the element of tactics and strategy out of this? Because for the 97 McLaren of Nathan Paris, do you want to make the move now and then be under threat, or do you wait until later on in the race and go, or do you have to take your chance when it's there? And you have to be ready to pounce in traffic if your rival gets caught in any kind of little bunch of traffic. You've got to be ready to be able to go by, so you've got to keep a close watching brief, and that's exactly what Nathan Paris is doing. See, tell you what, Paris seems to be that little bit stronger on the brakes in that McLaren, I would say.
Yeah, McLaren does seem to be good there. Remember, this is the benefit of the BOP. The nature of the racing is that different cars will make their speed in different ways. No two cars are going to be identical. If they were, that would be rather boring. Luka Wunsch wide, very wide. Now, was he wide on entry as well? Is this going to allow that McLaren in its svelte profile to tuck low in that draft once again and close on the run to turn one? A lengthy run as well, given a full head of steam. Luka Wunsch forced to cover the inside. In fact, so much on the inside, he only fends to the middle late on the run into the braking zone. Paris is going to just set this one up and will hope to commit a mistake from Luka Wunsch, but Luka wise to it for the time being and very well judged out through turn one.
Really impressive stuff. They're great racecraft from both drivers. They're both sizing one another up nicely here, but no unnecessary aggression as Paris tries to show himself in the mirror. And this is, I mean, one of the best sports car battles of all time was Jörg Bergmeister versus Jan Magnussen at Laguna Seca in 2009. Why do I bring that up? Well, I had the great privilege to chat to Jan Magnussen this summer about it, and he said what the TV doesn't show there is how dark it was, and he said he was actually turning his lights off when it and well, for those that know what happens, you know what happened next. If you haven't seen that, after this race, type in Bergmeister versus Magnussen Laguna Seca 09, it'll pop straight up, and just enjoy 3 or 4 laps of the best racing you'll ever see.
Yes. No, I mean, spectacular stuff. That was great. Legendary clip that I'm sure you will recognize if you've not seen it before. Now, that was a late look from Nathan. Very, very late to the inside of the fiercely forward McLaren. You can tell, though, the intensity, that desperation factor is starting to rise. He'll be too far back this time by into turn one. Lap time-wise, these two are still quick. Not costing each other too much time where they're fighting for the time being. A couple of other battles brewing. Still Wizards Esports and Carlar for 5th and 992, although I think Carlar is going to be into pit lane inside of the next 4 laps. The Esports GT4 machine is trying to close on Altitude 3M and the 411 Mercedes of Dennis Grabowski, which could see a fight for 4th position close on up. And meanwhile, there are some takers to pit lane. Here comes 07 Racing.
07 into the pits then with 17 minutes left on the clock, so they start to drop down the order with that late pit stop. But Luka Bunch holding on to 3rd position really well despite the pressure from Nathan Paris. 17 minutes to go. Can he hang on? I mean, 17 minutes in a 6-hour race doesn't sound much, but I'm sure this will be a very long 17 minutes for Luka Bunch having to hold off this big effort from Nathan Paris.
Wonder what the teammates are thinking watching from the sidelines. Lucas Lindqvist was fast in that McLaren, but to be fair, for Falcon Sim Racing, when Nicholas Heider was in the car in the middle stint of the race, he wasn't much slower than what we're seeing from Luka. Two very evenly matched teams, it would seem. As I was going to say through the revs goes the McLaren, but it's not really through the revs, it's through the very limited rev range that it does have, as it goes up through the gears. Still a little bit too far behind. Another fight brewing in GT4. It's Fiercely Forward and Zenith Esports. That's the fight for 6th and 7th position in class respectively. And that is on the bottom of your screen. Look how close they are heading off to turn 1.
Very tight there into that turn 1-2 braking zone. A little bit of check up there between the GT4 McLaren and the GT3 Mustang getting through. Speaking of GT3 Mustangs, Bunch still keeping Paris at bay as they slam over the curbs going through the 2nd chicane, now into the Lesmos. Nothing to separate them.
No, and this is where later you get into this race, the more you know, the desperation is going to start to creep through. At what point does the trigger get pulled? Sven Haase is now well and truly, though, up in 2nd and clear. So let's quickly touch on that. It is going to be just 2 points that BS Plus competition will close with this result. So the margin between the top 2 teams in the championship for the 12-hour race, Peter, will be 10 points. That Grid and Go number 2 is in a very good spot heading into the final round of the season.
And one thing we'll ponder, and I'm sure Grid and Go will as well, would they have won the race on the same strategy as BS Competition and everybody else? I mean, you look at the best lap time, Grid and Go's best lap time is 2/10 clear of BS Competition, which is a lot at this level. But would they have won the race? Very difficult to say.
Yeah. And to be fair, I don't want to make that call. Here comes the move. Big send around the outside. Just about winds it down in time. And it, excuse me, will be a drag race on the exit down towards Curva Grande. They will have to split the Altitude 3M GT4 machine as well. Now, Luka Bunch in a very difficult position. He's going to try and open up the steering, and he slams the door shut. Just enough room between the two. And that was the opportunity for Nathan Paris. 14 minutes to go. Was that the chance gone a begging?
Oh, Luka Bunch very nearly got basketball screened nearly got boxed in there. And I wonder if Nathan Paris had to breathe out the throttle, because Bunch came across really aggressively. So, that was really tight going through traffic there. Likewise, GT4 traffic coming through on 992s all over each other.
This is a bit wild as they trickle off the corner. GT4's limited power trying to stay out of trouble right now as the GT3 car stuck behind the Cup car, a rocket ship in a straight line, but for Sebastian Soka in that 488 Team Checkmate Simline machine with Adrian DaCosta, a familiar foe over the last hour or so, just in front. gap opens back up, by the way, between Wunsch and Paris as through the traffic. Paris has to look the long way around, and now ducking and diving loses a bit more ground, not in the toe of the Ford Mustang. And Luca Wunsch is actually in danger of breaking clear of this draft entirely.
But he is, yeah, the gap's up to 0.6 of a second. That does weaken the draft quite a bit, but Nathan Paris trying to use the braking performance of that McLaren as best as he could. And look at the punch of the Mustang out of that slow corner. Just really getting the power down well. So it's the two cars, they have different attributes. The McLaren appears to be able to brake later and gain time in that braking zone, but then as soon as they get back on the power, the Mustang's got fantastic straight line speed and traction.
12 minutes left to go. Remember, it's a relatively lengthy wait between now and the final round of the season. A chance for these drivers to decompress a little bit, but the decompression is only going to last so long because, Peter, the second week of December, there's a new iRacing build coming that very well could make some major changes to the cars that will result in these drivers having to re-understand everything. Bottom of your screen, that fight for the GT4s got close for a moment. Door opened up through the second part of the corner, but Delta V Racing will get the power down nicely and hold on. Yeah, I'd be very curious if we're going to see a lot of these teams have to go back to the drawing board with their setups and come this new build and some new potential physics to get to grips with.
Well, there'll be plenty to dig into. At least the track, Sebring, they know it well, very, very well. And it had an update not that long ago. Last couple of years it's had an update, Sebring.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. The only thing missing though, Peter, is there's a blue dot underneath the bridge as you go through Sunset Bend that a lot of the drivers in the real world use as a reference point. Couldn't spot that in the sim, so we need to get that added at some point as fight for fourth is on. Arete Esports alongside of Dennis Grabowski, drag race to turn one. Contact between them, but they got away with it.
Yeah, just about. Yeah, contact on the straight, never great. But Grabowski manages to emerge ahead of that little skirmish for now. Meanwhile, Nathan Paris, a top of shot, trying to chase down the blue Ford Mustang for Team Falcon. A very prominent name, particularly in the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Those cars so familiar. But Nathan Paris trying everything he can, really, but you have to say that Luca Wunsch has really used the attributes of his car as best as possible, managed the traffic very well, and had to get aggressive to, otherwise he would have got boxed in and he was done. But had to be aggressive and just came off, but I mean just came off, and he's hung on to the podium position for now. But 9.5 minutes, we said 17 minutes to be the longest 17 minutes. Well, 9 minutes you go, oh come on, surely, where's the white flag, where's the checker, please?
Yes, the closer you get, the further away the checker flag sometimes feels, doesn't it? It's a remarkable sensation sometimes to have to live through. 9 minutes to go. Really, this now is the only fight of consequence. Maniti and Simufy closing up for 5th in GT3, but really not that close. Heartbreak for Williams Sim Racing Academy, who 10 minutes from the end are forced into a final trip down pit lane in what will give a comfortable championship buffer to the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC class leading car at 476.
So up now towards the chicane. Second chicane, and Paris closes in again on the brakes and then on the power. The Ford just gets that brilliant traction out the corner. In the corners, they seem fairly evenly matched, I have to say, but it's the corner entry and the corner exit where they both seem to have a unique ability, where the McLaren's so good on the brakes and the Ford's so good out of the corner. So they're kind of Constantina together mid-corner and then spread out again.
Absolutely. Remember, the balanced performance done by the team at TFR LAB for this series. It's not the exact same that you would be racing with on iRacing week in and week out. And it's so far seen a BMW at the front of the field, a couple of Ford Mustangs, McLarens in contentions, Ferrari showing some speed on occasion as well. Driver's eye perspective in that cockpit of the McLaren, that blue illuminated light, giving the driver's eyes a bit of a rest in these dark and uncomfortable, claustrophobic times. Not going to be close enough, I feel, once again. Down into the braking zone, close enough to force Luka Wunsch to cover the middle of the track, but time is winding down, and Nathan Paris is starting to get increasingly desperate.
That's the thing, is that when you've got that straight line speed advantage, particularly in that initial acceleration phase, you can afford to park it on the apex. And Luka Wunsch is doing this really cleverly. He doesn't have to be maximizing his apex speed like he would on a lap on his own or in qualifying. He can actually park it in the middle of the corner, and then knowing that there's no way through, and then get on the power and grunt out and gain a car length or so. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's playing this really, really clever, and of course all the while that then makes it more tricky, and certainly it's got to be frustrating for Nathan Paris.
He is doing just enough. There is potential though for a slowdown, because that gap is growing and growing dangerously to the... It's not quite at the danger zone of being out of drafting range, but it's as close as you'd want to leave it. And so now it's really going to have to come down to, well, no mistakes, as simple as that. Stay out of trouble. Lucas Perez on the hunt of that big green machine, the Ferrari directly in front of him. Meanwhile, Team Checkmate Simline have just passed Delta V Racing for 9th position. So that fight that we were tracking earlier, Porsche Cayman versus BMW GT4, somewhat resolved for the time being. Climb up to Ascari, not even grabbing 6th gear in this Mustang.
Just down to 3rd for a brief moment, and then in 4th. It's got such good torque from that Coyote V8. And I tell you what, it's a really, really strong package when it gets bumpy, when it gets tricky. The Ford Mustang's such a confidence-inspiring car. It works for you. Is it necessarily the absolute sharpest tool? No, but in a long race format, I think you want to take predictability over over sharpness, maybe on a trade-off.
Definitely. A couple of comments, by the way, in chat. One says, hope this commentary combo stays together. I wouldn't complain, Peter. Been great to have you back on the virtual side of the 24-hour series Esports Championship. As top of your screen, Lucas Perez finally mounts his challenge, but it's not quite paid off just yet. Other comment in chat, though, was, white flag, please. My eyes are melting because I'm so tired, and that's probably a similar feeling to what the drivers are going through as well. Perez, almost a big send up towards that second chicane, but realizes 4 minutes are still left to go. There's still a couple more chances at this one. Fight for 3rd, though, I think is officially settled, because Luka Wunsch is 1.5 seconds clear of Nathan Paris.
Paris certainly gave it his best shot, but there's still 4 minutes for him to make something happen. Really going to have to pull it out the bag, though, if he wants that podium. But for Falcon, of course, that podium keeps them in the hunt of potentially winning the overall championship at 12 Hours of Sebring. Double the length of race we've seen today, and you got to say on a more difficult circuit as well.
Absolutely. I always find talking about difficulties of circuit interesting, though, because as you know, Peter, every track's got its own challenge, right? Some tracks, the traffic's easier to manage than others. So yeah, quick note though, by the way, because I've just seen this comment pop through in our chat in Sim. Race Control has asked for a swap of positions with the 411 and the 469, and so we're keeping our eyes on that fight at the bottom of your screen. This is a battle that Race Control is also keeping an eye on. Arret Esports in contention for a podium after starting all the way down in 17th spot. And Langford gets a good run off the corner, parks it on the exit in the middle of the track, and Dennis Grabowski gets stalled out slightly, bobbles, and now tries to close back up on the run up to turn 1.
Lucas Perez is making the move for 5th position on Maniti Racing. Ryan van der Grijp is trying to hang on to that position, but it may be futile with the 33 Mustang holding on. But as they go up towards Ascari, absolutely side by side is Ryan van der Grijp and the Ferrari going to hang on. They're still side by side. Surely not. There's no room. There's no way. Oh, van der Grijp is in the gravel and through goes the Ford. Then the 75 Ford of Lucas Perez, the number 33 machine, which also is still in with a mathematical shout of the championship. That's critical points there for the number 33 75 Ford.
Great stuff though in the closing stages to give each other just that room to fight.
But he's let him back go again. He's let him back go again.
I may be realizing that race control might have asked for the swap around, and let's try that one again. Your leader is heading up to Ascari, so with 2 minutes left to go, it will be the white flag this time by for the field. That means Dennis Grabowski's got 1 lap left after this one to try and figure it out. So does Lucas Perez as we look at this great aerial shot as they once again wheel to wheel head up to the Parabolica, and that actually will mean that they, based on Lucas Herman being behind them, will get 2 laps left to settle this one out. So that fight on top of your screen has got plenty of legs as they run up to turn 1 once more.
Oh, they are playing for keeps here, swapping positions back and forth for 5th position. Key points. Simify need these points if they're going to have any hope of going for the championship at Sebring. They come down. The Ferrari just a little bit later on the brakes. Now, can the Ford though use the grunt out of the corner, using that Coyote V8 power? They're still side by side as they go. Simify Ford. Look at that straight line speed of the Ford. Is that going to be enough though as they come around towards the second chicane? Who's going to be latest on the brakes? Is it going to be Van der Grijp? Is it going to be Perez they touch?
You said straight line speed of the Mustang, but the Ferrari with enough grunt to hold around the long way through Curva Grande. Once more, space given. This is great stuff. 2 amazing fights in the closing stages of this race. Where did Ross McFarlane come from in all of this? The white and black World Sim Racing McLaren is back up to 6th spot. Oh, after Ethan Critchley had an issue about 45 minutes ago, they are back with a shot at the top 5.
Oh, Ross McFarlane, the sneaky Scotsman, comes through to pick the pocket at the last possible moment. Now, can he make it a top 5? And Van der Grijp's going to fight back, and Ascari through he goes on the brakes. This is superb motorsport, and Van der Grijp nicks the position back, and McFarlane's going to have to do it again.
Wow. Where's your race leader, you're wondering? Because in these closing stages, haven't talked much about Lucas Herman, still 20 seconds clear and heading out through Lesmo 2. So we are on to the final lap of this race. However, what it does mean is Maniti and World Sim Racing and Simify all sweep out through the final corner. They have got 1 lap left to settle this amongst themselves. Meanwhile, for Ben Langford, for Dennis Grabowski, they should also get 1 more lap to settle this between the 2 of them. So we've got some action to keep our eyes focused on. In the final chapter before we head to Sebring for our 12-hour season finale, the stakes are well and truly set out. BS Plus competition will be a win or 0 moment in the Sunshine State. Lucas Herman for BS Plus competition wins the penultimate round of the championship, the Next Level Racing 6 Hours of Monza. Although in second is their championship rivals, an alternate strategy and a great fight back from Grid and Go. Maniti Racing still with World Sim Racing locked in the rearview mirror, but Lucas Perez has driven clear to a 1.2 second gap.
Yeah, to get that 5th position as Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guinness in the GT4s take the victory yet again, and that puts them in a strong position for the championship. But if we look back to Ascari, looks like Lucas Perez is safe, but for sure Ryan van der Grijp is not safe because he has Ross McFarlane, the multiple world GT champion, all over his rear wing as they come up towards the Parabolica. 1 more chance for McFarlane to do it.
Contact as Grabowski gets sent wide. By the way, congratulations to Hadi Noah Mamasi, who crosses the line, winning for the 900 Grid and Go machine for the first time since the season opener. Here we go. Either side of the traffic, and Ross McFarlane chose the long distance. back in the tow, run to the line, but it won't be enough. The big green machine will hold on in a dramatic run to the checkered flag. Still have to wait for that GT4 tussle to be settled, but I think Ben Langford will hold on, sweep through Ascari, and indeed Grabowski just that little bit too far behind Peter with one final dab of the brakes left to go.
Yeah, one more corner left to try and settle it here. Key points on offer, but this is course for the last spot on the podium, but it's going to be Arete Esports. Ben Langford hangs on then under pressure, and there's nothing more scary than Dennis Grabowski being all over your rear wing, but they come through third and fourth. Porsche 469 from Mercedes 411. Wow, what a finish to the race. Now, what were we saying about 45 minutes to go? Oh, we're going into podcast mode here. Oh, this has been a little bit more routine. And then someone chucked a grenade into it. Fantastic.
Oh, I mean, we definitely got treated to a showdown at the end, albeit not for a race win, because all three of our winners somewhat comfortable at the front of the field. We'll dive into some post-race reactions in a few moments' time. Not sure if there's much for race control to dig into. There's one post-race time penalty that we know of, but for the most part, these should be mostly final results. Lucas Herrmann does exactly what BS competition needed and puts them on top here at the Next Level Racing 6 hours of Monza. Sven Haase second on that alternate strategy and will take a 10-point championship advantage into the 12-hour finale. Luca Wunsch for Falcon Sim Racing third. They'll hold on to third in points as well, you'd think, with Nathan Parrish just behind. And then Lucas Perez, Maniti Racing and WSR, that second group chasing them down. Simify, 07 Racing and Altitude Free M Esports the rest of the top 10, while 11th went the way of the Impulse Racing Mercedes, 12th for the Hyperion 94, and then 07 Racing, that's one of the teams that's got a 5-second post-race penalty to get added. Might drop them behind the Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford at number 5, while M&J Downforce Mag Performance all within one lap of the leader. Hyperion Racing TC Esports finished the race, unlike Grid and Go's second machine, the Williams Sim Racing Academy 77, and then three more stricken cars, Scherer's Acura, Sim RC's Mustang, and the Absolute Motorsport Corvette. Not a full complement of cars either, didn't see the fast lane Lamborghini, but in the 992 class, it was Grid and Go. Should have been 1 and 2, they would think, but only one survivor, and it's the 900 that takes the championship lead. Team Checkmate Wallach Group second, Impulse Racing behind them with Delta Sports Sim Shop, a very valiant effort to grab fourth. Carlar and Wizards Esports round out 5th and 6th positions. Wizards did indeed need a splash and dash late in the day, while Bike 500 and Havu are finishers. Unfortunately not completing the race is Fast Repair Motorsports and Sim Race Sweden, alongside of other retirees, Williams Sim Racing Academy, Grid and Go's 901, Gladius Competitions. Last but not least, let's talk GT4, where back-to-back for Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, Kieran Harrison and Corin Sengunez. Impulse Racing second. Ben Langford, drive of the day potentially in that first stint to move up to third, and then to hold on from Dennis Grabowski in the closing stages. Kai DL, Williams Sim Racing Academy keep themselves in touch of the championship lead heading into the final round of the season, while fiercely forward, the best of the McLarens in front of Zenith. Instinct Mechanic, then Team Checkmate Simline, all in front of the Delta V BMW in the top 10, and then just a handful more finishers. Vulcan Fasteners, Glastech Racing, the Thomas Eng Sim Racing crew, Pike from Beach, RD Simsport, GT Unit, and Altitude Free M, while DNFs for the Samantha Tan Racing WRR entry and Grid and Go's 400. Let's dive into those post-race interviews. Peter Mackay's got our race winners standing by for the BS Plus competition, BMW.
Lucas Rubin, congratulations on a superb victory today here at Monza. Was it as routine as it looked out there?
Well, first of all, thank you. Yeah, I would say me and Lucas are pretty much just chilling the whole race. At first, it was a bit weird what Grid and Go were doing with their fuel strategy, but yeah, we thought when they got a penalty, we should have this in the bag. Let's say it like that.
I mean, without that penalty, do you think that their strategy would have been effective, or were you confident that you had the right strategy?
Well, without the penalty, they would have been within 10 seconds of us in the last pit stop, and maybe they would have pushed a bit harder in the other stints. I think it's when they got the penalty, they pretty much also calmed down a bit.
And into the final round with that victory, it came at the perfect time to get into the hunt. Is the championship fight still alive going into Sebring, going into there? How do you feel that one's going to go?
Well, I'm not. Yeah, we don't really have it in our own hands. I would say we have to win, and then I think Grid and Go has to finish 10th or 11th. So on a good race, they probably get top 10 pretty easily. So yeah, I mean, the best we can do is just try to win, and then we'll see how it goes.
Well, you certainly did the job today. Couldn't have done any more. Congratulations on another very typical BS competition victory. Solid as always. Well done.
Thank you.
See if we can catch up with our Porsche Cup winners as well. Hadi Noah Mamasi and Roger Christensen join us now. And I'll start with you, Hadi. You started the race off and took the lead before the unfortunate incident for your teammate, coming through traffic through Ascari. What was going through your mind at that point, given that you two had shown such great speed compared to the rest of the class?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite annoying losing my teammate Gun to an unfortunate incident with a GT3 when just didn't hold the brakes. But yeah, I mean, because before we were just doing really good fuel saving, bump drafting was working really well. We had broken the slipstream to the cars behind. It looked like it would just been an easy race from there. But yeah, not the way it turned out.
Well, and Roger, let me come to you, because championship-wise, you guys take the points lead, but we have a 12-hour finale to come. And the rough calculations that I've done show that you still need to be there at the end in order to grab that championship. So what's your mindset now? We've got some time between now and January 10th. What do you think you're going to be doing before that final round of the season?
Yeah, if my calculation is we are equal on points with the other GNG car, but because of the drop round. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of prep, I guess. But it's a long time, so some Christmas dinner and stuff. So probably calm, full, and well rested for the final race.
That's what we like to hear, and you've got your priorities set, and I think in the correct order as well. Hadi, quick question for you as well, because obviously recently announced that iRacing will enable both ABS and traction control for the new generation of Cup car, which I don't think will be racing in January, but looking forward, me and Peter talked a lot about how big a change that is. What's that like from the driver's perspective to think about this huge new shift that you'll be dealing with?
Yeah, it's a big change, obviously, with driving aids being implemented. It's going to be, I mean, it's still the 992, just a bit of an updated version with driving aids. So I don't think it shouldn't be too different. Just got to get used to having ABS and TC on the Cup car, which is going to feel quite weird to start with, but I'll get used to it.
Well, thanks for the time. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time to round out the season in 2026.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
And last but not least, let's not forget to catch up with our GT4 winners, Kieran Harrison, Corentin Gunes, with our own Peter Mackay.
Kieran, Corentin, congratulations on a fantastic victory there. Does it get any easier, because you guys have been in this position so many times?
I guess it's useful to have the experience of being there before, but no, it's still always the same difficulty managing the race, and we had a bit of help this time with various penalties early on, and Grid and Go had an incident in qualifying, but still managing the traffic and the fuel. Just had to try and have a tidy race as usual.
And did it change the approach much, knowing that Grid and Go went out the race so early on? Did that change how you guys approach things at all?
No, not really, because when Kieran told me that there was an issue with them, I just said, let's just focus on the race. We knew that even if this happens, you always have to stay in the race, keep getting a good result, so it wasn't really an important thing, I would say, going into the race. We knew what we had to do, so it wasn't like the biggest thing for us going into the race.
Sebring's a track where we're going to see the season finale, and it's a track that you guys know so well. And my point is, you know this car incredibly well. How much is that important, I mean, in terms of setting the car up for going to Sebring? Do you start with a strong baseline and just make a few tweaks, or does it still need a ground-up build for the race?
I think it's probably starting from the two setups we had for the last 2 rounds. We found some things that work differently for this race, but obviously they're kind of Monza specific things with the straights. So I guess it's kind of, we're gonna have to start with trying to merge the 2 setups together and then go from there.
So there's plenty of work to do then, still, to get there and get through and win the championship. Congratulations on a superb win today, guys. It really was imperious, and good luck for the final round in Sebring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And well, that's a quick chat with our winners in class, and now looking forward to January the 10th, which Peter, I did like what Roger had to say when we talked to him. First, some time with friends and family before they dive back into all the changes potentially, and then 12 hours at one of the most brutal tests in all of endurance racing to settle our 2025 champions.
Couldn't really go anywhere better to settle a championship. One of the greatest endurance racing venues in the world, if not the best in many people's opinion, and you can see why the bumps of Sebring will decide who comes out on top and wins these championships in the 24-hour series esports.
Well, Peter, glad to have your company for the first time this season aliside of Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes, but for our team here at RaceSpot, Hugo Luis on our production duties, as well as last-minute call-up, Ramiro Cisneros, Arjuna Kankipati signing off in the RaceSpot broadcast booth. A defining moment in the championship on a couple of occasions, but with one drop round, some moments today that could very well still find themselves not defining an entire season. 12 hours of action to come. We'll see you in January to settle our champions in 2026.